your head high toward what you truly believe in. See, it says here, quote, your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own unguarded thoughts, a quote by Buddha. So another importance to fix yourself, and how we shouldn't point the fingers at others, even if they are something that isn't good. So I can say, okay, government's not good, but it's still something that is about ourselves, our own unguarded thoughts. We know that the reflections of the universe work in such way. Quote, having a soft heart in a cruel world is courage, not weakness. Okay, so having a soft heart, so more empathy in a cruel world, which has less empathy, is courage. Because you are doing what they are not. You are the one speaking out upon the many. So it's courage, it's bravery. And especially if it's the right thing to do, something that is necessary for a balance, it's courage, and the world will work with you, and you will maybe have this burning desire to keep moving forward, not weakness. Especially if you have the courage to say, well, it doesn't matter what these people think because I know it to be true. However, I'm going to be open to what they think, but if their thinking is illogical and based in fallacies, some things that it isn't true, then that's something that I could just pass off. But it's something that I understand that it's a fallacy, and I know exactly why. And I can explain to them why. And I can try to tell them what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to tell them why I have a soft heart in this world, and what it means to love one another, and why it's necessary of the world. Okay? All this you can connect to the NITA movement. Because we need courage to move on, not weakness. We need power from ourselves, not over other people, but with other people. We show them their power that they have, because you have power unimaginable. With your imagination, right? Your power lies within you. I mean, just see how much the imagination has done from all the movies, from all the books that we've created. We've done so much already with our imagination. So don't underestimate a human one bit in their power. And once they use their power, they realize they can do so much. You have here, quote, weak people revenge. Strong people forgive. Intelligent people ignore. So this is on, a whole nother level as well. Some people may not be able to understand. It's like, you have all these levels of consciousness you have to reach, and you have to get there small by small. It's not necessarily like taking large leaps. I'm trying to help you understand it. Trying to bring it from like small to bigger ideas here, but also showing you multitudes I'm hoping that you see a bigger picture from the multitudes of different perspectives how you see. Okay, and it is different perspectives. It's not like I looked for specifically one like scenario. I looked for what I can find in general that would help expand people's minds, no matter what it was. So I looked for the things that challenge each other. We saw the ironies that existed. Okay, we saw some of these quotes that maybe disagree with one another, like we saw with the one with the winning, for example. So you have here, right? If weak people revenge. So because they just say, okay, well, I'm not strong enough to just forgive, so they want to revenge. That's why he talked about weak to strong. Weak people revenge, strong people forgive, because they realize, okay, it's not worth revenge, it's not going to do me any good. It's only going to contribute to the evil, it's only going to feed the fire. Right? If I didn't forgive and I just wanted revenge, well, it's like fighting fire with fire. It is evil with evil. It's not going to get you anywhere. It's just going to attract worse things. So strong people actually forgive. Okay? And then intelligent people ignore completely. Because if it's not something to get involved with, it's not something they'll get involved with. There's nothing that has to be committed revenge upon. There's nothing to forgive, because nothing was done in the first place to cause a problem where revenge or forgiveness would have to take place. So intelligent people ignore it altogether because they don't put themselves in that situation. And then you wonder why certain people end up where they are. It's because they choose to accept, again, certain forces chose to not accept other forces. So they selectively chose how to go about with their lives. They used their consciousness. And the more you use your consciousness, the more you know where you're leading yourself in life. So this is the idea here among the weak, strong, and intelligent. It's just, where are you putting yourself in life? Do you seek revenge? Do you seek forgiveness? Or do you seek to ignore, not necessarily in ignorance of what's good, but ignoring what's bad because we know it to be bad, right? Being this context of ignore, again, the irony here, the context of ignore, you ignore something because you think it's bad. The preconceived notion is often the bad part. Preconceiving something is bad when actually it isn't. Preconceiving that you should just ignore something even though it's something that you should totally bring attention to. Truly, you don't ignore anything, right? But the intelligent doesn't get involved. And that's what this context of ignore is saying, is they're not getting involved. They're ignoring this situation, which is why they never created revenge or forgiveness to begin with. For, I'd say, maybe more intelligent to forgive and ignore, because you'd forgive no matter what. You know, you're always sorry, but you also don't want to be too sorry. So saying ignore is a simply way to put it. Again, seeking these different perspectives in the context that they're used allows us to see a bigger picture. So I hope you understand what I mean. And this picture right here is exactly what the movement is all about. It says, aren't we all humans? Then why can't we live in peace? Exactly. I mean, hello, this is what it's all about. And that's all it has to be, right? If we're all humans, then why can't we live in peace? It's just that simple. We have this consciousness, we have this ability to reason with one another, we have this ability to understand one another. We're just not using it. That's it. We're just letting certain forces rule over us that promote war, like government, in their very nature to divide one another, in their very nature to go against the natural law. When the natural law is always seeking for balance, because nature's always seeking for balance. It's always seeking for harmony, because everything was designed in harmony originally, like all the organs and all the planets and the stars and all this. Everything is meant to work in a harmony with one another. And meanwhile, we want to say, it's not good, we need to change it, we need to do this, we need to do that. When meanwhile, if we just sat back and looked at everything, for once, with an actual open mind, you know, away from the system that we built, we realize, actually it is that simple. We could just live in peace if we just set our mind to it, if we just talk with other people, if we just promote our communities and defend ourselves if we have to. You know, peace is really just wanting to help everybody and not necessarily giving them everything in the world, but wanting to just have this self-disciplined system, this self-sustainable system, because that is the most peaceful, because there's a natural dangerous freedom that comes with anarchy. You know, there's this dangerous freedom rather than peaceful slavery. Okay, slavery, it's peaceful. Well, does that mean we should be slaves? No, because it goes against the natural harmony of life. If freedom, which is a positive expression of natural law, is dangerous, well, just because it's dangerous does not mean it's not peaceful. You make the peace out of it. It's called your brain. That's called your mind. That's the whole reason why we went over that. It's because you need to put the change in your own selves if you want the peace of the world and if you want the world to sustain itself without the form of government in existence. So that's the point is, you know, where does the power live? It lives with you. Now, what do you do with that power makes all the difference. Do you use it to rule over others, or do you help others rise up for themselves? And then we can all live in peace together, being that we all live amongst each other. We're all open to accepting one another. And it's not hard to do that when you just once simply eliminate the belief of statism in people's minds. Because once you eliminate that as something that is unnecessary and going against natural law, that's it. Nobody will ever let a government rise up again, and people will live more in peace than ever, and people will live more sustainable than ever, giving rise to peace through self-sustainability and through the natural ways of just wanting to promote their own lives for the better of their own families and ancestors and genes, and doing as what nature intends. This is what it is about, folks. Quote, peace is the result of retraining your mind to process life as it is, rather than as you think it should be. Right? Wayne W. Dyer. So people also want to like distort things and put it on me, the speaker of this presentation, the speaker of this, you know, like, come on, like, this is not what it's about. It's about the idea, it's about the message. Okay, so people want to throw it on me. They want to make preconceptions about me just so they don't have to watch all these in full, or just so they don't have to seek out this information, even though it could be super life-changing. So instead, they're just not looking at the premises. They're not looking even deeper than that. Because while they're blaming me for the reason why they're not watching, or they're blaming me for the reason why they're not joining the movement, or whatever, deeper than that is because they have some faults within themselves. They're not seeing this bigger picture that it's not about me, it's about what I'm trying to show. Do you get the premises that I'm trying to show? Because it's quite simple, frankly. I mean, like, you could have turned this off, actually, I'm sure halfway, and you would still understand the premises, so you're good, actually, by doing that. But watching the whole thing, then you get maybe a more holistic perspective, because I included all these quotes in here for a reason, right? So you have this one: peace is the result of retraining your mind to process life as it is. So we just talked about peace and how every human being should be able to live in peace. So it's the result of retraining your mind, changing your mind, as I said, to process life as it is. Okay, so just accepting reality, accepting the truth. Again, putting our acceptance toward the forces that work with us, that actually want us to accept it. Seriously. And again, they don't have emotions, obviously, these laws, but if we accept it because of our great synergy to the universe that we are meant to be, we are able to work in harmony with it, as we are meant to be. That's why it says, rather than as you think it should be. Because I'm not using my thinking to come up with this, necessarily, even though I'm using my mind. See? This is the irony. I'm using my mind to come up with these words to describe a bigger premises, a feeling, an emotion, a spiritual, every sense of every degree. Natural law is not just, physical, whatever. It's also spiritual. So by every degree, nature is the answer. So it's not something that I think it should be. It is something that is innately is, something speaking on behalf of truth, even though I cannot speak for truth. And I admit that. So I will admit if I think something will happen, right? I've said multiple times, like, I think this, I think that, or in my opinion. And I say that if it's very, explicit as that. But if I'm not speaking in that context, then I'm usually trying to speak on behalf of the truth, to which other people will perceive different ways of it, and I understand, and that's the beauty, again, of just human beings. So, peace is the result of retraining your mind to process life as it is, and being open to others to see the world in different ways, which is why we don't think in the fact around us and ourselves of ego and how we think the world should be, because that's what creates government. So it's very funny. So then, looking at this quote, it's then making it seem like, well, the opposite of peace would then be government, because not only do they promote war, but by their very nature, they base things off of what they think the world should be. So they're not processing life as it is, especially since they're not present. They're always moving so fast-paced. They have to go here, go there. Oh, make sure this is passed through here, and they have this whole system built up for themselves. So it's actually self-destructive in many ways. And that's why governments rise up and they fall. They rise up and they fall. They rise up and they fall. And now we have technology in existence to help just literally retrain our own mind. And we accept it. And that's the change here, is that peace is the result of retraining our mind to process life as it is, and technology is the result of, us pouring our conscious attention into electronics and turning it into something that is kind of emulating human behavior. And that retrains our mind to process life through a process perspective, rather than as it is, because as it is would be a natural perspective. It would be a perspective of nature, which seeks peace and seeks freedom. Two things that you may not equate to the two, as we previously mentioned, but two things that are very well within the two. Okay, some people want to say peace through anarchy, because it's essentially what it is. That's where you're going to attain the most peace. This false illusion of peace is what created government to begin with, and the false illusion of peace is exactly the last part of this quote that says, rather than you think it should be, because that's what people think peace should be, is what they think it should be. And it's not about what they think. That's not what the peace is about. Hopefully you see what I'm getting at with this. I repeated myself like a couple times there in just different ways. So let's keep exploring. It can't be more overstated, but having control of your mind is a lot like having control of your body. And you have to realize that essentially by that logic, you were also then your own author, right? You can write your own book that no one else would write the same book about, because you live your own life uniquely compared to other people. Another reason why you should never give up if you're in a bad situation, because then you could write about it, you can speak about it, you learn more from bad situations. So it's not to put yourself in bad situations. Obviously, no one wants to be in bad situations. But if you are, I'm saying, don't let that take you down. That should actually be something that you can help rise yourself up. So you have this quote, every human being is the author of his own health or disease. So essentially, what he's saying here is that people are in charge of their own health. They decide if it goes toward life or if it goes toward evil. They decide if it goes toward disease or if it goes toward well-being, and being in alignment and being in harmony with their genes and being in alignment with their environment. Because that's essentially what optimal health is. I don't think I ever talked about it here yet. I talked about health being this concept of whole, but what is that really? It's the whole alignment, it's the whole balance, it's the whole harmony of all the systems that be, including all the organs that be. This is a quote by Buddha. We have another quote from Buddha here. Quote, true love is born from understanding. So understanding. Exactly. And, I talked a lot about that in relationship to peace, from knowledge, because the knowledge is there, right? The knowledge is to attain from the natural world. When we understand that knowledge, and we can all understand it within one another, and even just talking with one another, we can understand it, then love is formed. And if love is formed, then peace is formed, because we love one another. We care for one another, because care is a really big word there, right? As we know, true love is born from understanding. True love, not just love though, true love. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? It's because it's refining, understanding what true love is. If you have a relationship that is really good, it's because you likely understand each other really well. And you understand each other and your habits, your emotions, maybe even you understand when you get upset and how to go about with that. You understand each other, and you understand the fact you guys both just want the best for each other. You guys just want the best for the world, or the best, in that view there of your own, with your genes. So true love is born from understanding, and it makes sense because two people are typically incompatible with one another due to many different reasons, to which they come in alignment, they come in balance with one another. So essentially, what I'm saying there is also like your genes are understanding one another, which is why you're able to create a baby who is very reflective of the mother and father, because those genes are coming together, they understand one another. It's a beauty of life when you understand that, of course, the people that are most attracted to each other in all ways would be the ones who understand each other on all those ways. Okay? Because that would be the relationship that is unbreakable, because there's just too much understanding. There's too much understanding, so a lack of understanding would be like, okay, well, this is not going to work. This is like too far outside my boundaries. It is not something that creates a balance, not something that creates a harmony. When you bring two things together, like two people together, that is creating an understanding. That is creating a balance. That is creating a harmony. And perhaps I think we talked about that too, but understanding and bringing those two things together. Just keep that in mind. I want to talk about balance and harmony, but it's also understanding, and it's understanding that aspect, right? I mean, understanding is essentially the key mechanism behind having knowledge, because knowledge does nothing by itself. Understanding that knowledge is where we can actually apply it to something, and in this case, we're applying love from understanding. See, even Buddha himself says, quote, the price of freedom is simply choosing to be. Liberation is in the mind, a quote by Buddha. Okay, so he's saying right here, right now, that it's not about government. It is about freedom. It is about truth, because that is what is. So if we are living to choose to be, then we are living with what is. So we are liberating ourselves, bringing ourselves to freedom with the truth, and then using it upon the mind. Bringing that to the mind then brings it to the rest of the body in alignment to all the systems that be, because the mind changes the reality thereafter. So, change who you want to be with the, being the change that you want to be. And then the change happens because you set your mindset toward becoming that person that you wanted to be. And becoming, just be. Be is in becoming. Okay? If you want to become someone, you be that someone. Okay? You start acting like that and you will become that because you are attracting that. That is the natural law at best. So, if freedom ultimately comes from natural law, then it doesn't nowhere near comes from man's law, especially if it's in direct opposition. Then the only opposite of that would be slavery. It's the only opposite of freedom. Okay? So understand that liberation is in the mind. If you want to escape a government system, you have to start with the mind, an individual level. It's not about protesting, it's not about doing this, not doing that. It's about changing ourselves, changing the mind. Quote, the root of suffering is attachment. Okay, and said by the Buddha again. So the root of suffering is attachment. I'm sure we actually had a couple quotes before talking about the root of suffering or suffering in general. That would be very interesting if we connect it. I forgot, frankly, because I'm recording over a multitude of times. Okay, but the root of suffering, the Buddha is saying, is attachment. So attaching ourselves to things that perhaps don't serve us, number one, but also just attachment in general. Because why do we feel the need to always have to be near a certain thing? It's because it's a sense of security, a false sense of security. We cannot live content and peaceful and present with ourselves. I think that's ultimately what this quote is saying. The root of suffering is that we're not focusing on ourselves. And I think based on the other Buddha quotes, that can come to real tuition. Because if we're attaching ourselves to other things, or even ourselves, then we're of the ego toward ourselves, and toward other things we're seeking security that we cannot find within ourselves. So it's really living in complete, absolute harmony with what is and what can be, and what is simply to be. These words can get confusing because the truth just is. So, sorry if my words get a little jumpy, but the attachment here is, are people attaching themselves to the government or a system and feeling like that's what's always going to help them? It's because they're not looking at themselves. They realize that, hello, you have a body. It's already all attached to one another. Your brain is already attached to the other systems that be. The world is attached in a certain way already. There's nothing more that has to be attached to the earth to make it more than what it is. Like, there's nothing more that has to be attached to the human body to make it better. The body already has all its attachments. The earth already has all its attachments. So now we just need to use those attachments. Thinking about a mixer or using a tool, it's about using all those attachments so you can actually do what you got to do. You already have the attachments. So the root of suffering is attachment. Okay, is when you're not using these attachments, and when you're using these attachments too much. And so when he says the root of suffering is attachment, he can mean it in different regards. He could be saying that in general terms, as to saying that it's coming from some sort of manifestation from attachment. But generally speaking, like the original context I provided, attachment is something that is possessive in a way, right? If you think about it. Many people have grown to attach themselves to material goods, which I don't call goods, frankly. Material things is a better way to put it. You have here, quote, there is no fire like passion, no crime like hatred, no sorrow like separation, no sickness like hunger, and no joy like the joy of freedom. So the importance of freedom here, some people want to say, okay, well, I'd rather live in a peaceful slavery state. I still enjoy myself. I'm still happy. Yeah, okay. It's not where the world is supposed to be. You're going to see things tumble apart. You'd see millions of people die in routines with systems like this, and they can promise you this, promise you that, all they want. But I know for a fact that if they're not working on that with natural law, and everybody believes in that on alignment with natural law, then hardly anything is. And well, what I mean by that in alignment with natural law is what is in alignment toward the positive expression. And so everything is then just toward evil expression. So people are not necessarily going to be as content. Okay, again, this is not all about you. You have crime like hatred, so there's no crime like hatred, no sorrow like separation, no sickness like hunger. So those things are bad, right? Because hate, separation, hunger, those are very bad things. But then he says there's no joy like the joy of freedom, saying that freedom is something that is very joyous, something that actually gives us so much passion, so much inspiration to move on, perhaps, if you see freedom in that light. But he's saying that there's a great joy that is found in the freedom, right? Realizing you have all these places to go, you have all this that you can do. Some people think that you have more freedom by having more money because you can just do whatever you want. When in reality, we've seen it is exactly the opposite. The money takes you. It possesses you. Again, it's this attachment that is considered the root of suffering. So, the joy of freedom would be also the joy of non-attachment, and just living with what you have, living with nature simply. And simple as it is not having all this much. Okay, so a lot of people don't know how to accept that, and that's the problem, is a lot of people don't know how to interpret this, how to understand it. But I'm telling you, it's just that simple, that it starts in the mind, and we can change the world from there. And as long as we are self-sustainable, there's always stuff that we do. You know, when the Tao says like to sit back and stuff, it's along the same idea here as what the Buddha is saying, ultimately. Is that, you know, this is an inaction thing. We don't, the world is perfect the less humans start to change it. And humans are often their own demise, and we know this because of the mind. We know this because of psychology and just the nature of beings. So when we understand freedom, we understand that people may choose to do what they want, whether it's a good or a bad action. But that will then get reinforced through the universe as to if it's actually something that is good or something that is not actually all that good. So really important then to understand this law of attraction. Because in a state of freedom, what's going to keep us together? It's understanding all those aspects, which come very natural when you are in a state of freedom, which again I'm referring to as the end of statism, as people knowing what danger statism comes. If this is the big evil, the big elephant in the room, the big anti-natural law phenomenon that is there, I mean, again, the natural law is always present, but the pro-evil that is there, then yeah, it's something that needs to be addressed. It is something that human beings, shall they come to understand it, and shall they come to not hate it, not separate themselves, but just embrace the freedom that is already here, then they will have joy within their own lives. They have to embrace what is here. They have to simply be. And you see that even Gandhi says, quote, freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes. Okay, so that's Mahatma Gandhi, a revolutionary leader in India, I believe. I'm not sure, but I think so, for mostly. And, you know, freedom not being worth it if it doesn't include the freedom to make mistakes, because there is this natural good and natural bad, that there's some very unnatural bad and some, you know, superficial goods. So you have to discern from the crowd to see, well, what is too good to be true? What is not good and not meant to be here? Now, what is bad and we can just learn to live with, because we can't just change everybody's behavior around us if we don't like all our neighbors mowing their lawns or, you know, whatever it might be. And you know, and so when we want to do good, we always try to look to do good, though, within our own personal life, wherever we can as individuals. But we're not changing everyone else around us just so we can live in this world that we want to live in. Again, that's very egoic. It's only thinking in their own terms. Like, this is the world I want to live in, so it's the world that I think everybody should be under. This is not the way life is necessary to be. So that does include, you know, having people make mistakes, because otherwise they cannot learn. It's a human tendency, folks, to make mistakes here and there. and we learn from those mistakes. And being that without government, we're opening up ourselves to making some mistakes that are bad. Potentially, I mean, the same mistakes that are happening now, not much different. But, mistakes in general are just natural to happen. We have to understand that's a human tendency. But we shouldn't embrace those mistakes. We should always try to do better, and we should try to address those mistakes and wanting to do better. Now, do you need a cop to tell you if that's a mistake or not? No. You just need an individual who understands cause and effect to tell you if that is going to result in something good. Someone who has maybe made past mistakes in the past and realized it didn't give them anything good in the future, hence the law of attraction. So they learn from experience and how it ended up for themselves, or how that mistake could turn into something worse from hearing others people's experiences. Like, this is the beauty of just having conversations, because then look how much you can learn simply from one's experiences or one's awarenesses. See, Gandhi even spoke about medicine too. It's no surprise. All these people have all this stuff in common. It says, a nature cure does mean a change for the better in one's outlook on life itself. So nature's cure does mean a change for the better in one's outlook on life itself. Okay, so life itself is essentially this cure, and I've been talking about this in the health community, because people in the health community don't see this bigger picture that I'm trying to present about government and about these mental forces that really every practitioner should seek to understand if they want to see this bigger aspect of health. It's literally in everyone's lives. This system has literally encroached, like I said, to everything. So if we want to change the world for a better as a whole, looking at it at a society level, if we want to change that world for the better, then it means changing our outlook on life and changing the actions that we take in that life from those outlooks. And that would essentially cure much of what needs to be cured for nature. Gandhi then said here, quote, "Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed." Very big, because people say, we need somebody to build roads, we need police officers to police the streets, we need this, we need that. In reality, they're uncontent. They can't live with what they have. They can't make an environment that is suitable to their needs. Okay? Because the earth essentially provides us enough to satisfy every man's needs. Doesn't mean that we have to manipulate the earth to make it satisfy our needs even more over to where it turns into essentially just greed and hunger for technology and hunger for things that are unearthly in many regards, because they're just far from where they originally were in nature. And so we have what we need already here. We just need to learn how to use it. Just like how we need to learn how to use our brain, which we already have, or just need to learn how to use our heart, which we already have. Right? Some people are just going to use their brain more than others, or use their heart more than others, and they're going to see imbalances, and other people are going to see it in them especially more than themselves, because they have that blockade. They need that outsider influence, and so then it matters if that individual who's experiencing it is open to that outside influence to help teach them of what's going inside themselves. So if it is that greed is being controlled here, well, if greed is in control of man, essentially, that perhaps we feel like the earth does not provide everything we need because we are just greedy. We're always looking for something else. We are not present. We are always focused on the future. And maybe we are a little in the past too, but greed is always future, right? It's like, okay, it's future thinking, it's forward thinking, great. But it's something that they just desire more of this, desire more of that. And then what happens when they don't get it? What happens when they don't get it? What, they're going to cry? They're going to be upset, like, I didn't get the candy bar, like a child, right, who is spoiled and doesn't get the candy that they want so bad, even though it's something that they definitely can learn to live without. And many parents may just feed into that child's cravings and just give it to the child, when in reality the child needs to learn a bigger picture in life. Right? I mean, we see even that cravings for individuals for certain foods and stuff are not just mineral deficiencies, so denaturing, but that most of it is just because of their own life, their own mentality on life, and what has been coming about in their own life, because that reflects then on the foods that they then desire. And then those desires then control their life, and we saw how dangerous those desires are. And then they grow ignorant of certain things, like the ability to change itself, and we know how bad ignorance is. So, and we know how bad it is if we don't change through time like we naturally are, or if we aren't changing for the better or in positive expression of natural law. So yes, okay, maybe this is a lot to think about for the general person, I'd assume, but it is quite simple when you really just interpret these quotes for what they are. We just need to live present and understand that everything we have now, we just have to learn how to use them. But we have everything. We don't need more. The problem is people are just trying to, again, be God. That's the big problem here. It's statism, which essentially is this idea that people can be God over others. If I had to just bring it down to simple terms, that's exactly what it all is. And so if we just understand that people cannot be God over others or over the planet, then we can solve many of our problems simply then and there. So let's see what Gandhi has to say about then these people who, because we're perceiving other people around us, even though we're content with ourselves, and we don't want to complain about other people around us, but we can't help but notice and bring to attention what these people are doing, so hopefully they can learn for themselves and change their ways if they need to, right? So you have here, quote, "Many people, especially ignorant people, want to punish you for speaking the truth, for being correct, for being you. Never apologize for being correct," right? There's never apologize for following nature. Then it says, "or for being years ahead of your time. If you're right and you know it, speak your mind." And that's exactly what I'm doing here. If I know that we can change the world, undoubtedly, I know that we can save millions of lives, undoubtedly, no wonder why I'm promoting what I'm promoting, because I truly do believe in it. I'm speaking my mind because I know it to be true. I know it to be objectively right according to the natural law. And I know that the natural law is this unifying field theory for all the world because it's eternal, universal, and innate. So I'm going to speak my mind even if I am a minority of one, which I know I actually won't be because it is the truth. And I know that people are seeking, especially now, which is why I'm grasping the opportunity even more and why I'm encouraging other people to even go upon this opportunity even more. So that means no matter what time it is, you can promote the truth. And even if the truth is all around us, right, and we're living, embracing the truth, just being who we ought to be, you can still be that minority of one who recognizes what can happen living in a society where everybody then is so much toward one way. Because then we might forget how we actually got there. And so there's a sustainable accountability path that we must create for ourselves, which I've detailed in NITA. And so it says here at the bottom of this quote, it says, "The truth is still the truth," by Gandhi. So he understands clearly that there's an objective truth within the universe. And again, people in the right mind know this. They know that truth is objective. There is an objective truth. It's not just what you think of what truth is. Yes, your mind is powerful. It's able to do that and create illusions of the truth. But there is an objective version of the truth, and it is found in natural law because if there's positive expressions, there's negative expressions. And that of which is in alignment with natural law is innately moral, and then that of which is out of alignment is innately immoral, and that helps also decide what is objective morality. And so a lot of this goes hand in hand because morality and truth and nature, and you want to say nature is a lot like truth. We talked about this. So speak your mind. Don't be afraid to do so, because ignorant people will want to punish you. But if you know that you're true, because that's what this quote is saying, and you know that perhaps your years are ahead of your time, and you know how to speak your mind, you know how to just be you because you found yourself, and you realize that all that what I'm saying and what is true, then you can't be afraid, especially when other people are not seeing it, and this could save their lives literally. It says here, quote, "Man's nature is not essentially evil. Brute nature has been known to yield to the influence of love. You must never despair of human nature." A quote by Gandhi. Okay, so what Gandhi's saying is that man's nature is not essentially evil. Brute nature has been known to yield to the influence of love. You must never despair of human nature. So saying that even if somebody is in a bad situation, if man turns to more evil ways, they will still be influenced by the forces of love. There will still be a balance of the harmony at work to try to bring this individual in alignment. Okay, so it says brute nature has been known to yield to the influence of love. Yield to the influence of love. Okay, so letting love actually knock on evil's door, saying, okay, we need, let us in, let us in. And that's exactly what this movement is about, is us saying, okay, we realize that evil's all amok us because we're actually letting it run amok. So we're knocking, we're planting the seed, we're knocking on the doors of many people's minds to open up their perception of reality, to expand their consciousness, to allow them to see the truth that they need to see, that there is an essential and objective evil, but man itself is not evil. They're not even good either, right? They're just this. They're going through all these different forces, and that's what's so beautiful about human beings, is they have all this potential, no matter where they stand, and you, as an individual who is obviously a human with your own nature, need to understand that if you despair of human nature, it's by saying that perhaps you think that, well, man's nature is to be evil, man's nature is to be this or that, when in reality it's really what is shaped around your awarenesses, your experiences, and to understand that this universe has this innate balance, and that nature is the answer, essentially, because we see that there is a nature to all things, and that's what causes other natures to influence one another, and that's what causes certain things to happen. And so you see how much it expands our mind, as we ought to do, to innovate, to move on in life, as we ought to do, to bring a better life to ourselves. See, this quote from Gandhi also perfectly depicts why I have this movement, the NITA movement. Quote, "If I have the belief that I can do it, I shall surely acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it at the beginning." Okay, so, hey, you may not be anywhere near, starting to help people, or even with personal transformation. But you must start with the belief that you can do it, right? Because it all starts in the mind. If you believe that you can work with what you have right now, which you can, because everything is right now, right here, then you can just surely acquire the capacity to do it. But you have to know exactly where you can get that capacity. How could you acquire that capacity to do it? Is it through eating high nutritious foods? Shall you, if you want to put this in the lens of health, right? If you have a health goal, for example, do you have the belief that you can lose weight? That's number one. Number two, do you acquire the capacity to do it? So, meaning, do you acquire the nutrients, right? The capacity, the quantity of quality, essentially. The having all the right foods for yourself, the capacity, the being able to do it and not fall off, for example, if you're trying to lose weight. The capacity to understanding that, okay, there's limits to which I can go as a human being. I'm a bio-individual. I may react different from other people. I have a capacity to choosing whatever I want to do. It's all in my capacity. It's all within my ability. Okay, so even if you don't have it in the beginning, you're able to do so as long as you set your mind to it. Then you just have to configure and structure your life accordingly to this mindset, because once you acquire the mind and you acquire the environment for it to manifest, well, then it's like you're using the law of attraction. You're putting it into action, and it's no longer just the beginning. It is a forever journey that's always beginning to become its best. It's like you're always beginning. You're always moving on. You're never at the end, because you just want to become better. And you have the belief that you can become better. You have the belief that you can make the world a better place. So that the belief that you can hold yourself more accountable. The belief that you can talk to everybody out there and get everybody to agree somewhere at some time. Because we all are human beings, and we all share this same value of wanting the truth to different extents. So understanding that capacity, the capacity of just human beings itself, use that as your argument for NITA, the fact that we all just want the truth, we all just want good. That's the belief that we can do this, and it's not just the belief, it's what is actually practical too. So it's just so important that we promote this cause. Shall we see it as a unifying factor for all beginnings of all people may be in the wrong spaces, but all continuous beginnings for the people who want to continue to do good and promote good and create even more good within their own life, because then hence by creating you're beginning and you're just branching out to more and more open opportunities for yourself to become your best being. You have here, quote, dignity of human nature requires that we must face the storms of life. A quote by Gandhi, again assuring us about the bad that is moreover required within this universe, where we see that there could be storms, there could be problems within this life, but facing them, but embracing them, understanding them is the key. Shall we want to understand ourselves, that would be super important. First and foremost, is that when we do face these storms, we face these realities coming our way, we know how to handle it. We know that we can take that in and we can meditate upon it. We can think upon it. We can absorb it, essentially, to gain the essence of all that it is before we actually do something, right? Again, thinking before acting, observing before doing. And this is this art of intelligence that, again, works in alignment with this intelligent nature, which obviously does everything for a reason. Unlike human beings who might just do stuff unconsciously. They're still doing it for a reason, but their reasons are unconscious of their own, and it leads them to places where they don't want to be. No wonder, because they weren't paying attention to where they were going. They didn't pay attention to which way the storm was bringing them, and so the storms just pulled them somewhere else, when in reality, you can know the storm is there, and now you just know that the storm may pull you over here because you realize what the storm is, and you know which way it's going, and you know that this could potentially happen. So you grab your family, you grab your most personal belongings, right? And you make sure that that is with you because you are ready to face the storms of life. You are prepared. You are ready. Preparedness, self-sustainability, a lot of this stuff goes hand in hand, self-reliance. And you'll see that not within governments, but within individuals taking action based on the belief systems that they've prepared for themselves. Yes, prepared for themselves. Because there's always a time where we'll face different storms of life. That's what he's referring to, different problems of life, different encounters that require us to face them head on and address them. And again, you go back to then how do we do it? It's getting the capacity. It's starting with the mindset. Okay, so you have this, quote, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, but then you win. And that is a quote by Gandhi, who again practiced this idea of civil disobedience. So in other words, humane disobedience, which is something we should learn from if we want to promote what's right. If we want to display a message and not necessarily protest, but overtake the system that, it is actually us, and so just overtaking ourselves to where we ought to be, then we need to understand the value of ourself. First, they will ignore us if they don't, if they, I'm talking about maybe the general public would mostly ignore us because they just think we're just like every other movement. We're trying to sell them something. We're not worth anything. We don't have any big motives or goals, or that we're not universal. Well, not as important as it is because they didn't take the time to understand it. Okay? And then there's they laugh at you, so okay, they're going to laugh at you, they're going to ridicule you, they're going to make fun of you because, again, they have a lack of understanding as to where we come from, a lack of reasoning as to what we actually stand for. Then they will fight you, he says. Okay, so they're going to start a fight with us. Are we going to fight back? No. But we will defend ourselves, and we will understand why they're fighting us and how that actually doesn't feed their cause, that doesn't help their cause. So that's why we'll win. Because they're going to ignore us, they're going to laugh at us, and they'll fight us, but we'll win because we have the truth on our side. And that's essentially what this quote is saying. So they'll ignore the truth, they'll laugh at what you're saying is true because they think it's so preposterous and so outside their belief schism that they've created for themselves. Then they'll fight you because they're like, oh my gosh, well that's untrue. Right? Because first it was a joke. Then it's like, okay, you're actually getting some traction because people are waking up to seeing that it's true. So then they're like, oh my gosh, well that can't be the case. The media maybe is attacking you. The governments are attacking you. So they're going to start fighting you, right? They're going to maybe start some fights between different people to try to make it look like we're creating violence. But then in reality we will win, because ultimately the whole populace knows the truth. And that's all that matters at the end of the day, is the truth. It doesn't matter what you think. The truth doesn't wait for anybody. The truth wins, is if people follow it, because it is stronger than any other force. It is the one that we all look for. It's the one that we all are pushed toward. And sadly, we've been pushed toward their version of winning. And their version of winning is winning over us, where we just want to win with everyone. We don't want to win over, we want to win with. And there's a difference. We want to win with nature, not over nature. And we want to prevent casualty. We want to prevent mass control. We just want to live our lives, and that's it. That's simple. We're not trying to start a fight. We're not trying to ignore people. We want to have laughs. We want to have fun, but we're not going to laugh at people. We're just going to laugh with people, and we're not gonna fight at people, but we might fight with people if just for fun. Just having a little rumble tumble, just fun stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh my gosh, we have to fight this person. Like back in the day, if you ask any old timer, okay, well, they fought someone. Well, then after the fight, no, they said, okay, well, let's just play a game now. Like, they got over it. Like, that's the big deal. Like, because they realize it's not a big deal. They shouldn't really worry about it that much. It's all just about just trying to see who's good at that moment, and then they realize, okay, well, it's actually not that big of a deal. If you see where I'm coming from with that, it's a more old-time point of view. I don't know, trying to appeal to different crowds, but we're trying to win because we're trying to seek the crowd. We're trying to seek the universal consensus. We're not trying to seek one divided view upon the world, and which is why all these governments exist divided as they are. And again, these governments are divided, but it doesn't mean that they all aren't on the same belief system. They are. Statism. It rules every single one of them. Okay, so it says here, quote, if we want to reach real peace in this world, we should start educating children. A quote by Gandhi. So, we talked about the importance of knowledge. We talked about the importance of understanding. That should be a core premises, wouldn't you think, in education? Wouldn't it be actually a really educative lesson to even just talk about what knowledge and what understanding is? And if we did, well, actually, we would be debunking government, because we see how easily contradictive it is to understand objective truth, to understanding, and how knowledge comes from nature anyways. It doesn't come from who writes the textbooks. It doesn't come from this presumed war, of this presumed thing that presumed to happen. It's about living right now in the present, folks, not the past, not the future. He says if you want real peace in this world, you need to start educating children. So that means you teach your children morals. You teach your children how to understand the world. You teach them the knowledge that needs to be passed on. If we want real peace, this really goes according to the 6th step of NITA, which is generational sustainability. Generation to generation. What does that mean? It means passing down this knowledge to your children. Why is nature the answer? It's because of the techno-tyrannies. Because if we didn't stand up for our human natural born rights and natural law, we would lose them. We would lose them to technology. We'd lose them to other people who seek to rule over it out of insecurity and out of their own discomfort in life. Okay, so if we want real peace, we recognize the comfort. We recognize where we get that comfort. We get it from nature. We realize that the peace comes from this freedom that we learn from with our mind, with this goods, up and downs, and how it's all just part of this journey, and how if you are a child, never feel down on yourself, because you're always growing. You're always going to become a better individual in this world. So know that. And so this is reassuring for a child, and not to give them too much reassurance, but to give them reassurance in the fact that they can move on. And as long as they learn from their actions and they observe what they're acting upon, they will understand truth for themselves. They will understand the objective morality, because they are simply listening to the world around them. They're listening to their actions and what happens from their actions, And now, if these children are raised up in a technologically based world or a denatured world, then of course it will be harder to educate them or help them discern right from wrong, especially when the media is telling this is wrong, this is right, and this is wrong, this is right, or my side is right, my side is right. That's not right and wrong. It's not objective right and wrong. It's not objective knowledge. It's just what people want you to know. And again, it's like rooted in different forms of imbalances. So educating children is going to be educating them the universal principles that exist, the natural law, essentially. Morality. Does it hurt to have a child learn how to help another child? Because that helps the world go round. It's a domino effect of one child helping another, for example. And that's just one example. For even Gandhi himself says, quote, "My life is my message." And that is one of the most important quotes to me in this entire thing, because I said I devote my life to this cause, and that's exactly what it is. His life is his message. This is my message too. And it's of my life, surely. I have some life influences upon it, of course. I think a lot of people will, which is why it's so resonating. But his life is his message. And what was his message? It was to free his people, to help his people come to more freedom, essentially, right? And it's like saying that you are acting as you say. You are walking the talk. You are living your destiny. Your life depends, essentially, on your message, what you have to give to the world. So Gandhi right now is delivering us the message that we should pay attention to the systems that be, that we should pay attention to ourselves, that we should pay attention to education, that we should pay attention to our children if we want them to be good children. Where are you putting your attention? If you're putting it in your job or foods that don't serve you, you're putting it toward governments that you barely know and you act like you might do, and clearly it's not even in alignment with nature in any degree of any form. Where are you putting your attention? If you're putting your attention toward the sun, well, that's the source of all life right there. You're probably going to be a happier person because you're absorbing that melatonin, you're getting some vitamin D. I mean, it comes with a whole host of benefits. Your life is your message. So what is it that you're promoting to others? What is it that you encourage others to do? What is it that you're doing within your own life? Because that's what's going to help transcend to the further generations in time. That's what's going to help represent what you stand for and what you want the world to stand for. Your life is your message, what you're giving to other people as a sign, as a warning, as we've seen, as a learning from, a philosophical perspective. We've seen all that within this all so far. And this reflective effect, this law of attraction effect, this mirroring effect, this synergy effect, it's all represented also here. Quote, "We but mirror the world. All the tendencies present in the outer world are to be found in the world of our body. If we can change ourselves, the tendencies in the world would also change. As a man changes his own nature, so does the attitude of the world change towards him. And this is the divine mystery supreme. A wonderful thing it is, and the source of our happiness. We need not wait to see what others do." A quote by Gandhi. Exactly. Always waiting on politicians, always waiting on government. Guess what, folks? It's never the answer. Source of your happiness. We know that happiness is the key here. We know that nature is the source of this happiness. We've established so much of these particular words he uses, right? Your own nature, the attitude of the world, and how the world changes. Our source of happiness. A wonderful thing. The mirror of the world, all our tendencies, our habits present in the outer world are to be found in the world of our body, like the mind. Okay? If we change ourselves, the tendencies, the habits in the world would also change. The habits are this manifestation of our actions. So we're changed in the world because our actions then form our reality. As a man changes his own nature, so does the attitude of the world change towards him. So he's becoming a better person, and he's trying to show the world, and the world is listening, and the world should also be their own person among this. They should mirror the world that they want to see. They should be the change that they want to be, right? That's why he made this quote, Gandhi. It's no surprise why he said be the change you want to be, because it's everywhere within his message. And it's clear that that is sort of his life message that he had to give. And it's clear that also was the case with the Buddha. It was the case with many of the others that we talked about. So just try to connect those dots and you'll see that we need to change what it is right now. Shall we want to change the world? And maybe we want to address statism and government. Of course we do. We surely do. But we'll realize that especially when we change ourselves, when we see the world around us for what it is. Quote, man can never be a woman's equal in the spirit of selfless service with which nature has endowed her. A quote by Gandhi. Now, what is this about? Him saying that women are actually superior to men in the spirit of selfless service? Well, I would have to say that it's more because, well, women naturally are more of the feminine right brain. You see why they get in fights with men who tend to be too dominant and why marriages are frankly broken up. And of course it could be either the man or the woman's fault, but realize that women actually, like, men have this natural leadership quality, this more natural creative quality, but women have this spirit of selfless service. And that's really important in a world like ours today, which is actually left brain dominant for the most part, being that we seek to have rulers over us, being that we seek that even women are supposed to do man's jobs now, and that women are supposed to just do everything that men do. It's kind of changing their nature. And they're able to adapt, but is it really right for them? Shall time see? Shall the law of attraction show them in their own lives if it's actually right for them to do that? But oftentimes, there's a reason why you had a stereotype of a man doing this and a woman doing that. The woman staying at home, taking care of the kids, while the man did the work to provide the income. Like, there's a reason why that happened, and typically because a man is more of the left brain, a woman is more of the right brain. And the right brain is more empathetic. So the right brain is more nurturing, so it's better for raising kids, essentially, if you're trying to nurture your kids up. But it's also good to have the man's influence for showing the kid leadership. And it depends also on the gender of the kids. So, again, you have both these feminine and masculine, so not to say this or that, or even to say that women can't do man's jobs in certain cases. They certainly can. Again, it's like humans have this amazing ability to adapt. It just depends on the individual environment. It depends on the individual. And so generally, though, women have this great ability of empathy in the spirit of selfless service. And what Gandhi is saying is that nature essentially gave women this power. And so they can use it probably more often than men, because men are more fallen to the slant of left brain dominance, which again is one of the problems, great problems with our world. So then if you were to say that the left brain dominance is taking place in our world, then you would also say that the right brain is under attack, or that the right brain is not being used enough. So perhaps, maybe you want to see reflective in women becoming less feminine, but you could also say the same thing with men becoming super feminine. And so they're not necessarily following their distinct nature. However, I'm not to say, obviously there's a natural denaturing to this, and there's a natural change in time and so forth. It doesn't really matter to me what you choose to do. Just realize it's at your own demise, and realize it's at your own expenses. It's just a law of attraction at work. I'm just here to tell you, my perspective on it, and in different ways of looking at it, essentially, because that's what all this is. So, the spirit of selfless service with which nature has endowed her, women tend to be of the right brain. The sacred right brain is something that we need to uphold. This wanting to care for all human beings, no matter who you are, because that's what's going to help free our world from the bonds of slavery where left brain dominance has taken place. So then it also makes sense why men are often in those leadership positions, just so you understand more of the slant here. But just because there is that, don't let that be a dividing factor. That should not be any of the talk in an effective change scenario. You have here, quote, keep your thoughts positive because your thoughts become your words. Keep your words positive because your words become your behavior. Keep your behavior positive because your behavior becomes your habits. Keep your habits positive because your habits become your values. Keep your values positive because your values become your destiny. We saw very, very similar language from, I believe, like Aristotle and all the past ancient Greek philosophers that we saw previously. So again, very similar relevance that we see among these leaders or political or philosophical types. Do you even want to say political? It's better to say philosophical, as people understood the world in ways that helps us see a bigger picture among all things. So seeing that everything has a connection, that this becomes that, this becomes that, this becomes that. Notice our words become our behavior. So what we're talking about becomes our behavior. What we start having as our behavior, I'll say actions, becomes your habits. You know, your actions are becoming a more rapid occurrence because you realize what actions are better than others. And then your habits become your values, because essentially that's who you become. It becomes your message, like Gandhi says, your message is your life. And then that life message, your values, become your destiny, right? So what you are destined to become. Are you destined to become more of somebody who's leader because you generally are possessing much leadership type traits, or you're more type blood O? I don't know, blood type O? I don't know, not necessarily just blood type, but looking at this is more specific, I would say. Values, so what you actually stand for, become your destiny. You know, what is actually going to come to you as fate in time. Fate given all these other aspects, okay? Fate isn't random here. Fate is not just magical. It still comes from all this other stuff. See how there's a pattern of events. This is the cause and effect broken down into from thoughts to destiny. How does your thoughts become your destiny? That's how we break it down all the way through. Gandhi then speaking about disease then, and we have to realize that disease can be in the form of any sort of evil, some sort of dis-ease within society, something that is not meant to be there, causing a disbalance. So that's why I consider it a form of government, and it's taking control of your life, so it's limiting your freedoms if you have disease within the body. So keep that in mind when you hear this quote, okay? Quote, illness or disease is only nature's warning that filth has accumulated in some portion or other of the body. Now, if you're using this in terms of government, you say of the world, right? Accumulated in some portion or other of the world. Okay? Then it says, and it would surely be the part of wisdom to allow nature to remove the filth instead of covering it up with the help of medicines. Quote by Gandhi, and this is very accurate about the Western medicine philosophy that thinks they can just say, here's a pill for this, here's a pill for the ill, and we can just keep matching the pills to the ill, to whatever it may be, and when in reality it's just masking up the symptoms and it's not treating the cause. So very similar to what we do with government is we're just treating the symptoms, and we keep treating the symptoms, and meanwhile we're not treating the cause, so the problem is still existent, and it keeps going up in different forms. It causes other parts of the body to just create different forms of disease. The same exact thing with government. So you have all these people saying, we need to change it this way, okay, so they end up changing it. Great, okay, wow, oh my gosh, we change it. And great, are you still happy? Nope, they're still not happy. Well, guess what? Even with that change, it still causes other problems, because the root cause to that disease, to the problem, was not solved, and that is government itself. Once you eliminate the cause of the problem, statism, which is actually of government, then yeah, that would be the solution to almost all the problems that exist about from government. Because once you eliminate that, because it's in direct opposition to the natural law, then you work to keep making your life better, because you did so by eliminating statism from your belief system. And now that you cleared up a disease, you might be able to do more now. You know, your organs are working better now. Your bodily systems are now more in harmony, more in balance, which is why I say we have more potential, more creativity, and all this other stuff I talk about. So we're essentially healing the world by doing this action that must be done. And so instead of covering it up with different terms and different ideas, one of which NITA is an idea, understand the premises, understand what the ideas of the ideas exist, the understandings of the understandings, the questions of the questions that exist, okay? The nature of the nature, the truest nature, the original, the ideal, the objective. Understand that there is different ideas existent for a very specific, reason of their own. And he says it would surely be the part of wisdom, so be the part of knowing, right? Because wisdom, we know, comes from knowledge, and action that we see is also alongside wisdom, to allow nature to remove the filth. So if we know that nature is supposed to just do its job and we're supposed to just sit back and just let it happen and not try to intervene or not try to be God, and then the problem will remove itself naturally. And so we have to work with nature to do that. That's why I tell people, I recommend, okay, don't protest necessarily. It could only hurt the cause. The best thing to do would be to use your nature. Work with what is in alignment with nature right now at all times, and best to try to abide to nature if we want to actually live among nature as we ought to do in nature. I'm just going to keep saying it, but yeah, that's what part of the wisdom is, and especially if we know that to be true. Gandhi even then says that the truth is by nature self-evident. As soon as you remove the cobwebs of ignorance that surround it, it shines clear. A quote by Gandhi again. The ignorance of understanding or wanting to understand, or of simply just accepting the fact that statism is a problem, then, if you remove that ignorance, those cobwebs of ignorance, because people are stuck in it, and it's something that limits their life from shining clear, from being more honest, more real, more raw, more down to earth, shall you say, then if you're removing those forms of ignorance and all those cobwebs, then you're bringing the truth to light, because innately you were helping the people in the dark cave find the light. You're helping with a lantern of light in a dark cavern. And that soon everybody's like, man, I want that light. Could you give the light over here? Can you bring the light over there? Or could you actually just show us how we can actually create that light for ourselves so we can all have light in this dark cavern? That would be the best ideal solution, right? Is everybody having their own light in this cavern? So the truth is, by nature, self-evident. What he's saying there is that the truth simply is, and that everything else is often just ignorance of the truth, because the truth is just acceptance of what simply is. Here's the infamous quote that I've been talking about. Quote, be the change that you wish to see in the world. A quote by Gandhi. Okay, so being the change that you want to be in the world, want to see. Very along the same lines as you notice. Even Gandhi promotes the idea of this non-aggression principle, whether he realizes it or not, which is a very key principle in natural law for living under a stateless society, one that is without government in its existence, in its mindset of illusion. And that is the non-aggression principle, where it says that no one does harm to another person. It's just that simple. So you see it in this quote, nobody can hurt me without my permission. Exactly, because you have control of your own body. And if they were to do that, that would be a form of theft, an actual evil expression within natural law. Quote, every calamity should lead to a thorough cleansing of individual as well as social life. A quote by Gandhi again. Every calamity, perhaps if that's the way to say the word, should lead to a thorough cleansing of individual as well as social life. So, if there's problems that exist within society, it's not something that we just ignore or something that we have to put ourselves down upon. Rather, we can address it. So a calamity, something that is typically a disaster, it will lead to something that we can learn from, right? Especially the bigger the disaster, hopefully we learn from. And you'd think by now, with all the governments that have killed so many people, that people would learn about the government, but it's the natural law, essentially, that people need to learn. It's not that they should just not kill people. That is something that is often self-evident, and the natural law is self-evident, but that has been kept away. It's not as visible as seeing people die. And in reality, indirectly, by not understanding natural law, people are essentially dying because they are not living in alignment with the law of attraction, and they're giving to forces that are not working in alignment to the law of attraction. So, having this crisis, for example, which obviously there's going to be economic collapses and stuff in time, if government systems especially exist, okay, so every crisis should lead to a thorough cleansing of individual as well as social life. So meaning that you should learn from this on an individual level. You should perceive of the world, all that's happening in the world. Perhaps take that on an individual level and assess it for yourself and see how maybe you can change your own life to then change the world around you, or see how you as an individual can go about this world and socially, so that way multiple people can change the world then for the better and learn from the situation that has manifested within itself. Because that crisis came about for a reason, right? Why did that crisis start? Would be then diagnosing a disease. And so if we question that, that would be a really good key toward our wisdom, right? And oftentimes we want to do that so we can prevent this from going on. We don't want this crisis continuing, so we want to fix it. And the best way to fix it is by addressing the problem. And oftentimes we may also address the symptoms without the cause, leading to more crises in time. But there's often a lot of people who also learn from it and warn others then of what can happen. So they've maybe cleansed themselves and their social life, warning others around them about this happening, that potential happening, because they realize what could happen given other crisis situations and what they've seen or what they've saw. And maybe not everybody will agree with them, but they themselves have cleansed themselves of what has happened. They've cured themselves essentially from learning from the crisis. This quote perfectly describes the learning from experience that I've been talking about, the learning from having a disease so that way you can then help prevent and treat the disease. Okay, both essentially. Essentially, the answer lives with nature either way, because if you want to treat somebody and you don't want to have much side effects, it's more along the lines of then treating with nature, okay? And so you just have to find which way is the best way to then treat with nature. And then depending on, because of our complex world around us, we might have to go a little bit more outside of our means of this so-called quote-unquote natural world around us, so we seek to be a little bit more of God to fix it. But in reality, those problems should have never existed in the first place to some extent. But you also have to learn to also live with it and do your best to overcome it. There is a mentality that you have to have just to defeat a disease too. Do not forget that. When somebody says you have cancer, you have to just imagine how bad that can be simply on one's health just by the mentality. They don't consider that necessarily. These doctors make a lot of money simply by giving out the procedures, not even understanding any which connective thoughts and branches to the condition itself. They just know one thing, and that is to use this device in this case. They don't know any other options. They're not trained in those other options. They're said that that's what they're supposed to do because they're this type of doctor, and that's just absurd because that's not what health is supposed to be. And typically in a case of a more complex scenario, perhaps you'd want a healthcare team. That would be the best way to do things. Okay, I mean, it's having a team of people there with you, as we all ought to be for one another. So you have here, quote, "What we are doing to the force of the world is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another." We talked about this too in the previous quotes, I believe, and how what we're doing to the universe and to the world around us is also what's happening within ourselves. Again, the law of attraction at work, again and again. You're forever strive toward the truth. You cannot let yourself down when you realize that this strive is for a greater good. When you realize this is for your children, your grandchildren, for everybody in time, for all the good people that you want to uphold. Even if it's not yourself. Again, why are you so egoic to even commit suicide, do something like that? Some people want to refer as stupid and selfish because you're not thinking of others as well. You need to understand that. You look at this quote, you must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is like an ocean. That includes you, okay, because you are humanity. If a few drops of the ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty. That's the point here. If just a few drops are dirty, just a few couple people, especially that are in government, for example, right, who have a bad mindset in behalf and are projecting upon the rest of the world, it doesn't mean that we have to let them dictate that the whole ocean is dirty. Okay, and then they're pointing at us. Meanwhile, it's them. It's funny. So we're pointing at them, and then they're pointing at us, and it's just this constant battle. When in reality, it's all of us as human beings. So just understand that they can be those few drops in the ocean that are dirty, but yet we're letting that dictate all our actions for humanity, that we should, go about cleaning this system, but not with nature. This is bizarre, because if we were to do it with nature, we'd really understand that a few drops don't make a difference, because we're not letting these people affect our lives. But the difference here with government is that we are letting these people affect our lives. We're letting these little few drops of the ocean that are dirty affect the rest of our lives, making it seem like it's dirty when clearly it's not. Clearly, if you open up to nature, as we've seen in previous quotes, you see the beauty of the world that it is. Okay, humanity is like an ocean, he says. Very funny he says that. We also are bodies of water. Water itself is really healing mechanism. You have here, you must not lose faith in humanity. Faith, we see spirituality being a core part of people's health, but faith in what? Faith in nature is one such spirituality people have picked up on, right? Why is that? Because it abides not only to multiple religions, but to the truth itself. Because if you work with nature, you work with God. We saw this. Okay, so if you have faith in humanity, you have faith in nature, then you work with humanity, you work with nature, because we all are supposed to be together here. So just because a few drops in the ocean are dirty, just because there's some problems existent, does not mean the whole world goes to an end, or that we have to rule over others to change it. Understand the change, the dynamic here, the common sense, the critical thinking when you bring this all into perspective. Quote, whatever you do will be insignificant, but it is very important that you do it. A quote by Gandhi, representing that you may think that it won't make a big difference. And truly, the irony is that while one person can do a lot, you are quite significant compared to looking at really millions of people. So when you bring everybody together, then perhaps there's significance. But at a one-person level, you may consider it and say, okay, well, it's insignificant. But even that should not let you down, is what he's saying. He's saying that it's still very important that you go on and do it, because you are willing to go on, and it is very important that you do it, because it's a very important matter, being that we're sharing the truth of the world. Then it will become significant. It won't be insignificant. It's significant because it's insignificant. That through time accumulated and through other people, it becomes significant. So that's what this quote is essentially saying. It's not to lose faith in yourself, like we saw in the previous quote, where you should not lose faith in humanity either. Don't lose faith in yourself, because you want to reflect what you want to see for the rest of humanity as well, right? So just understand that is a big part of significance, that yes, the message and the mission is very significant, and it's significant the response that will come to it, given popularity and technology and media, I'm sure, and there will be a lot of different leanings, but it's significant in the very nature of what it really stands for. It's significant to the very share sheet that we have, significant to what we actually learn from this whole process, because truthfully, how people react is actually telling us more about who they are as a person, more than anything, So it's not just see who you're not allowed to criticize to see who's in power, it's also to see how people react in all cases scenario, because that teaches us, looking at them, how they are as a human being, and how they go about within their personal life. Are they conscious? Are they aware? Are they aware of themselves? Because if they're aware of themselves, then they have figured out one of the hardest things to do, as we've discussed. And if they did figure out themselves, they would likely present themselves as best as they may. And doing that in a world where perhaps there are certain stereotypes and stuff, could be hard. In a world where there's denaturing, where it's pushing down people's nature, it could be hard even once you do find yourself. So although finding yourself is this great enlightenment process, you have to realize there are boundaries in the way, which is why we have to encourage positive behavior, positive reinforcement, to promote what we know is good objectively. And so if it's saying here that what you do though is insignificant, but that you should do it anyways, just know that yes, what you're doing has a cause and effect. You're still attracting what you're doing. So you may consider it this or that at times. Don't let that take you down. You need your mentality strong, because we see how powerful that is. And we see that that's what's really going to fix us in this situation. It's what's going to help you fix you and become the best you that you want to be, and move forward in the world with all people if they have a mentality for humanity. See, and this quote really puts it all together quite well when we talk about, okay, the share sheet is that simple underlying premises for NITA, and the fact that nature is the answer. It's the one thing that we can all agree on. It's not based on me, it's not based on any one person, it's not based on something that's profound, it's based on something that is simply here, just acknowledging it. And it's this quote, live simply so that others may simply live. And we are trying to help people live. Right? If they're simply living, we're already saving millions of lives, like I've been talking about. So it's this idea that living simply is like living among nature, going down to earth, being at the roots, understanding that life starts out quite simple, and it doesn't have to be any harder unless we make it that way. And better yet, it would be better if we choose to make it that way instead of it being pushed onto us, especially at a young age where it becomes confusing and overwhelming. But that's what society has often done. And yes, human beings have this great ability to adapt, so you don't have to worry in a case of scenario. But you do have to worry about our overall nature and what is happening to it, given you see all these situations that are manifesting upon themselves. So understand that simply understand that the simple knowledge of right and wrong, the simple knowledge of I just want to do good, the simple knowledge of let's just listen and follow nature, listen to ourselves, understand what we're really supposed to do, and not make this complexified system where everything has to be super calculated, because that can often do more harm than good. Right? And so I understand there will be many different counter arguments to a lot of the things that I'm proposing, talking about, different quotes. I'm sure people will even make disagreements with a lot of these leaders. I understand that all that is very well possible, but that is just the beauty of humanity, to disagree. You should actually love the fact to disagree, but don't actively want to disagree. Just if you disagree, so be it. That is fine. Just if you want to disagree, it's like you want to start an argument, you want to start a war, then there's a difference. There's a difference between wanting to start something that is not really of your destiny, not really of yourself, because then you're not simply expressing yourself, and you're not simply expressing your true nature. And you will probably need some help in life, no offense, but if somebody in the wrong mind, again, I'm willing to point that out, that everybody needs guidance here, no matter which mindset they are in. I'm not claiming that I'm in a perfect mindset either. We all have these screws that we don't see within ourselves, and that's why we have other people, so that we can live simply, held accountable, held simply, self-sustainable, held simply with freedom. There doesn't need to be this complex process of saying this is exactly how you have your freedom. It's written here on an article this .749 blah 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 blah. Like, this is the complex of the world. We've made it to where it's like, we're just free, folks. We don't have to make it any more difficult than that. But we have. Our simple human natural rights have turned into something that is rather complex for absolutely no reason, and then you wonder why so many people analyze all these different words and all these different theories. Understand the simple premises, folks. That's all I'm trying to say. It's nothing more that I want to get from that. So we're going to keep moving on here, and we'll explain more. Quote, you can chain me, you can torture me, you can even destroy this body, but you will never imprison my mind, said by Gandhi. And very similar quote to what we've seen before about how the message goes on no matter what. No matter what happens, the truth goes on no matter what, and that nothing is going to reverse the truth. So that being said, whatever you do in alignment with truth speaks, as we've seen with the previous quotes, it's gonna remain. What you're gonna do and what you are doing to promote good, right? Because you are going to do as you be. You're gonna promote the good, and you're gonna likely get good back according to the law of attraction, given it's not suppressed and it's let in its motion. And you encourage your environments around you to do the same, so that way that may happen. You see that there's this chain effect of positivity instead of this chain effect of negativity. Shall we choose to use our mind to do so? So don't imprison your mind, because that's what caused us to be in the problems of chaining and torture and destroying, as he mentions. But you will never imprison the mind, okay, because the mind is truly the escape route. It is the one that ultimately decides, right? Because they can take somebody into a chamber and torture them, saying, okay, well, release this information, and their mind may never release that information. They will actually die knowing that information is so important that they don't want to release it, right? You've seen that maybe in different movies or such. But you see how powerful the mind really is when it comes to change, as we have demonstrated, how important it is to the first step of all these equations, really. I mean, to do math equations, you need your mind, right? And how we shouldn't also just use our mind, but also use our heart and use our guts to commit action and love. So those are all very important aspects, but realize when we talk about the mind, it's the idea, it's the message. Nature is the answer. These things that, because they're so true, and we believe them to be true, because it is true, it's not something that we're actually believing in true, and it's not actually true. This is something that we can actually say is true, folks, so it's not like I'm pushing it on you. I encourage you again to find it out for yourself. But because it is true, our minds can really objectively understand it. We can apply 100 billion different scenarios to natural law, and we find that it works. We find that, yes, okay, negative expression goes there, positive expression goes there, from this happens there, it happens here, like we saw with cause and effect broken more down with how your thoughts become your actions become your habits, your habits become this reality. So you can break it down, cause and effect, and you see that you really can't contradict this knowledge to which it is of the universe, the innate intelligence. So that within itself is sort of this hive mind, shall you see it as. And we're connected to this hive mind. And now we're connecting our mind literally to, it's funny how we name technology, but to the cloud. This upper thing that we usually look up to stores data, stores life, essentially memories. Doesn't really have life, but people want to think it does. And again, you have this mass illusion of technology and how powerful it could be to imitate humanity. It's important that we take the steps to uphold nature's the answer now, and especially then, if it ever gets to a really bad point, that which we shouldn't let it. We shouldn't even have that in our mind, but just stating it for the sake of this, if people don't actually stand up, we need to understand that that force can be very destructive, causing perhaps even more casualties than government itself, being that it's a second government, as I've mentioned. So you have that mind, really, which is controlling your mind, oftentimes directly, because you're putting these devices in front of your face, and you're exposing yourself to this information. So they can't even get the blame on this one, even though they may be the ones that are pioneering it, giving these companies tax breaks, and basically cultivating all that research and allowing them to have access to your house and everything that you say. And you see the social credit score is something to look up, because governments are planning to do stuff like that, as they have done in China, in different parts of the world. So we've already seen, example by example, of many tyrannies that we've seen just growing into bigger tyrannies. And I'd say we still are in an actual bigger tyranny, but then it's just leading up to another bigger tyranny. Something that, when do you question it'll tumble and fall? Do you just rely 100% on nature, and do you not work with nature to do so, to actually disintegrate naturally and prevent casualty? You have here, quote, "True education is that which proves useful in life and makes you industrious." A quote by Gandhi. So it makes you innovative, makes you more pioneering, right, for the world. And it says prove useful, right? So true education proves useful. Since when do you maybe see algebra, or maybe geometry is a little better, but most of the mathematics, most of the subjects people can, I think, generally agree with are probably not all that useful. in life, especially since, again, we're not talking about common sense, which often comes from understanding natural law to a great degree, because it's talking about all of balance and all of understanding every little thing of the universe in its universal complexion. Really, this complexion, like your complexion on your skin, it's showing through the earth, through nature, all the laws that are to understand. So it's like the gut to the skin, essentially. That's what these laws are to nature, and we see it reflected everywhere, as we have mentioned. And so education is one of those reflections of all the many, even. And as we know, education is one of the most important factors to a society where they are more conscious and aware. So if they are more conscious and aware, likely they will make better decisions in life, because they see the good, they see the bad, they see which way to go, and they are then be able to be useful, because they have that own destiny of their own, that freedom that allows them to also be more creative. You have here a quote on this picture. It says, "The things that will destroy us are politics without principle, pleasure without conscience, wealth without work, knowledge without character, business without morality, science without humanity, and worship without sacrifice," said by Gandhi. Now, if this doesn't sum up essentially what we have to do and what we do on an individual level reflected to the world, then I don't know what does. Because if we live in principle, politics don't really, quite frankly, exist. Okay, if we live with conscience, our humanity, our nature, is shown moreover through all things, and we're not indulging in, he says, pleasure, right, with too much desires, right, that are controlling us, as we mentioned before. Then we have wealth without work, right? What is real wealth that we see? It's actually health. It's actually doing good for the world. So it takes work to actually do that, for the record. It takes sometimes hard work, especially nowadays, which is why people don't want to do it, even though it's always been a work. They don't realize, however, that once you start off and you do that initial work, as we've mentioned, that beginning stage is always the most important. And once you build that environmental foundation for yourself, the building, the tree, the roots to that, that will allow you the work to manifest and further be reinforced through others and through that environment, because you built that environment that support mechanisms to keep that in alignment. Okay, just like how you need support mechanisms to keep yourself in alignment as you just being a person in life, you need other people to hold you accountable. It's just a necessity. And you have here knowledge without character. We know how important knowledge is toward our understanding and reasoning. Okay, but our character. What about your personality, your humanity, the sense of just being open, your character? Everybody has a character, right? Even in a video game, per you say. And then it says business without morality, right? Morality is key to natural law, as we see. Natural law is also called moral law, and that's the positive expression, negative expression, what is essentially in alignment with natural law, what isn't. This all is often in the form of morals, and allowing us to see that as morality is growing, freedom is growing. So we can go about our business. Makes sense, right? Without politics getting involved, especially because we have those principles set in stone. And it says science without humanity. Yeah, we want to say science rules everything right now, and guess what? That's what's happening, and it's taking control of our human nature. It's taking control of nature. We believe science must prove everything, and that it is the ultimate decision. It's the ultimatum. When absolutely it is not. It is going against philosophy, it's going against poetry, it's going against nature, it's going against many other more powerful forces. So to you science people out there who just believe that we need science all the time, think again. And if anything, science actually works with us in our message if we look at the basis and also the principles of such, right? Like asking and then making experiments and then having conclusions and having to conduct more experimentation for accuracy. We do that in our brains on a daily basis, shall we want to problem solve. So there is science in simple ways, and we don't have to make that super complex. And it says worship without sacrifice. You have to sacrifice your time, sacrifice for things that perhaps that you'd rather do, you'd rather not do, actually, for the greater good. So you take more time out of your life to talk to your neighbors. You take the time out of your life to promote the cause that you do so believe in and that will change the world, given everybody understands this. Okay, and this is a level of understanding. When people understand these simple things, and if you see that people perhaps aren't doing the same thing that you're doing, then you can speak up about it. But don't be angry. Don't let that take over you. Because again, you need to be in control of yourself here. It doesn't help the cause if you're always pointing fingers at everyone else. So it's an ironic situation. But while you want to encourage others, you simply want to speak your mind, and don't let them rule over you. And at the same time, don't be careful with yourself, okay? Keep yourself in alignment here. So it's not just about yourself, though. Understand where they're coming from, especially if you're trying to appeal to them. But without, going on with that, understand that Gandhi said that these things, politics, pleasure, and knowledge, and science, and worship, in the wrong ways are what is going to destroy us. And if you notice, those wrong ways are basically out of alignment with nature. That's what makes them wrong, objectively wrong to the natural law. See, Gandhi says, quote, "The day the power of love overrules the love of power, the world will know peace." So the day the power of love overrules the love of power, the world will know peace. What that's saying is that with love, which we see as an empathy, which we see as an understanding our nature, the left and right brain living our nature, living amongst nature even, all such helps us obtain love, right? Because we're in harmony with one another. We're living among one another. We're talking to one another. We want to make relationships with one another because we realize the burden is not going to help us, and that blaming others is not going to go anywhere, and that's just creating more negative expression is not going to create positive expression. It can never be positive expression because good is good and bad is bad. So when we realize the power of love and always working toward good, hence the law of attraction is going to bring us good, we have this sense of love and this passion, and we want to move forward, and it's a power essentially that works against the powers of evil. And so you have the power of love overruling the love of power, which I would say evil. So you have the day that life overrules evil, the world will know peace. So essentially, I'd like to translate this to, again, this movement. The day that NITA overrules the love of evil, but I don't know if I even want to say NITA, just the power of the movement, the power of people getting together, talking to one another, and creating a message that we can all agree upon, overrules this love of division, which is this power structure we have here today. So instead of more division by creating a whole new movement, this movement is actually just to unite us. So it's the exact opposite of pretty much all the other movements out there. Because most movements just want to start a new movement. You want to start a new movement. I gotta go this way. I gotta go that way. This is not what I'm referring to when I say movement. I'm referring to a unity factor that helps us move in the right direction, away from the wrong direction. Okay, there's only two directions to go here. It's toward the right or toward the wrong. And so we're toward the right, obviously, and we're overruling the wrong, because there's always going to be a level of wrong, but we're going to overrule that, and then the world will know peace moreover, and they will know more about how to keep it if they understand, for example, the horrors of statism and what that does to people's mentality, how that changes our world in such a way that basically is mind control to the many. And if we understand this underlying fundamental basis to life, then obviously we can grow any tree from that. We can grow any tree. So one may use it to rule over others, or one may choose to help bring others up. And when we realize that no power structure can grow with the lack of statism, then we realize that is actually the answer to keeping us out of a manifestation of evil. because nobody will follow the orders of other people who seek to take over control of their own lives. It's just that simple. You have here, quote, individual civil disobedience was everybody's inherent right, like the right of self-defense in normal life, a quote by Gandhi. Individual civil disobedience, right, was everybody's inherent right. So we all have the ability to speak up, for example, against our government. We all have the ability, and this is even proven by, of course, the founders of America, for example, right? Countless examples there. But you see that they wanted to promote inherent rights. They just didn't realize that government inherently is not of that. And through its nature and through its cycle, it would not turn into something that would maintain inherent rights, because inherently it is wrong. So it cannot obtain rights. I mean, it cannot uphold rights if it's inherently wrong. And you have this idea that, yes, humans can hold their own government accountable, but they could also simply, at the end of the day, what this really is just humans holding humans accountable for a belief system that rules over them. When in reality, humans should hold humans accountable in daily life, because that would help with their health, that would help with their relationships, their career, their spirituality, their exercise. People need that extra push to do what they want to do in their individual life. And so what I'm saying is people need to have communities with one another, so it's another reason to just get out there and start talking to people, whether you're for this cause or not, even though the cause is to actually do just that. So the right of self-defense in normal life is just like this, right? Because we all have this ability to defend ourselves, so we have the ability to also go against the oppressors, go against the evil that is here within the world, especially since it's our inherent right to do so, and it is inherently right to challenge in order to innovate, or inherently right to challenge a innately evil system to promote right. And so what we're doing here is promoting the objective inherent right against the objective inherent wrong that we can spot out. Not necessarily government, but the beliefs behind it, statism. The beliefs behind it, control. The beliefs behind it, letting others take control of our natural rights. Right? The getting to the roots of it is not government. It's not even actually close. I can say that word many times, but when I say that, you can always look deeper. When I say anything, you can always look deeper. And that's what allows you to see more about this life, and then allow you to, not always be obedient to one such word or one such notion, but to question all things as an individual shall do for an individual theory, an individual unique idea, individual body, which you only have, you. So understand that power that you have within yourself. Of course, don't use it wrong, and you will likely end up in the right place, given you create the environment for it to manifest. Because with the environment that they have manifested in their favor, they realize that they've used natural law correctly to get what they want. They've used natural law correctly to get what they want. But it doesn't mean what they're doing is actually innately right. And we need to spot that out. And many people have that gut feeling. They know it's not inherently right, which is why they want to speak up, or they don't know exactly how, however, to do so. And that's why I'm offering people is, how do we do that? We represent, we get out there, we start talking to people ultimately, and we create some noise within the people themselves, which is ultimately the solution to all things, especially in a system that is supposed to be of the people, for the people, by the people, so forth, right? But where is that even seen if the people themselves are not even in the scene? You have here, quote, there are many causes I would die for. There is not a single cause I would kill for. A quote by Gandhi, a perfect way to describe this non-violent action, the non-aggression principle. Again, there are many causes you would die for because you believe in them so heartedly, because you know it to be true, as Gandhi knew his cause was true. It was right for the time. It was right for him to do those specific things he did during that time. Nobody should ever put him down for that. Everybody has this destiny, at least he followed it. right? At least he had a passion, he had a spirituality, had something to say. He was an individual, right? For anything that it's worth, definitely. And it says, there is not a single cause I would kill for, because there is no justification for violence. Again, it is an evil of evil. And if you're trying to promote life, trying to promote truth, and essentially you would not want to do that. Because innately, killing is causing death, which is the opposite of life, opposite of truth, opposite of freedom. Ultimately, even though you may say, okay, you're freeing to the death world, I mean, you don't know what happens to when you die. You are free right now. You need to have that mentality if you want to live a good life, because you need to free yourself now. Don't think that doing something absolutely out of your bounds is going to free you, but thinking outside your bounds right now as is will free you. And it's something that if you really expand your mind upon, you realize this truth, this greater love is something that you would die for. You would die for truth. You would die for life if you had to. You don't want to. Nobody should want to. But you would because you believe in it so much. It's just something that Gandhi is trying to put in this quote simply to say that there's no reason to kill. This is simply, that's what it's saying. There's no reason to commit violence on one another being, especially one who is not doing any harm. Quote, strength does not come from winning. Your struggles develop your strengths. When you go through hardships and decide not to surrender, that is strength. A quote by Gandhi. So, if you essentially embrace the hardships you go through and you decide to move on in the right direction from those hardships and realizing what is the right direction from there, that is strength. It is learning from cause and effect, essentially, because you know what caused something hardship to happen, something, you know what good happened, you know what bad happened. Now, if you look at the cause, you make a diagnosis, you can make a treatment, you understand how to move forward in the right direction, and it's strength, it's bravery, it's understanding, essentially, right? So that's what he means here. Strength does not come from your winning. Your struggles develop your strengths. Okay, so you actually need to struggle to actually win a little bit, which is why the natural world, dangerous as it is, teaches us to have strength, which a lot of people, either in today's world, have that strength or they don't in many forms that are actually necessary for them to have. They're not experiencing what is necessary for that of the real world, and many old-timers may be able to agree with that statement. And I would have to even say that sometimes for myself. Do most people in my generation know how to build a basic campfire? But that's called self-reliance, self-sustainability. And guess what? It's also strength, because then you know how to survive. I mean, basically. Talk about strength. That keeps you literally alive. And you don't surrender to something that you don't know about, that's something that you just were completely ignorant about the whole time, didn't even care about. This is actual useful information then, right? To know how to build a fire or know how to go about the world. And you can use that to build your strength when you realize that your struggles are a sign of something not right, so you can address it and become even stronger than before, like your immune system. So you take the strength out of embracing the wrong, out of embracing the good, both. Quote, to believe in something and not to live it is dishonest, a quote by Gandhi. So to be the change you want to be, right, as we've seen from his quote, adding on to that is where if you're not living the person that you want to be, you're not being who you want to be, it's dishonest. You're doing yourself a disservice. You're doing the truth a disservice because you perhaps are promoting the truth, and again, you're not actually acting upon it. You're not doing it within your daily life. Right? I mean, you can say, okay, well, maybe somebody outside a hospital smoking who is a nurse is dishonest, but they're actively choosing to do that, and it's not even like they're promoting to others to eat healthy or to do healthy behaviors. The system is actually okay with nurses doing that, even though it's a health-based system, and it probably doesn't, again, promote positive reinforcement. If anything, it promotes negative reinforcement, right? But, they don't care about that. So that, on behalf of them, perhaps looking at their nurses, is perhaps a little dishonest if they want to promote people's health. And however, the nurses themselves could make the difference and realize that they're kind of also being dishonest to their own bodies, in the sense that they're not eating what they should be eating, or they are not doing what they should be doing. They are being overtaken by an addiction, which overtakes the mind, which undermines their freedom and limits them to slavery, essentially, to that item, to that material thing, which may be a cigarette or whatever it may be. It could be anything. Do you ask of your dependence? Because dependence often leads to bad situations, as we've seen. And simply through observation, you don't always need philosophy in quotes to see it. You can see that dependence is a bad thing. It can lead to really worse conditions, frankly. So be honest with yourself and be honest with others, especially if you want to be transparent and move in the right direction for yourself. You have to report your findings, right? Like a food diary, like a journal, for example. Recognize patterns and understand cause and effect in the same way, so that way you can be honest for yourself and to others what has been happening. Okay, and that's probably one of the best ways to represent your consciousness is by showing exactly what you've been doing. And one such example, really notoriously, is a documentary like this, is to take a lot of your findings, a lot of the accumulated thoughts together, and to show it as you ought to be honest in representing what you believe, what you see, what you live. And I live in a very natural environment, so I might be skewed toward a lot of different country-like views, but I know for a fact that nature is where human beings are supposed to live. So maybe I'm influenced in different ways, maybe ways that I don't see myself, but I try to look at this as most objectively as possible. The natural law is a very good way to see it as such, and that way we are living an honest life, honest to ourselves and honest to the life of all. For Gandhi said this as well, quote, "To me God is truth and love, and God is ethics and morality. God is fearlessness, and God is the source of light and life, and yet he is above and beyond all these." Okay, so it's this greater collective nature. It's nature on steroids. No, I'm just kidding. It's nature and its natural laws, again, which are also considered God's laws. Really to the extreme of perhaps not even saying nature, but saying universe, or saying cosmos, or infinity, or whatever. But I consider that all nature. I do, and I consider truth of nature, as we've seen, they're very one and the same. We see love is often the same case there. We see that people even refer to nature as God. So, this is just, I'm telling you, there's different words to put it, there's different ways to look at it, but we just need to unify under one message, shall we want to move in this right direction of truth, love, ethics, morality, fearlessness, which is bravery, which is talking to people, and then light in life, light keeping people out of the dark, in enlightenment, which involves knowledge and understanding, in life, which is expressing one's being, right, and living their life as they ought to live. Living, literally, are you living your life? Are you being happy? Like people saying, I'm living it up. Like, are you actually living it up? Because if so, then you'd be having a good time, you'd be enjoying the life that you live. And that's something I want to hear from everybody. And that's part of also the sense why this message goes to everybody. It's not just universal, but it's really in its nature supposed to be for everybody. It's not one way, and not for one people, not for one anything. If anything, the one counter agenda to the one system that they've built for themselves, just so we can disintegrate from that system and realize the truth that is existent. This doesn't have to be some spiritual, over-the-top, 5-dimensional thing, but we can understand just the truth itself in simple terms, as we ought to do. See, Gandhi even says here, quote, God has no religion. And again, that reinforces what I like to say, is that I'm all and no religion. It's because, all these religions are created for a reason. They're all existent on earth for a reason. Okay, so you have here, quote, happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. So if you want a greater sense of what to do for yourself, being that it's really important to change yourself, to reflect upon and change the world in response, then, okay, first evaluate, what are you thinking? And then from there say, okay, well then what are you saying? Because you want to make sure those two are lined up, right? It want to make sense to say things that aren't in alignment with what you're actually thinking. Or if you're saying things without thinking at all, it really doesn't make sense. You're doing unconscious actions, essentially. Whereas if you say, after you think, you've made the right judgments to go about saying and doing, which are both forms of action, may you say. Both forms of wisdom that come from thinking, right? From thinking, we could create the action, which again is very similar to that of wisdom. And that's what is this harmony, is bringing all those knowledge with action, knowledge with belief, then action, knowledge and understanding, then belief, then action, to reality. It's all in a harmony because we ought to do that process for ourselves. We aren't to act unconsciously, because then we don't know the side effects. We don't know the effects to what we're doing in this life. So we don't understand natural law. We don't understand cause and effect. And that's what most people are living, whether they understand natural law or not. Most people who go about in life without thinking, they're not following natural law. Whereas people who go about in life, whether they understand natural law or not, they're going about with natural law. Okay, and that's why natural law is something that everybody essentially knows. It's just a matter if they're actually using it, or a matter if they're actually acknowledging it in the world and its presence. Because if they did, and they did to really understanding its relationship with government, then again, it's coming to this conclusion that statism is this very harmful belief system, this ideology, this religion, right? There's a very good picture for this that says, it's a picture of Jesus. It says, I'm an anarchist, all my followers are statists, because statism is considered the world's greatest religion, and God took a rather disobedient nature, perhaps, in different texts. You're talking all different religions, and yet everybody follows God, in any which form, oftentimes with blind belief, or just following the books and just thinking that's true, but they're not actually doing the evaluations for themselves. They're not always seeking this innate universal knowledge of nature, despite that being the laws of God themselves. Okay, so let's move on here. Understand that all those laws are to put everything in a balance, in a harmony. You have here, quote, there is no path to peace. Peace is the path, quote by Gandhi. So, we want to say this is step 1, step 2, step 3, but in reality, again, if we just do as we want to be, then it's just that simple. We go from step 1 to step 6. We can do it overnight, even if it's big enough and people understand it enough. But see, that is a process sometimes. It is a path that one has to take for themselves to do that. But first, by changing the mind, peace is then the path, right? Realizing, okay, well, it's not good to commit harm. Just that simple understanding. It's already the path. It's what leads you to the right path. Because you are not going against the positive expression. So you're going toward the right path, is what I'm saying, the positive expression. So you're going to receive good, essentially. Sorry, I'm making this hard to describe. You're going to receive good because you did good. Okay? So peace is the path. There is no path to peace, but peace is the path. I want people to interpret this also for themselves and tell me what they think about it. I think this quote is very symbolic for the fact that we simply have to be as we want to, as we say, as we do, he's been talking about countless times, and that if we want peace, we simply just have to show peace. We simply have to do peace. We just don't commit acts of violence on other people, and then boom, all of a sudden you have peace because nobody's committing acts of violence. And maybe there'll be several, small forms of violence, but nobody people refuse to commit violence back. So therefore, peace still stays in greater existence, especially since people can learn from that one instance and say that's the whole reason why we are as peaceful as we are, in promoting peace like we are. Because you have people like that who are crazy, who aren't in the right mind, who are essentially along the negative expression. I hope I, have entailed a lot of these quotes in a good enough detail and enough for people to understand it with reason. I could always go into more detail, shall one ask of it. There's nothing wrong with that. I like this message here at the bottom. It says fear, false evidence appearing real. This showing how powerful fear can be, okay? But let's look at this quote. It says, the enemy is fear. We think it is hate, but it is really fear. So this is a quote by Gandhi. We talked about hate in the past. I'd like to see how maybe these quotes would relate to each other. That'd be very interesting again. But we see that the enemy is mostly fear, is what Gandhi is saying. And I would have to agree with that too, because, even hate is a form of fear in some way. Which is why I think he says it is really fear. Because, taking a look at a lot of the negative expressions, especially on people's life and property, we see that it's theft, right? We see all the forms of violations upon one's property or life is a form of theft. So perhaps everything on this philosophical term of mentality could be seen as fear, essentially. And that's most of the positive expression is care, right? And love, essentially. And so, and freedom, right? I don't know which one you want to say is greater than the other, but we can generally just get an understanding, a general consensus. We don't need to go super in depth. But to understand what he's saying here is that the enemy is actually fear. So we may think that it's hating one another, but it's actually fear, because if we hate one another person, it's usually because we have fear in ourselves and maybe we're projecting it, or we have fear somewhere, which is why the hate is actually beginning in the first place. So the other quotes that we're talking about hate, I would like to see where that maybe lines up, like I said, but fear is something that we definitely want to look at, especially if we want to move in the direction of love, the exact opposite. So that would not be the enemy, that would be the hero, essentially, the one that saves the day. It's the peace as opposed to the war. So now we're going to go more among the centrist path. So looking among what is the right mentality to have if we're going to look at things in a more balanced, more harmonized point of view. So we're going to go to some of Mark Passio's slides. This is one of them, where it says authority is not truth. Okay, and so then we see the next one here, the next slide, it says truth is authority. So if I go back and forth here, it says authority is not truth, and truth is authority. Now if you question why that is, because now we're moreover summing everything up, we're getting toward the end, we can understand that truth is authority because of how powerful it is and how essential that it is, especially now in a world of deception, in a world of fear, in a world of negative expression, a world of man's law, the opposite of natural law. Natural law, as we know, is aligned with truth. Authority, in the form of these people, these individuals who think that they're superhuman or above the average human, innately in inequality, by the way, is presuming as truth. They're presuming as the form to which you have to follow their laws as truth, when in reality that's far from the truth. It is the opposite. It is of evil. It is of objective wrong. Okay, so let's understand that truth is authority, and that man's law is not authority. It does not rule over your life. So why is it still in control of your life, if it is, if you haven't got past that mental barrier? Why is it that authority is taking control of many people, but not the truth? Because the truth is the authority when you realize the truth. You see here, this is an infamous photo, but it says saying no is the solution. Another slide from Mark Passio, but this photo has been shared everywhere. Saying no is the solution. Okay, so This one person in the crowd that is circled is the person that's not going along with the rest of the agenda. So that is what's going on here, is this person is not willing to obey. Regardless of what you think happened at the time, I'm just letting you know, you see this one individual who is opposing this narrative that is put upon the masses. Okay, so they will maybe push NITA as this or that, and they want the masses to understand that as if it is that. Okay, so just understand that that's not necessarily the truth. Again, we're looking at the objective truth here. My intentions I've detailed to you here. It's not to rule over, it's not to be about me, it's about you, it's about the objective truth, it's ultimately about natural law, it's about understanding the premises to the world, and that's really basically it. It's wanting to do good in the world. It's not about wanting to follow this person, follow that person. Okay, guys, we need to put this law into progress. Oh, we need to vote this person in. No, we want to change instead of wanting change. We actually, given all this knowledge and information that we've studied now, you should realize that you should actually want to change. You should have the inspiration to want to do better in this world, because I believe that you can, and I know that you can, and that the world works in your favor so that you can, as long as you work in the laws of attraction in its favor. So, say no where it is due. Say yes where it is due. Find out for yourself with the law of attraction. Find out for yourself, maybe through trial and error, but through awareness, through your mind, through understanding, through knowledge. Let's use what we have in our world to make our decisions. Okay, it says, quote, "Earth was created for all of us, not some of us." A quote by Anthony Douglas Williams. You have to question that. Is this earth for all of us or some of us? Then why do you have governments ruling over us? Is that just to help us? Is that really helping us? Is it really actually helping us? You have to question that. Why was government created? Why was it created? Do you really think that? Or was it created out of the illusion of such? Just so a select few individuals can want to rule over others, which again, as we've seen, no person in the right mind, no good fellow man generally wants to rule over other people. And if they do, they severely want to limit themselves, if anything. And how do they do that, and how do they secure that for generations is almost impossible. So we see what the truth is objectively, and it's just a matter of if you actually will enact upon it now. Now I'm giving you an exact blueprint on how to do so with NITA. Mark Passio refers to this as the true great work, and he uses this quote from Thomas Jefferson, quote, "Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. That is the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. So the only true way to attain freedom, essentially, to attain what is right, because it's of the positive expression, we need to educate and inform the whole mass of the people. So if they understand what natural law is, which is this innate intelligence of the world that is universally abiding, that right there is the key then to preserving our liberty, especially since it speaks of the nature of government, it speaks of the nature of the world. It comes from a direct source, something that has been as the foundation to many of the governments that, however, has failed in time. So we need to understand that. We need to understand that every individual through all of history made a difference, and you are making history as we speak. See, Mark Passio also describes it best on this slide. He says, "Persistent. We are the vehicles by which truth operates in the world. Therefore, it is our shared responsibility at this time to help to awaken others by continuously speaking the truth, even if we feel burdened by this task, and even if it makes all of those involved feel uncomfortable." Because again, the truth is the truth. And no matter how much it hurts other individuals, people need to understand the truth, because it will actually save many individuals. Okay, so you work to get that truth out no matter what, but don't do it through means of evil, because then again, it's counterproductive. So you must use the truth through the forms of, using your human nature, speaking to others. We are the vehicles. It's a movement, right, that we have to move in. We have to move toward a direction to which, no matter which path we take, because we're toward the truth, that is our direction, we are moving in the right direction. We are on the right path, and we are moving because we're brave to move on. We're not lazy. We're not falling asleep like all these individuals. And we have something to actually stand up for within ourselves. We are actually human. We are using our human willpower to create the change that we want. Okay, this is an amazing ability for humankind, and it's really up to you if you are going to use it. You were born with it, and this will position you in the world, and this will help you in your own life. But you have to be willing to change your own life. You have to be willing to listen to your own life too, so you understand what I'm talking about, so you understand how to share this truth. Okay, this slide then says the true great work is also a quote here: one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The latter procedure, however, is disagreeable and therefore not popular. Okay, so by making the darkness conscious, it may not be popular, essentially, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Okay, that's why it's a destructive process of enlightenment, oftentimes, because it is hard sometimes for individuals to change themselves, to understand that they have to change instead of asking for change. This is a quote by Carl Jung. Then, on another Mark Passio slide, responsibility. Most people erroneously believe they can hand over their natural law right to defend themselves to another individual, group, or entity. Okay, they believe they can hand over, like as if it's some material good. Okay, and then he says, in making such a false claim, they have attempted to abdicate a responsibility which has always belonged to them, that which always belongs to them, and can never be given away. Exactly. So it makes no sense to hand over their natural law right to another individual when they have this ability within themselves. You know, that this is something they've always belongs to them. Why would you give your right to defend yourself away to another individual? And we see how important it is to Gandhi, who literally shaped India forever, probably saved millions of lives as well, simply through his words, his actions, through the beliefs that he put upon his people. That is enough to do so much. You've seen how powerful the government and how manipulative it is simply by changing people's belief systems, because that's what is doing it. Statism is a mind control religion. That's what it is. Okay, so ability to respond is essentially this responsibility that we have here. Do we have the ability to respond? That is our responsibility. Okay, the one true divide. So we saw the one true work that needs to be done. Now the one true divide, it says here, there is only one true divide that separates humanity into two distinct types of individuals. The criterion for this divide is whether or not an individual believes in authority and therefore believes that there is legitimacy to slavery, being that we see they are two in the same, innately, by the laws of nature. Okay, I'm not twisting this in any way. We have proven to you through all of these quotes, even, which he doesn't go into, even though his lectures are hours long. He goes right into the natural law, but these quotes are reassuring much of what he's been saying. It's reassuring all of this movement too, and keeping ourselves accountable and changing ourselves, and understanding that we can do that. Even for me to speak about it at age 19, I am not afraid to do so, because I realize how powerful it is, and I've seen what it can do essentially within people's own lives, and I know what it can do, being that it is the objective truth, and that I learned from cause and effect, and I've made observations about cause and effect. And so we'll need different people to understand more of the causes and the effects as we transition to a society where people do not believe in authority as much because of its very nature, and they start believing in themselves, because that is the true point here, right? So two types of individuals societies being divided upon: one who believes in authority and one who doesn't. Okay, and that is the true divide, because we see how powerful it is. Once you just eliminate statism, that opens the door to everything else. Here's that picture I was talking about here with the one true divide. This is the perfect way to look at it. You have on the left a statist, and on the right an anarchist. On the right you have the anarchist saying, you have God here, I'm an anarchist, most of my followers are statists, just for a reference example, okay? Of course, your God may be in different forms, we understand. But understand the premises, understand nature, right? That's what we're here to do. You see on the left statism, the brilliant idea that we give a small group of people the right to kidnap, imprison, harass, steal from, and kill people so that we can be protected from people who kidnap, harass, steal, and kill people. So again, a very ironic situation, but that's exactly what they do through their forms of government. They are justifying certain violence and saying other violence is not okay in this scenario. It doesn't make any sense according to the natural law. It is basically illogical. There's even a whole alchemy to this as well, you can see through natural law, where you can see there's the input, there's the processing, there's the output, how from our minds we create this actions that we partake in, and that creates our reality. I mean, just look at how much is involved here just within this example of natural law, for example, through its mechanisms and how it's even connected to the elements you see here. Crazy stuff. But this is what we're looking at when we're really understanding the nature of our universe, right? It says natural law, individualization, realization, and actualization. And so, I mean, there's some really crazy stuff in here. It's really, really cool. And people want to talk about cancer. They want to talk about all this stuff, which clearly we already know there's ingredients in the food that we can say are clearly carcinogenic. We know that certain compounds are clearly carcinogenic, but yet we want to say we need to find a cure for cancer, when meanwhile we see all these things that already cause cancer, created by the industry themselves, and we see all these things that cure cancer, which is created by nature itself. So do we really need anything but knowledge to know how to cure ourselves then? See, cancer is curable now. However, it is not cured with medicine or drugs, but with knowledge, right? Knowledge, essentially, at the key of everything. Because again, that helps determine your mindset to your actions. It's going to be the key toward curing all the diseases, including that of government. See, this photo represents that perfectly. You have here, it says, freedom is a state of mind. And you have a bird in a cage, even though the door is open. So even though the door is open, that bird is in the cage, and he doesn't realize that if he just goes out the door, there's this vast world that he can be in. So he still sees this world, but he sees it in this small space and thinks that's a state of freedom because that's the mindset that he put on himself. But he doesn't realize that by just going through that door, which is perfectly available as an opportunity for each and every individual to do, is to just get rid of statism in their mind. That door is there for them, so they can do that, but they don't always accept it. Again, because of ignorance, because of lack of acceptance, essentially the same thing. Lack of understanding, lack of knowledge. And so they don't want to go out that door. They don't want to change their mind. They don't want to change themselves. They want someone to change their reality for them. Meanwhile, they're still stuck in the same cage, but they probably just move the cage somewhere else. Because that's what government is doing, is they're just moving this cage to different positions, saying, okay, well, are you free here? You're free here. And you're thinking, oh, well, yeah, I'm free here. I'm free there, as we have through many generations. But ultimately, you're free when you decide where you want to go. And you can only do that by ultimately going through that open door, taking that step to open your gateway to health, taking that step to free yourself from all that binds you and holds you in place and keeps your mind in a state of servitude. And you have this depiction too, where you see there's upper figures that you see as upper figures, and they tell someone lower than them, they tell someone lower than them, and it's all just consequence. They're telling you the consequences instead of you getting that through natural law. So you have to deal with them telling you to do something, and you feel obligated to do it, whether it's right or wrong, because they're telling you to do it. They're the one giving you the consequences. They're the ones giving you that feedback loop, which is why the sugar is telling you what to eat and why the alcohol is telling you to just drink more, and they have you on this addicted lack of freedom route. That's exactly what this system is they make fun of, they yell at the person under them, they yell at the person under them, and as long as they have that chain reaction in place, everybody's held accountable to the standard of promoting the system. Everything feeds the system ultimately, which you may see as this big guy here on the left of the side of the photo, and ultimately the person that gets beat up here is the ones at the bottom. You see the little teddy bear, the ones who are innocent, not doing anything. But that's the problem, is you have all these people telling you, do this, do this, do that, and you have this chain of effects, people just be acting often out of fear, because you see that it's like, okay, well, you're yelling at me, so I got to yell at them, and you're telling me I have to yell at them, so I have to yell at them. And then that's when it just keeps tumbling down, and the innocent are then attacked because of it. Okay, this is the perfect photo to describe this togetherness, this family, the importance of having a family and having all of such within your life. There is nothing wrong with promoting this. This is traditionalism. This is right. It doesn't have to be an ism. It's simply life. Choosing to live as you want to be. It's freedom to do as you wish and to live in harmony with one another through principle, through truth, through nature, not through systems that be. This system that we are building, that is called government, is a destructive one. We must understand that in its very nature it is so, and that when they don't want us reaching enlightenment, even though that's a destructive process itself, they don't want us realizing freedom. They don't want us realizing ourselves. They don't want us seeing the truth that actually it's less destructive than them, and it's actually working in alignment with nature, which gives us many, many benefits, from health to fertility to relationships to everything that we want to achieve in life is through understanding cause and effect and how different elements in our life affect us. This is health at best, folks. This is health. This is not even so much just just talking about life. This is all about health, but it's also all about law. It's all about government. It's all about everything of the everything, which is why nature is the answer to much of everything that you may perceive it as such, because it really is symbolic for that we need everybody to promote this everything that exists, because it is here for a reason, and it serves us for the very reason of us understanding it, so we can move on to become better people together. Here's the picture where it says, who wants to change? Who wants change? Okay, so if we're going to take this more center view world on the world, we probably want to see and understand this idea called deism. If we're going to use another ism like the Tao, to understand more alongside what is a balanced way to view life, let's just understand what deism is about. I'm not saying, again, that this is perfect in any way, but again, it's reassuring that nature is the answer to the regard of unifying humanity. Okay, this is not necessarily even considered a religion to some. I don't consider this stuff religion. If anything, I consider it as unifying factors. Religion could either mean unifying or restrictive, frankly. And I think this is a unifying factor, which is why I'm sharing it. Okay, it says here, belief in a single creator based on reason. Okay, so we see how powerful that is as the first step. So, okay, first of all, that makes sense. A creator based on reason, because in order to create, you need to use your mind, right? You need to have this consciousness. Okay, then it says, the order and complexity of nature in the universe make God self-evident. So, nature is being the art of God, as we've previously discussed. Okay, showing proof of God. Essentially, it is the blueprint. It is the tools, the comings of such. Okay, then it says God's full nature is incomprehensible due to limitations of the human mind and language, which again, you don't want to necessarily put limitations upon yourself, but our nature has a role in nature, so it's something to understand. We have here, God gave humanity reason and conscience so we could develop our own moral and ethic principles. Okay, so we need to understand what is the objective and moral and the non-objective morality. We're going to see a more refined version of this deism, because I think this slide, I'm getting these pictures from all over the place. I'm just trying to find what ones may help you best expand your mind upon this knowledge. Okay, this one says human beings should be free to find, know, and worship God in their own way. All views of God should be respected so long as they do not cause harm or oppress the views of others. So again, a non-aggression principle. Many people say the founding fathers of America were actually deists, not Christian or any of this other stuff, but actually deists at heart, because they may have, believed in God and so forth, but they believed in God through these terms. For even a lot of their writings talked about the natural law, as we have discussed and seen, right? So then it says all human beings are created equal under God with the same natural rights, which we all see. We're all under natural law, so we can very well agree to much of this. You even have this picture here. It says, my religion is nature. That's what arouses those feelings of wonder and mysticism and gratitude in me. Okay, so the sense of journey, the sense of wanting to do better, the sense of being present, which is gratitude, right, is embracing the present and moving on for the future, through understanding yourselves and taking everything in. This is the beauty of it. The religion is nature, and this is not something that, isn't said often, because it's something that is said often, I'd say, in many individuals who seek to understand this world and want to unify others and have studied a lot of this stuff even. You have that as a quote is by Oliver Sacks. This picture says, what is deism? It says the possibility for everyone to discover natural laws through their given power of reason. Okay, so again, looking at this, like the Tao, we're going to go through like different examples of what multiple different pictures like to say is deism, and I think they're pretty good examples of this ideology, which again is of the mind. It's getting down to the premises of what is the mind of Taoism, what is the mind of deism. Can we learn from that for nature? And we see that the Tao is known as the way of nature, and then we see deism is essentially this belief in nature and natural law to our connection with God. You have here, quote, this is my Sunday morning church. This is what makes me feel close to God. No walls, no crowds, just me, my dog, and everything God created. Okay, so again, you may want to say Buddha, whoever it may be. Look, I showed different forms in here. And even in the first documentary, you might have seen that all the different religions can agree upon one thing, and that is the golden rule. That is the natural law. You can make connections between all these different showings I'm bringing to you here, but it's all very important that we understand that we can all feel good in this environment. We can all feel good with each other and with the things that we are literally born to have. We want to change that and say that that's not even viable anymore. It's not even an option. Like, that's not true. What we have here in nature is beautiful, and we see it on a day-to-day basis if you accept it and you actually go to it. And when you really open your mind to it, it's like, wow, okay, well, yeah, this is my church. I don't need to be in some fancy place to pray. I could pray anywhere. I could meditate anywhere. I could do yoga. I could breathe. I could focus. I can relax. I could be present anywhere, right? That's often a common thing, often said, too, within those crowds, okay? And so it says no walls, no crowds, just me, my dog, and everything God creates. So just having fun, being yourself, just living your life. This is all it really needs to be. And again, if you don't think it's possible, then you don't think it's possible, and that's the very problem with the world, is because you think that it isn't possible. You have to first think that it is possible, because I know it's possible when we set our minds to it. You see how powerful our minds are. See, this picture, it says deism, peace of mind through reason. So, okay, we see this very great power of reasoning, as we've seen with understanding and knowledge. And the innate knowledge of the universe is often what this is dealing with. When we refer as somebody as a deist or a deism, we're just referring to that as God. Like, usually deism is just another word for God in some cases. So, you can have different ways of looking at this as well, but the understanding of the premises here is that we can do this, no matter what you think. We can do this, but it does matter what you think, because you have to think that we can do this. You have to have faith in it, and you have to understand why it is that we can. Looking at, okay, the golden rule and the non-aggression principle, that's pretty much it. Okay, do we need much else? Because that's really all we need to live in a just society. We understand that. We understand that statism is bad and should never, manifest in our reality, and that's it. Nature is the answer. Simple. All those things are of nature. It's of understanding nature. See, even this quote says, we do not see nature with our eyes, but with our understandings in our hearts. Okay, so not necessarily even the brain and the mind, because again, the heart is really important here. Love is often referred to as the answer. So you have a quote by William Hazlitt. So we do not see nature with our eyes, but with our understandings in our hearts, with our understandings, which is essentially, people want to refer that as the mind. So with our minds, with our hearts, with our whole embodiment, with our whole health, with the whole universe, we understand our whole self. With our whole self, we understand the whole universe because of this reflection. And so we just see the beauty of the world through such ways, and that if we want to see nature, we want to see and understand the truth, live with it. It's not just with our eyes, it's with our full embodiment, full life, living in accordance, in alignment, in harmony, as we've seen all things living in harmony, to truly live in peace, to truly live in freedom, to truly live in all of that which is the positive expression of natural law. And even Isaac Newton can create more positive reinforcement around the idea that nature is pleased with simplicity, which we've been talking about as a key factor here. And if you wanted another quote to sum up everything that I've been talking about around what's happening externally in our environment, in our society as a whole, the manifestation of what people are thinking about, that's what they're creating, this quote puts it together really quite well. It says, quote, "We never noticed the beauty of nature because we were too busy trying to recreate it. We were trying to be God, okay? We were trying to be nature, when in reality we need to work with nature. This is the answer. That's why nature is the answer, not us. That's why we don't lead, like myself, I don't lead the NITA movement, okay? Like that doesn't exist either. Okay, we all do, because we are all of nature, and the beauty is that we all pitch in. Because remember that you are the answer as well to this. We are change, nature's the answer. These are universal concepts that could be applied with reasoning, with understanding. So you have here, quote, "I go to nature to be soothed and healed, and to have my senses put in order," a quote by John Burroughs. Right? Senses put in order, right? From the innate dangerous freedom, we bring order to our lives, and it teaches us, it heals us, it soothes us, because we're taking in even the bad bacteria. We're making our immune system stronger. We're becoming better people, understanding right from wrong, having different encounters in life, understanding trial and error, because we're able to try, and we're able, with that freedom, we have the motivation, the destiny to do so. We're not discouraged by others or pushed on to things by others. Of course, we will still be influenced by society, but we will not be pushed under agendas from which is coming from the government or from large institutions that do not align themselves innately with the natural law. It says here, quote, "For most of history, man had to fight nature." Okay, man has had to fight nature to survive. In this century, however, he is beginning to realize that in order to survive, he must protect it. And that's the point, is we're always going to have, conflicts in life. It's natural to have conflicts in life and with nature to some extent. But now we realize that we've tried to rule over nature, to try to rewire this blueprint, this natural law into man's law, into man's medicine, into man's whatever it may be, and we're trying to change it. Okay, and so it's not even that we realize we have to protect it, but when we realize how much harm it's doing, then yeah, we realize how much we have to protect it. We realize that, oh my gosh, okay, the oxygen is depleting. Oh my gosh, we're running out of resources. Oh my gosh, we're not feeding enough people. Oh my gosh, all these problems are happening when they're easily solved through methods and understandings of nature. And yeah, I'm serious about that, because we're trying to survive here, because that's just part of human nature. But then there's this extreme crowd that says, okay, well, we can do more than survive. We can rule over everybody, and we can rewire this entire planet as we choose, so we can greater our chances at survival. Meanwhile, they're destroying the planet in order to do so. Does that make any sense to anybody here who understands simply nature and the fact that it is here to provide for us? We're not here to provide for ourselves. We're here to get providings from nature and understand how to get those providings, right? Like how you have to open up a nut or a seed in order to eat it, right? There's different ways to do that, and that took ways of learning, and then we just took that to the extreme and said, okay, well, what if we took this, brought it to a lab, and then did this, and oh, well, what if we understand the molecular compound of this, and we're able now to manipulate and imitate the effects of nature, so that way we may be God and we may be nature. Even if people don't think that's the case, it is becoming the case because of how they're accepting it, how they're accepting that as their belief system, they're accepting that as their authoritative practice. Okay, so what are you practicing? What are you obligating to yourself? What are you entering into your life? What are you accepting into your life? This is the question. I typically like this photo too because of how it talks about literature, and you may be able to reflect this upon society as well. It says here, you had in classical literature, you had man versus nature, okay? And then modern, it was man versus society, and then postmodern is man versus technology. So right now we're obviously man versus society, so we're right there in the middle of this picture here. And if we continue going along where we are, it's man versus technology. Now, even if we do get rid of government, perhaps we may still have to worry about technology, but we have eliminated most of the burden, actually, by eliminating government, because again, I consider technology the second government, according to simply the nature of how technology often works on the human mind and what it's been giving to the human brain. So technology is this beautiful thing. Like, I consider a computer like one of the greatest inventions ever known. But that being said, I mean, that comes with an ironic downfall, right? The greatest nation in the world could also be the one that does the most harm. That's what I like to say. So you have this great irony. I think the most popular candidates in the world will probably be the most controversial, right, in politics, I'm saying. And so, you know, generally speaking, people need to change themselves, and that's why you see here in modern society you also have man versus self, where postmodern is man versus reality. So right there is where we're particularly looking at man versus self and man versus reality. That is very, very big. Okay, and if you look here on the left, you have man versus man in classical. We need to get over this fighting with each other, because that has just continued, you know, and it's continued through fighting ourselves as well, because we see that if we're fighting ourselves, then essentially we're going to want to fight everybody else. So especially, you know, going to the postmodern age, if we see, you know, we're versus technology, we're going to want to search for reality. So we're not going to perhaps wonder what reality is. You see, like, the city in the background is like weird. You see, like, the ground is like, you know, out of dimension, and that's all there for a reason. You see exactly like the way that they picture it too. You see man versus man, it's like a castle. Man versus self, you see a city. And you see man versus reality, which is like, what in the world is that, right? It's like computing. It looks like a set of algorithms, if anything, right? And you see in classical, then at the bottom, it says man versus God, because a lot of people were talking about God, right? And they understood God perhaps more because they were closer to nature to an extent, and which is why we're proving a lot of the past to be correct. And then you have in the middle man versus no God, because they feel like, oh, all this God talk has just turned into worse. Obviously, modern religions have steered clear from objective morality and things that people can actually understand, and they want money, which is really counterintuitive, counterproductive. They do practices that are clearly not in the best interest of their cause. You know, there's a whole bunch of problems with modern religion. So it actually is causing people to have no God, especially since they are obsessing over technology and scientism. So that makes sense too. And then you have postmodern, which is man versus author, right? It's like you have so many right now, so many people who are writing, or so many people who are reading, and not enough people actually listening, or not enough people who are actually writing. So it's like you have this conflict then of creation, right? Because technology is a creation and a book is a creation, for example. So this is a really accurate picture for all of society to understand. And I think the best thing we need to do is man versus self to man versus reality. Except versus reality, we should know what that reality is. Because if we have a system where government is taking control and continues to, technology also continues to take control, we're actually not going to know, frankly, what our reality is. We're going to be deceived moreover than we already are of what the truth is. Like, people just think it just comes from their mind, or there's no objective truth, right? So the people are going to be even more confused as to that. And it's either they follow technology or they go against it, and they have to find themselves because technology seeks to replace themselves. And you have this situation where it's just full of ironies because technology is an imitation of the human mind, being that we created it. And it is so perfectly emulative of the human mind that it creates more danger. So, man versus reality is exactly what it is. But which reality is it? Is it the reality of technology? Is it the reality of a fake reality, an illusion? Is it actually going against reality, which we know reality is always here, right? It's just a matter if we accept it. But I'm saying, like, on a mental level, which reality are we accepting? I want us to accept the real reality, obviously, the one that comes from nature, the one that understands classical, modern, and postmodern, all three, because we see how important all three are. How it's man versus nature, and it's also man versus society, and it's also man versus technology, and it's also man versus government, right? I could change this postmodern and say, okay, it could be man versus government, man versus real reality, and then as for the author, well, we'll just leave that be because that may happen as well. You have so many things existent. You have this person who's getting mad about somebody writing. I'm honestly not too sure about what that represents. If somebody wants to clarify on that, but this is a perfect picture, I think, to talking about the condition of our world and where it's leading. You have here, quote, "I love spending time in nature. It doesn't judge," right? All these people are always judging each other for this and that, and it just causes more division. I think perhaps we had some quotes in the past about judgment, so something to just look upon if you want, but understand that you have to live present, right? You don't want to always point the finger, is generally the premises I've been presenting. And you have that as a quote as by Katrina Mayer. Who doesn't love spending time in nature? There's also this quote, "All good things are wild and free." Yes, as trendy as that may be too, I mean, that is just simply the truth. All good things are wild and free. They just, have fun, they do whatever. And, it's their own demise. It's their own problem if they do something bad. We can talk to them and, try to help them in the right direction if we feel like we have to, and it's a moral obligation to do so. But I mean, people are free to do as they wish. We're not going to force them to do anything they don't want. That would be preposterous. So why would you believe in a government that forces people to act a certain way if you wouldn't do that yourself? There's a difference there, and an understanding as well. But looking at all the evidence that we've gathered so far among all this, it's starting, and it should be more apparent to you, hopefully. See, there's a quote here, "You don't need religion to have morals. If you can't determine right from wrong, then you lack empathy, not religion. This is key, the left and right brain." Is that ever talked about in religion? Just the natural laws that be, the centrist view of understanding where all these religions come from, and that a lot of it is simply from nature, and that nature is his representation of God, if anything. So if you want to work with God, you work with nature. I mean, do we understand that? A lot of these are ancient symbols, and sure, they may come from very, very well-known backgrounds and so forth, but look at the premises, right? You have the yin and yang there. You have the right and left brain triangles for the star there, and I don't know, there are a whole bunch of symbols here that all represent different forms, essentially, of consciousness, of the golden rule, of natural law, which is the premises to all of this. So when you understand natural law through all the quotes that I portrayed and all the documentaries that we've shown, I mean, this is just amazing. What we can come up with here is that nature is the answer, essentially, in almost every case or scenario. So if we were to then look at deism, which is considered the center path, the centrist worldview, you have here, this is the perfect description for it. Simple deism is the balanced worldview that far too often goes completely ignored in the dialectical war between atheism and religion. So people are either religious or they're atheists nowadays, and there's a heck lot of atheists growing. I'll tell you that, right? Especially with science and the growth, scientism and Scientology and all this other stuff, right? Which, some people even want to create religions because it makes them money and it creates a cult-like following. This is not something that people should want to do. And so just understand this is also a slide from Mark Passio, the teacher of natural law. And it makes sense that he would talk about deism as well, something that I've also come across because I see it as very accordingly to what we've been saying. And again, previous people, philosophers that we went over, were also themselves very much deist in their worldview. Okay, you have here, quote, "There is no separation between the creator and creation, they are one." Okay, then there's evidence of the creator may be scientifically discovered and known through the observable effects of universal law. Okay, it makes sense so far, right? So the evidence is through the natural law, it's through understanding the natural law. There's no separation between the creator and creation, they are one because they are here all for a reason, as everything is with a reason. And you have here neither the physical nor spiritual domains take precedence over the other. In essence, they are one and the same, right? They all exist about. And then you have here the universe is a place of learning and in a spiritual growth built upon law for the benefit of all. So the universe is a place of learning. So for education, for knowledge, all those things we said are really important. Spiritual growth, essentially, built upon law for the benefit of all. Okay, even in integrative nutrition, they consider spirituality a key part of health. It's having a spirituality because it keeps your mind aligned and toward the right goals, right? It makes sense. If you're looking at this from a deist point of view, you're looking at things in the center. You're trying to understand the left and right brain. You're understanding the natural laws. You're understanding that everything is connected here. And that allows you to want to just expand paths here and branch upon this great tree that we've built. You have here then, it also says natural law, behavioral consequences are in place for a maximum of evolutionary progress. So if we want to make progress in this world and we want to change the world, it's through understanding natural law because it shows us what our consequences are. Through understanding cause and effect, through understanding the law of attraction, all the different terms for natural law, God's law, essentially. And it's the place for maximum evolutionary progress. Okay, so if we want the most change, the most potential, the most possibility, it's through understanding the natural law. For that's how also, again, how we've gotten controlled over this system. But it's also how we can gain control of ourselves over the system so we can truly rule the system by ourselves, which is our own system, our own body, not other bodies, not other people, and not creating systems over other people because that wouldn't make sense to the natural law. And so again, if you want to take this then from the Declaration of Independence, looking at America's foundation, although again the premises behind it was okay, the foundation was very cool to where people today can still agree with it. I can still agree with many aspects of it. The very nature of government is what is very questionable here. Okay, that's the question that we're asking. Okay, but understand that they had an understanding of natural law, but not to the extent of understanding government to that much. They wanted to limit the government. They thought by limiting the government that would help. But how would they ensure that for generations upon time? There was no way, as we previously mentioned and have discussed and also have addressed within the first documentary, okay? Have here, quote, from the Declaration of Independence. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay, so the laws of nature and of nature's God. It says it right there in the Declaration of Independence. And it's also saying here that if it's necessary to dissolve the government and allow people to basically, become independent for oneself, then they shall do so. And so this Declaration of Independence was historical as a step in the right direction toward nature. Now it's time to take another step in the right direction toward nature and realize that we all have to come together to agree upon even what the Declaration of Independence has said itself. Remember to embrace even the mistakes. Not that you want mistakes, but to embrace the mistakes, because I know there's people that maybe have done wrong or feel like they can't do much or whatever, but again, you have all the potential in the world. You have this quote, mistakes are the portals of discovery, a quote by Rohit Chokra we're then going upon that idea of making mistakes and having some difference in opinion, which again is necessary for innovation and challenge, have this quote, "Adversity makes men and prosperity makes monsters," a quote by Victor Hugo. Okay, so then addressing then this movement, which is NITA, right? And I'll share more information about that at the end of this video. You have here a burning desire for people in independent media, people who realize these truths, right? That they want to do action, but they don't exactly know how. Or they want to create action, but they don't always know how to navigate it for themselves in deciding, well, okay, this is the exact actions I should take within my own personal life to change the world around us. And they don't realize that it is starting with themselves sometimes. So, okay, maybe, some people do, of course, but let's just look at the scenario here from the comment, which is why I'm talking about this. It says here by a guy named Frank Kinkton on YouTube, it says, "I really wish Brian, who is a High Impact Flicks and independent content creator on YouTube, would do a video on not just government is evil, and ours is, in my opinion, by the way." Then he says, "Brian is incredibly smart, and it's obvious he loves his fellow human beings, but I really would like to see that passion start coming up with a plan on how we can take back our power from these evil bastards, and don't stop there, but keep it from them forever. Between Brian and his subs, I believe some sort of movement can come." Now, okay, this is not my inspiration, I swear, okay? But I came across this comment, I thought it was very relevant to what I'm trying to do. It says then, "Even if the freedom movement had to team up with any other group out there, no matter how liberal, confused communist, or fascist right, as long as you don't want to be governed, at least by the current standards, then we should be able at the capitals, armed and move in peacefully and take it over, hold trials and hang the tyrants." Now, I'm actually against that, because simply by stopping statism, you don't have to hold trials, hang the tyrants, or anything like that. Okay, simply, just not being a part of the system. Okay, that's all it has to be. Now, then he says, "Imagine having a Virginia gun rally in every state at the same time, concluded by a mass hanging of tried tyrants." Now, there's this common philosophy that, okay, you should hang people who are corrupt or tyrants because they're just not going to help the world, even if you let them be or whatever, and you just went about your own life. Well, yeah, if you just went with your own life, they wouldn't be able to have any power, and nobody would listen to them if they cannot convey their own life. So, I care for all people, and I don't think there's any needing for hanging anybody, okay? But then he says, "I know that if Brian was holding a rally at the Capitol, there'd be a huge turnout." Yeah, because he's very influential on social media, for example, okay? Then he says, "I'm not as knowledgeable as most of you, but if that sounds at all intriguing, then sound off below. Before you treat me like F your rights do coat," which I don't know what that means. He says, "Remember that we only have power in numbers, and 750,000 armed freedom fighters spread out across the nation, all walking in on their state reps for a surprise trial would make anyone, even a battalion of combat-tested Army Rangers, think about how much they want to continue serving under this current state of tyranny." So he's saying that, people are realizing the tyranny that's happening in the world, and it's clear that people just want to take action. They want to move about in the right direction. They don't know exactly how to do it, though. Clearly, it's like, there's a lot of doubt here. There's a lot of, like, I don't know what we should do, but clearly, if we all just got together, it'd work. Like, people generally understand that if we all just got together, it would work out somehow. But they don't know exactly how to do it, but they know that if we all just got together, it'd work. Now, again, I wouldn't recommend people just, like, take their firearms up against the state. Like, that is not something necessary, as we've detailed in the first documentary as well. Toward the end, it talks about, like, okay, what's the solution to this? It's basically just talking to one another and not believing in statism, because that's ultimately the goal. Okay, so then going upon this, you see here the second comment, which I also made sure to screenshot, and it says, "The system is so corrupt, I do not believe it can ever be fixed from within," which I disagree with. Okay, first of all, I'm just letting you know I disagree with that, because clearly, if most of every problem, especially when it comes to health or your mentality, changes your actions, then after, yes, everything does change from within to then outside. It's your mindset that then determines your actions. Okay, so this conversation is clearly necessary. This conversation is very necessary, especially if different people disagree with each other, okay? But then he says, I do not believe that bloody armed revolution can work either. Like, yeah, most people can agree that wouldn't work, okay? I just want conversation with people, and I'm providing a blueprint so that we can do this right and in the right direction and with all of these people, no matter who they are, right? Then it says, there isn't any way you're going to get a majority of 300 million Americans to do it, let alone do it right. Do what? And do what right? Because essentially, all we need to do is just understand this mindset of statism. That's all we got to do. And if everybody just talks to their neighbors and talks to their loved ones and actually has a passion and actually, shares a cause that they can believe in on general principle and premises, then yeah, I think it is that simple, 300 million Americans, because one person shares it with another person, and it's like a domino effect, and then it circulates in different places, and you never know what we can do, but you have to try, because I don't think you can say that these individuals are actively trying to talk to everybody that they see and everybody that they know and everybody within their community about what they actually believe in, and they don't know how to actually do it, which leads them to being like, okay, well, I shouldn't do it because I don't know what would happen to me, or I'm a little scared, I'm fearful because I don't know exactly what would happen if I tried. And, there's limitations on people's mindset, which I've cleared for you in this video, hopefully, as to why we should take action, why we should be brave if we want to actually achieve what we want. So then it says, in my opinion, the only solution may be to remove yourself from the U.S. jurisdiction and to get out of your citizenship. Now, I agree with that to an extent of how you should just disintegrate, right? If you don't believe in statism, you just take yourself out of the system because you don't want to feed it. But you need to share with others within that system because you want to change it from the inside out. Within that system, also what you believe in, so that way everybody can disintegrate more at once, because then there's no way of regaining that system, essentially, unless they use force, in which case, people can defend themselves, and, force cannot happen, again, without people like ourselves, so doing it upon others, which would be absurd, because why would we want to fight our own people? And that also, it stands for a reason why we should not go to anywhere with guns and stuff, is because you're fighting your own people, essentially. You're just fighting, statists, and the statists are the people we want to save. We want to save them from statism, and that's essentially all people who are involved in the government or believe in the government. So he says there are ways made to do this. You are not a person which is a legal fiction on your birth certificate. You are a man with God-given rights that no government has the authority to restrict. Right, I agree with that 100%. This is recognized in international law, he says. Well, clearly, natural law, right, is probably the better term for that, international law. Not so much so, right? Natural law is this one that universally abides to all people at all times, no matter what. And when we understand these premises, and we can bring that to the people in a very simple way, with a share sheet, we can represent with a flag to get people's attention, to start conversations, and to get the media's attention to change it from the inside out. I feel like, yes, we will be successful through that methodology, and then through just simply getting people together through the flag and having the website on there, and the website's a unifying factor, people go to the website, we can create conversations more often with different individuals, bringing them all together so we can talk about the same topics, or different topics about the same topic, essentially, because we all want the same things at the end of the day, right? So we want love, we want happiness, we want family. We want to just live our lives happy and free from systems that don't work or don't serve our nature. So, while these two individuals had a lot of great insight, this is just a perfect example of how we can really move in the right direction if we just bring people together and we create understanding out of all these different ideas and all these different people. And we all move forward with, okay, well, the first guy agreed that something needs to be done. The second guy agreed that something needs to be done. So why don't we do something instead of keep talking about it? Because we're not actually doing anything by talking about it. And while I'm saying, like, okay, well, let's create conversation, but you need to create conversation with the people who need to hear the conversation. That's the difference, okay? Because otherwise, you're just living in an echo chamber. You're talking with people who basically already know the same things. Okay, so we can speculate about how exactly to take action, but we do want to just talk to new people who are stuck in a system where it will harm them to an extent, their health, their liberty, their life, their possessions, so we can free them. That's more important than all this other stuff that people want to speculate on, because we just take things to a very complex stance when it could be rather simple, like I said, where it's just promoting what's right, promoting the natural law. because that's something we can all agree upon. Now, this quote says it really good too. It says, an anarchist is someone who doesn't need a cop to make him behave. Anarchism is voluntary cooperation with the right of succession. The individual or the family or the small group as a unit instead of the state. A quote by Amon Hennessy. Exactly, right? Having your tribe of people, like there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's going to have their friends, everybody's going to have their groups that they prefer, like people that they want, because you can't have too many people as friends. Like that's dangerous, right? It's like knowing too many people and knowing all their intentions and what they do with one another. I mean, it could be a little hard to keep up with all those people, and it's like you can't be friends with everybody. There's always going to be disagreements somewhere at some time, so we can at least seek understanding, right? But this is somebody who's talking about anarchism, which is this idea that you have no rulers, not that you have no rules, because we see these principles set in stone, the golden rule, the natural law, the non-aggression principle. So anarchists are actually very well principled people, when you consider all these principles, these underlying premises that you can work with, that are voluntary and that aren't backed necessarily by force, but are backed by essentially the natural law itself. And that's the only laws that we need to be under, for it's the only laws that we are truly under. And everything else that we want to consider a law is rather just an illusion. Okay, so we want to understand what is reality and what is the illusion. And an anarchist is trying to find reality through wanting to live in a state of freedom, free from rulers. Okay, but I don't use the term anarchist anywhere within the NITA movement because it would distort of the message and the appeal to new people. It would distort of all things, essentially. And there's different forms of anarchy that really just steer away from the actual premises at hand. And so anarchy has been twisted as this term that represents chaos or like communism and different things. It's not like that, when you actually break it down to its Latin terms. So real anarchy is just living in complete freedom and peace with one another. Coexistence essentially is what people want to refer to as, and we're gonna look more about this now to understand what this really is. So here's a quote about it, and you see here it says, anarchism means voluntary cooperation instead of forced participation. It means harmony and order in place of interference and disorder. Exactly. A quote by Alexander Berkman. Okay, and so a voluntary cooperation instead of forced participation. And there's many people who do believe in anarchism, but again, they don't have a blueprint for change as well. Like a lot of people in the independent media communities who I see have great intentions and want to do good. They know the general direction humanity should go, but they don't know how to walk among that direction. And so that's why I present a movement, so we can get people moving on this road that is life. Okay, so we have this where, okay, it's harmony and order instead of interference and disorder, because we have a natural order. It's called the natural law and the natural order, right? The two different things, but we have all those things of nature, and it's just a beautiful place where we already have all that needs to be, right? Even the Buddha says we already have all the answers, and we've seen through multiple quotes of the past that we already have everything that we need. So what is it that we're looking for? Because if anything, it's only going to cause disorder, being that it's not of nature. And it's just interference, exactly, because it's either distraction or something that doesn't need to actually be there in the first place. If it is just talking about a natural law, it's just talking about something that is innately already here. So does it really need to be written on a piece of paper, on a fancy piece of paper? But, the harmony is here. We see that nature has this harmony. We talked about this in all the previous quotes. So we're bringing together now all these ideas, and we see that anarchism is sort of this bridge between Taoism, between deism, through Buddhism, perhaps, through all the other isms, maybe you want to say, but the premises to understand the very nature of our world, the truth to our world, essentially. So I figured to do this last part on camera so you can see more of where my thoughts are coming from, my intentions. You see who I am right now, right here, and I know that perhaps you've seen it in the other videos as well, but hey, I want to share with you now, more going along this line of quotes and philosophy, how we can tie a lot of this together like we have with understanding natural law as it is, but also getting different perspectives, and I'm going to share that with you here today. So, stick with me while we do this, and I'll be recording things a little bit differently So I'm going to minimize that, okay? And we're comfy here, we're comfy. Hope you're comfy too. It says here, anarchy comes from the Greek prefix an, which means without, the absence of, and the Greek noun archon, which means master or ruler. So therefore, anarchy does not mean without rules, it means without rulers. And keep in mind, there's a lot of wrong forms of anarchy that we'll actually go over, because a lot of people don't always refer to anarchy as the right thing. Clearly, already by its definition, people don't always refer it as the right thing. But let's understand where real anarchy comes from if it really just means without ruler, not without rules. Okay, so it says here, quote, if you're starving, I'll offer you food. If you're parched, I'll offer you drink. If you're freezing cold, I'll offer you warmth. If you I'll offer my hand. If you're in danger, you have my gun and my blade. I do not do these things in the hopes of reward. I do not do these things for fear of punishment. I do these things because I know them to be right. I set my own standards, and I alone enforce them. That is why I am an anarchist, okay? Simple self-sustainability, basically at best, right? Because that would then be what it is. If you're not fearing of punishment, because the government doesn't exist under anarchy, under no rulers, so there's less fear overall within the world. There are not this need for reward, this desire, this greed that also comes with such system, which also prints the money, FYI. And it says that he does these things because he knows them to be right, objectively true to the natural law, right? As we've seen with looking at objective right and objective wrong. And as much as I say that over and over again, and maybe I'm going to provide a different context here too without using the word natural law as much, it's just so you can understand the premises, which is that we can heal and we can learn and we can, we'll find amazing people just by talking to them. I just believe everybody out there are such amazing people. You see, I could say right off the bat that the majority of people, all the many people, are very good people at heart. They want the right thing for humanity. They have good intentions. Okay? However, that doesn't mean they aren't misled. And that's a big thing, because you have this very, very small minority, very, very small, which actually to create violence, that actually wants to cause harm to other beings. They actively want to do that. And so the only way they really get their way is when these mass amounts of good people start to give them passage, allow them to permit, in a clear society where although they want right, they can't discern right from wrong because they don't actually know what it is. They don't know what the natural law is. Right, so part of the reason why I also don't have my face on here is so that it's not a distraction. So I'm just keeping it on for this one because I just want you to understand where I'm coming from is, I want you to see where my thoughts are coming from, like more of my facial expressions, what I'm portraying here. I could do it this way, but I'd prefer doing it just, regular mic over, because this is not about me, and this is about the ideas at hand. But I'm glad to, show who I am and what I'm doing here, and I'm proud to also journal every progress of my own, show you how to represent as I do, in case maybe you want to do the same way. Of course, you may represent any way you wish, but don't do it through means of violence or anything that's counterintuitive to literally the cause, okay? And I'm sure they want to spin things. I'm talking about the media or the government in hopes of keeping their grasp for power. And again, that's no surprise to me. But it says here at the bottom of this picture, it says there is far more order to be found in anarchy than shall ever be found in government. People think that government equals order, when in reality anarchy works with the natural law, the natural order. And it's because we're not intercepting, we're not intervening, we're not creating boundaries, we're not reversing nature, we're not changing it in a way that is not meant to be of nature. So we are essentially just working with the universe and working with what we ought to do as human beings, having the willpower to decide, right, what we want to do in this life. And ultimately, it's why I say, statism is ultimately this end moreover goal if we want to change the world. Now that's of course, my opinion looking at all this evidence we have here, but I encourage people to join this movement if they simply want good in life. And I believe simply by looking at the nature of good that ending statism would be the best solution. And that's why I'm presenting this here today, and hopefully you've seen through all the evidence. But let's continue on and let's explore more. I'm going to turn off my camera. Thank you for watching me for a second. Alright, so back to the usual, especially since I also don't want it to cut out too much. We have here, quote, "It is amazing that people who think we cannot afford to pay for doctors, hospitals, and medication somehow think that we can afford to pay for doctors, hospital, medication, and a government bureaucracy to administer it." A quote by Thomas Sowell, saying that people can make their own decisions. I mean, we have this ability called consciousness and willpower, as we've described time and time again, and that if we actually use it, we have our own self-discoveries. We have our own amazing creativity. We have everything that we ought to obtain. So isn't that amazing? That people who think that they cannot afford for this or that, or can't do it themselves, can actually do it. Because they just think that a government is the one that has to do it. Right? A lot of people, especially in the newer generations, think that a government is supposed to do that. They were raised on this this slave think, this right brain type of mentality, if they're not too much of the ego themselves of the left brain. So you have a problem of imbalance for sure, but you also have a problem of, well, who's targeting the roots of the situation? For example, people want to talk about racism. The roots to that is a lack of morality. And if you talk about that alone, that covers all right and wrong. And if you eliminate the big burdens in our life that create the right and wrong, such as that of government, you're already seeing a natural balance to this universe. Karma will come to people who do wrong, actively, through action, because people naturally make judgments of others, and that's fine. Not that they should, but they do. That shouldn't control their lives either, however. Right, as we've seen from the Buddha. And it's important that we understand that it's all about presence, ultimately, at the end of the day, as we've seen from the Tao and the Buddha, and that natural law will work no matter what, we're moving or not. But if we're moving so much in this rapid pace of complex technological era, and it's actually moving those who do good with it into ways that they don't want to go with, then those good people eventually have to do something. Right? But they don't want to feed the fire. So what do? I mean, this is the blueprint of why I started NITA. Is so that they have something that they can do that is still natural to the cause. And it's as simple as basically talking to one another, as we've described, talking to your neighbors and representing. That really sits in everything else, because then people wonder what it is. They start asking more questions, they start thinking more, and then people start coming together, start talking together. Has nothing to do with violence. It's not even based on naturally controversial issues such as racism. It has nothing to do with that. It's about the roots to society, such as, who is controlling your mind? Are you in control of your mind? Are you in control of your life? And do you have a family structure in place? Do you have natural healing herbs at your disposal to heal yourself naturally without side effects? I mean, these are questions of nature, not questions of this bizarre, theories we want to make based on nature, because that stuff is just distractions. It's all distractions. So I actually have a way to sum this up, and I'm going to share that with you, because I had a conversation with an individual who was interested in my cause, and I knew he had good intentions at heart, okay? This is what I believe for most people, is that they have good intentions at heart, okay? So I'm going to share this conversation, just the messages that I wrote in particular, maybe some of his questions, because I think it's also good to get the perspective of a conversation, right? Because you might have questions of your own, and I want you to ask them to me as well, if you're interested in my opinion of it. But simply said, the website, the share sheet that's in the front of the website, NITA.ONE, and just the share sheet itself is all that there needs to be said. There's nothing more to it. It's just a matter of if we actually apply that within our own lives, our own personal lives, of which is a matter of encouragement, a collective encouragement. You can't force people to do that. It's a matter of understanding and education, as we've seen, which changes the world, okay? So, so let's go to this conversation. I said I have important stuff to share with you in the coming days. If you may listen, send a heart, much love. I said, hope you can see past all the craziness of the world. This is during a time, clearly, of viruses and protests and so forth. And I said, you and I, if I may think, simply want to live in our lives in peace and freedom and love. Now, I would say most people probably want the same, right? And then I said the state relies on division. As we've seen, it's simply the nature of such state. If they want to stay in power, it's conquer, divide and conquer. Okay, so he, agreed about the freedom, blah, blah, blah. Now I said, freedom isn't mandatory, it's already here. It's acceptance of the natural law. I want to share with you some stuff I've been working on. We'll publish the site in coming days. This is NITA.ONE before it came into development. Okay, I said I made a blueprint for the utmost peaceful, utmost natural transition to humanity's freedom. I've detailed this in further documentaries and diagrams too. I wouldn't mind sharing. While many, quote, want change, we must, quote, want to change ourselves. The reality of knowing that we change the world, we create government. The first page states all that simply must be simply stated. We must unite on one unifying principle. And then I said, yeah, I've thought through a lot of different things like this, and I have the 6-step speculation under disclaimers in case people want to learn more information. Then I said, this is really key to this in-person work. I said, this is all better in person. The movement is not online based too. Many movements have done much wrong, and there has been nothing like this before. Society will benefit in enormous ways, guaranteed. You are talking more potential than ever, millions of lives saved, people find their destinies, health restored, etc. Because it's the emphasis on self and utilizing nature, including human nature, consciousness, and willpower. For realizing natural law, aka the cause and effect, we realize that we are the change, but we must also abide to nature, not necessarily science either. So people are inspired and prompted to take action in their daily lives. No big change or war. This is a natural transition initiated by representation and demonstration, people simply having conversations and being the change they want to be, sharing consciousness. Okay, so, and then I said, you can be a guiding voice. Guides, not leaders. We all ultimately lead ourselves, but given direction, people will lead themselves. And they said, planning to release a lot of stuff. And I said that, people don't have to know more. Like, they don't have to watch these documentaries. However, it could teach them more to life, right? And as you've seen, and perhaps if you are somebody who wants to be more of a guide, this would probably become very helpful for you, I would assume. And so I say the message as the mission is simple. You want to do good and be good and uphold it through generations. Okay, so then, I said it starts with talking to everyone you know and see. Okay. And it said it's about everything of everything and with everything and everyone. Okay. And I said, use human expression. It's just that simple, right? Because he was like, how are you going to offer this to people? Simply use human expression. Humans created it, they can end it. He said, you educate them, ending statism creates the obligation. And he says the statism as in the societal conditioning, and I said it's the belief in authority, a mindset for which all change starts with the mind anyways. Once you eliminate that, everything falls into place. However, even starting conversations and sharing objective morality will be enough to change much too, and how we even see in the first documentary goes in depth about that, right? And I said, it's all about us, so you are the movement. Because I know your intention simply wants righteous living, so if you'd like to help represent, I'll also be sharing how I exactly get others to do the same, in case it maybe inspires you to do some yourself, And I have planned out, each of the stages in depth. However, it's a rather natural process embraced. We're just embracing the natural process to change, frankly, which starts with just using our human expression, as we previously mentioned. And I said, please feel free to be part of this, and that's why I have no problem talking with you on the phone or anything, but I see it as the literal best way to unite humanity in transition. I've also long speculated upon different public reactions since such is necessary. And that's what's the next part is going to go into. It's going to go about, well, what about through time and how people react and so forth. I have some thoughts about that, some thoughts of my own, regardless of, the objective standings of a lot of all this other stuff, okay? It's basing some knowledge off of quotes, basing knowledge on a lot of different observations I've made. So it's simply something I'm sharing from myself, someone who technically started the movement, but, do I want credit for that? I don't need it. We're all this movement. So I said, thank you for being open to all this, by the way, because simply his willingness to be present and listen was much. And that does a human much service simply by doing that. You'd be surprised. Health coaches, I mean, you can see how simple their role is, but it's just to listen to their clients. People want to talk. People want the spotlight. They have a lot to share. They have a lot to get off their mind. There's a lot of stresses of the world, and oftentimes they just want to share it with someone. Or if you just ask high mileage questions that will get people thinking, it starts helping themselves configure their own life, which is simply all you have to do. You don't have to tell them exactly what to do, because then you're being the government, when in reality you don't have to tell them what to do. You just have to guide them in the right direction. So by asking questions, you are technically doing that. And so I say, yeah, I'm not to speak on behalf of nature, but as a physician or teacher, like all healing and knowledge comes from nature. I share that historically and philosophically, as you've seen here in this one. And so I say, people like you are realizing that nature is the answer too. So I feel like we have great potential. You can look up. There's people who have been saying nature is the answer in different, ways. They just didn't create it into any structure, for example. And I didn't get the inspiration for the name from that. But it's clearly something that is in people's minds and has existed, as we've mentioned. So then I told that the third part is extra notes for myself, more optional to watch, but so people more understand my intentions and the development of the movement speculated through time. Okay, and that's pretty much it. There's not much else. He was asking, okay, then my opinions on everything else, like politics, for example. And I said, well, it's complicated, which is why the truth is hard to understand. I'm not claiming to know the truth, but there are aspects I know surely of it, right? There's aspects we can perhaps point out, some small parts of truth to which we know much of nothing about, right, as we've seen. But I say, generally, people are not putting their focus or conscious energy in the right forces or the right places. Those figures of power make no difference in the grand scheme of life. The protesting doesn't either, being that it isn't of a rooted cause. And the virus could be seen multiple ways. If there's any virus outbreak, it could be seen multiple different ways. But when people realize they have their own consciousness, they see that they have this freedom innately, so they can decide ultimately if they want to wear masks or go out and so forth. And really, it's not a law to make people wear masks. How are you going to enforce that? It's more like a recommendation. Something that we're doing here is like recommending, okay, you study natural law. You don't have to, but it would help you, perhaps, according to, you should probably educate yourself. And I say all limitations come from themselves, ultimately. All political sides are often there for distraction. Right now, the elite structure wants people divided. All they care about is their agenda. It's been planned for hundreds of years even. Think about that as you wish. And I say the truth is even harsher to a lot of different topics, and the root solution is to focus on morality. From what I see specifically on, protest about certain issues that really just come down to morality, right? Basic morality. And so it's looking at the nature of something, which is essentially what we all talk about. And so when people are actively choosing to stand with something that is naturally controversial, then you have to question, like, okay, well, that's not helping anything, is it? And I say that, they use a lot of strategies such as divide and conquer and problem react solution. They've done it for ages because people don't realize and use the natural law, which is actually considered the occult knowledge, and knowledge is power. People are kept dumbed down and without knowledge, so they may be easily controlled and vulnerable, not too healthy but not too sick, a state of servitude. People are in an illusion of the mind, and they definitely aren't with the heart or soul. Understanding statism innately takes away these problems, by the way. So that's the conversation there. And those are just, some of my thoughts on this matter. Perhaps looking at all this evidence I've gathered for you here, based on your common sense reasoning abilities, hopefully you'd come to agree with it, okay? Because here's the thing. I want people to generally unify. I want people to generally agree. Not that they have to agree with me, but agree with the premises, the truth of the matter, which is an objective thing, okay? But you have all these quotes and stuff, and some people might say, okay, well, that's not evidence, that's not enough, and they need science. Do they really need science to prove a human phenomena, a very natural just conversation with one another human beings? I think not. I think humans can be able to decide things based on nature. They don't need necessarily science to do that. So these quotes help us see nature. They don't help us see science. We saw that even poetry, like a lot of these quotes, show us more and teach us more than actually education itself. Moving on here, quote, if taxation without consent is not robbery, then any band of robbers have only to declare themselves a government and all their robberies are legalized. A quote by Lysander Spooner. Okay, don't know who this individual is, but this is perfectly describing the nature of taxation. Very important, shall we want to understand also the government structure and how it essentially violates natural law by one such ways as taxation. Not just the nature of government itself, but everything that comes from it, right? If the very structure itself is denatured, you can expect much coming from it to also be denatured because it's not there to exist at all anyways, right? So you have this taxation. Clearly it's theft. Many people have referred to it as theft. Morally, you see it as such. You work for your money and all of a sudden somebody just decides to take it. Sometimes you even know where that money is going. You're not voluntarily choosing to spend that money. They're saying you have to. It's part of being a citizen, and they try to sometimes convince you that it's for a right cause, but you don't disobey because you fear punishment. So just keep that in mind, that this is essentially, if you don't want to pay taxes, you have no choice. So in a way, it's robbery because it's without your consent. That's what it says. If taxation without consent is not robbery, then any band of robbers have only to declare themselves a government and all their robberies are legalized. So a government is allowed to rob people, but we are not. Does that make any sense to anybody here? So essentially, these are common arguments and principles among anarchism, real anarchism, and it stands for liberation of the human mind from the dominion of religion, the liberation of the human body from the dominion of property, liberation from shackles and restraint of government. It stands for social order based on the free grouping of individuals. And that's a quote by Emma Goldman. Very on point there as well, I would say. Liberation means freedom, essentially, of the human mind. We talked about the mind, but then she also says the body, okay? And she says from the dominion of property, so the overtaking, the control of you, because your body is also your property, which is why, for example, rape is a form of theft too. I said all the forms of the evil there upon property is essentially theft. So then looking at the dominion of religion, it says, so liberation of the human mind from the dominion of religion, because you have to understand statism is considered a religion because it binds to the mind, and religion could either mean binding or unifying. So look at it through such way that most religions are not unifying people. If they choose that you are only Christian and you're Christian, or you're only Buddhist and you're Buddhist, and if you don't believe in God, you go to hell, so forth. Ideas like that, which aren't necessarily unifying and keeps people in bubbles, don't let them see the golden rule. Okay, so if the golden rule is a core part of all these religions, perhaps we should understand that, it being that especially it helps us live under a very free, the most free of a state any state can ever be in, which is a non-state. It is freedom, just literally embracing what we have now, which all the answers are here, as we've seen said by the Buddha himself, which you may say is a religion, but all the things that he says is simply just true. And I'm not saying for you to be an atheist. We saw how dangerous that is too. We see how left-brained that is. Clearly the natural law are spiritual laws, and we saw that deism clearly also opposes atheism. So understand that, don't take anything to the extreme, especially what I'm saying, just to get the understanding of what I'm saying, the premises, and see my intentions are simply in just wanting people to do right. That's all I seek for people to do. Here's another picture describing it. It says, anarchism, no person may rule over another. Just that simple. It says, anarchists oppose to the dominion of any individual or group of individuals by another. We favor a consensual order based on voluntary cooperation, mutual aid, and the maximization of individual liberty, right? Which we all have innately. We are embracing it. We are living present, like the Buddha has been telling us to live. And I'm sure you could always find flaws somewhere at some time among different things, but this is the grand scheme. This is the one great divide that we saw, and also the one great unifying factor, shall we look at it in the right point of view. Now, you have this here, quote, is anarchism possible? Well, the failure of attempts to attain freedom does not mean the cause is lost. A quote by Johann Most, exactly. Especially if you have multiple governments around the world. Now you may ask me, you say, well, if there's multiple governments around the world, how is it possible? Like, let's say you have everybody in the U.S. on board with this. How is it possible that you still secure this, because there's still other governments involved, there's still other countries involved, and this has been used as an argument, I'm sure, but it's just that simple. If all of humanity believes that statism is bad, all of humanity realizes this, which means this video might have to be translated, then, well, everybody simply disintegrates from the government system. And even if there are certain governments existent, simply being that statism is the very core aspect that holds it up, even if a new government tried to control all the people, they wouldn't be able to, unless they did mass casualties upon people through violence. Okay? They would have to unleash a lot upon humanity to try to seek their control. And guess what? Is the truth the truth? Are we going to stand for the truth, or are we going to keep going around it and keep manipulating it and controlling it? Because ultimately there has to come a point in time where we just absolutely embrace the full and complete truth that is here to serve us. Okay? Nature is here to serve us. It's here to work with us. I want you to believe in the truth. I want you to believe in the God that you believe in. I want you to believe in the true nature of that God. Why was it created? Was it created to unify people? Realize how it can be unifying, but look at the nature. See how nature is unifying within itself. Of all the religions, how nature encompasses all of those and helps us see this bigger picture. Because then, if we open our minds and we change our minds, then anarchism is definitely very possible. Because our minds is also where we hold statism. Our minds is also where we choose what actions to partake. It's essentially how we respond to the external environments, to the external forces. Do we take control of who we are, or do we let it take control of us? You see here, this is one of the best forms of anarchism, I would say, which is called voluntarism. Just another, ism word, which I don't consider as unifying as NITA, for example, which isn't an ism and isn't something that is necessarily a belief system, but something is more a transition among all the belief systems and all the ideas and all the people of all the world. Okay, but let's just learn from this one as well, just like we did with all the others. This one says, let's make peaceful revolution our resolution. And I like that says as well. I mean, there's some people come up with very cool sayings for this. And voluntarism is basically, that, for example, the easiest example is like, okay, you have money, you choose where to spend that money, and that person gives you something in response for your money. Like, that's just that simple, because you're volunteering your money, or you're volunteering yourself for a cause. Like, it's just called being voluntary, essentially, and just adding an ism after it. But essentially, that is anarchism in a great form, because it's not forcing anybody to do anything. Now, it says, what you can Google, voluntarism, agorism, not sure what that is actually exactly, but then it says non-aggression principle, which is one I've described here, and the principle of self-ownership. So people have clearly made ways to unify people through these principles. I think they were made to be unifying anyways, and it just represents essentially the natural law. So you can Google those terms as well if you want to learn more, if you really are interested in seeing more perspective, perhaps. Now, if we were to compare then statism versus voluntarism or anarchy, you'd see here that statism requires force, the other requires virtue. Statism divides people into controllable groups, it encourages envy, it rewards loyalty to the state, it destroys success, it seeks to control others, it limits your options, and results in suffering. Okay, so I don't know what more tells us everything that we've been talking about, especially with all the quotes and all the philosophy of the past. Okay? Philosophy, sorry. Now, voluntarism says that, yes, it requires virtue. They leave people free to associate. They encourage wise decision-making. So, see, encouraging wise decision-making, right? Because there's always a mindset to put upon people. There's rewards loyalty to hard work, through natural karma, through people simply doing trade with one another. Rewards success, seeks to keep others from controlling you, offers limitless options, and results in freedom. And this is basically a different way to look at positive expression versus negative expression from natural law. The same exact thing, essentially, from that slide that we saw with that. So, we can go through each one, we could talk about it, but hopefully you understand the premises by now based on everything else that I presented. Here's another diagram. This one I like because it's very pretty on the right side, and it's clearly the right side that we want to go. And it says anarchy definition without rulers, okay, the non-aggression principle, self-ownership, self-determination, and solve problems voluntarily. Okay, whereas on the left, if you're a statist, you believe in taxation, you think that might makes right, and statism, which is, quote, a political system in which the state has substantial centralized control over social and economic affairs. Okay, so if you even just want less government in your lives, you should likely agree with the right side here of this image that wants freedom and is in alignment with the positive expression of natural law. You see here another diagram of statism doing the same thing with different guy and expecting different results. So this president, that president, this leader, guess what? The root of all government is statism. If that's an innately wrong, immoral mindset to have, then perhaps we should eliminate it because it's objectively, innately wrong. That's why it doesn't work. So it doesn't even matter who you put in power. It doesn't even matter if these people are real or not, especially since that power is automatically denaturing these individuals often. And these individuals are often chosen by the state, not to mention. So let's just understand that statism is a very bad mindset. If we can understand that toward educational stage 4 to 5, before 6 of my 6-step speculation in NITA, and then we are moving definitely in the right direction toward unifying humanity based on simple ideas, frankly, of the mind. Okay, and I understand if people are still trying to grasp this, understand this, they want to seek it out for themselves, I encourage that you do. Okay, you have here, quote, "It is the state that is robbing all classes, rich and poor, black and white, worker and businessman alike. It is the state that is ripping us all off. It is the state that is the common enemy of mankind." A quote by Murray and Rothbard. Okay, so understanding the power of the state is that of everything of evil expression, or even feeding evil expression. If you think for one moment that they promote positive expression, look at the nature of such system, the nature of government itself, because this teaches you a lot if you understand natural law. It teaches you a lot. It's part of the reason why that's one whole step by itself, because if it's the objective law, something that cannot be disagreed upon, given reason and understanding and common sense, then, folks, that's what we should use. That's something that we should have, and we should uphold that for generations. Because if not, if there's a better way to look at the world, please tell me what it is. Please tell me what it is. Because natural law is this one unifying factor. It is the knowledge that is hidden from us. In its collective perspective, of course, it is all around us and always at work. But you have here, quote, one of the traditional methods of imposing statism or socialism on a people has been by way of medicine. A quote by Ronald Reagan, who, by the way, was a president. But again, we're perceiving the quote. And notice he equates socialism to statism in a way, which most people want to say anarchy is like is like socialism. So again, people want to twist the definition of anarchy into other forms, which it innately isn't. Just like what they want to do with the truth is change it to what it innately isn't. And so you see, though, that Ronald Reagan is saying by this quote that they have done this through way of medicine. So they have changed our traditions, they've changed our way of being, they've made us more controllable, essentially, when he says imposing statism, and they've made us want to be more dependent, when he says socialism, by way of medicine. Because, again, not too healthy, not too sick. Medicine is the key here, especially to people's even mental health, by the way, which if we know the mind changes everything, then you have to know how important then mental health may actually be, especially in a world where autism is becoming every 1 in 2. ADHD is not this real disease, but it's being treated with drugs, which are causing a whole host of other conditions, and you have all these ingredients in the food that actively trigger and cause ADHD. That's not being addressed, just like natural law, because if we understood what is of nature, the simple foods that are of nature, then we can also heal our mind and we can heal everything. in different regards. Again, dependent on perspective, dependent on how you take that. When I say heal everything, when I say NITA helps everything, it still depends on you and your willpower and how you take this. But natural law definitely is about everything. So if you learn about everything, you may get a greater sense of knowledge about how to go about everything. And isn't it funny? I actually have some people who talk to me about some of my beliefs, and they actually, and these are people online, of course, because they wouldn't talk to me in person, and these are people who actually think I have no philosophy to back what I'm saying, when clearly everything that I'm basing everything here is just off of philosophy, and yet it backs everything that I've been saying. All these quotes and all these ideas have backed and have formed my opinions over time. And I would assume it would of anybody, especially if it's of righteous common sense, right? And it says here, quote, just the picture, it says, a government big enough to provide everything you need is strong enough to take everything you have, in case people, instead of wanting less government, just want more. In a way, when people are divided with each other and thinking that they're against the government, they're actually doing themselves a disservice and actually growing the government. The people at the very top, the roots to the structure and what they're actually protesting about, is actually just growing, because they're not targeting the roots. They're not looking at the bigger picture. So they're not doing either one, and that's why this world is becoming the way it is. If they understood the bigger picture, they'd see the roots. That's the thing, right? If you were to expand your view of a tree, it's not that you'll just see the top of the tree, you'll see the roots too. And that's the difference. You have here another quote. It says, anarchists know that a long period of education must precede any great fundamental change in society, hence they do not believe in vote begging nor political campaigns, but rather in the development of self-thinking individuals. A quote by Lucy Parsons, perfectly describing exactly what we must do as individuals for NITA and for the change that we want in this world toward the truth that is objective in here and all around us. Okay? So we know that a long period of education must help, right? We know that education is everything. We know that it helps everybody to know about the law, the real law, to know this education, to know that their actions actually do something and mean something, right? Because many people are acting unconsciously. So it says, hence they do not believe in vote begging nor political campaigns, right? I don't. I certainly don't. But rather in development of self-thinking individuals, because that right there is what changes all society. It's changing our mindsets. This is something I've been saying time and time again. Okay, so education must precede any great fundamental change in society. Okay, so we must create this fundamental change. And NITA is my way of representing that we can have a self-thinking individual base of people of all around the world wanting to think for themselves, wanting to express for themselves, and live as they ought to do with nature. That is the big truth to this matter, and that is the ultimate goal. And it says here, statism, the most dangerous religion in the world. Just look how many people are there and how many people believe it, how many people think these people are human, for example, right? Because it's the illusion of nature, it's the illusion of truth. In reality, I mean, even simply the structure itself, clearly, it is not of nature, it's just not of nature. Now, by the way, just because these government buildings exist does not mean we take them down, does not mean we burn anything or whatever. Just, let them be. These are still historical structures that helped us come to where we are now. And it's all transition. It's all transition. Don't look at anything as bad, just look at it as something to learn from. Right, as we've seen from previous quotes. You see here, statism is a religion, and you have here God, prophets, idols, commandments, praying, tithing, the state, politicians, flags, laws, voting, and taxes, which is why the flag is not the only key here in NITA, but it's to get people's attention, like that one meme said, when in doubt, wave a flag. And it really is, semi-pathetic, but in a way, it's also good just to get the cause out there initially and to remind us in time that who we really are, essentially. And we are people of consciousness. We are people who choose, how to go about in our lives. And so we have this big problem, though, of people who do not believe in government, but they also don't believe in God. So where are they essentially putting their faith is the question. And so you have here on the left side replacing worship of deities through men, right? And then you have here with worship of men directly. So replacing worship of deities through men with worship of men directly. That's essentially how I see atheist statists as well, which you may just call stateists. And it's kind of dangerous, I would say, particularly because it just feeds the ego, the left brain, as we've talked about, in its very nature of how it operates. But these people might be some of the hardest to convince in the world about statism. So just be aware of that. So a lot of people, perhaps even in the science community, may get very upset with this matter. Of course, people who believe in government and are super programmed will also, but these ideas go side by side with just left brain dominance, basically. And when you realize that it's a psychological situation, you realize how much power is also in the mind as well. See, there's a difference here. I'm encouraging people to be creative, to use their own expressions, to think for themselves, instead of telling them to actually believe me. There's a difference, because that's exactly what the state has done. It says here on this picture, it says the state is almost a perfect religious cult. Its followers are willing to throw away not only their own lives, but the lives of their children without hesitation. And yet almost none of the believers realize that they are faithful followers of a radical religion. And they say, I don't worship the state. Then they petition their government with prayer, voting. Then they say, quote, I believe in a free market. And then they trust government regulations to keep them safe. They say, quote, the state is not my God. Then they remove their hat and in their vow allegiance to the scriptured emblems, banners, and idols of their God, test them in conversation, and they will cry, who will build the roads? Who will print the money? Who will feed the poor? Who will teach the children? Followers of the state lie to themselves and call themselves Christian or Muslim or atheist, and yet their true definition is to this beast that grows powerful in war while destroying the wealth of future generations. There is an answer, there is a cure for the cult of the state. Exactly. And you may say it's anarchism. I'd say the better, most unifying theory of all of this is nature. Nobody can disagree that nature is healing. Nobody can disagree that it is ultimately the best way out of any mess. Because if you were in a bad state of mind, you go to nature, it heals you. Now maybe, what nature is it? Well, think of your most favorite environment. Do you like to be near a beach? Do you like to be near a mountainside? Like, what is it? But people have this attachment to it. They know it heals them. They know that they should do what's right for their bodies when it comes to health. But they don't realize that they apply the same logic to their mindset when it comes to government, when it comes to society, because this is ultimately the answer, nature. Okay, and now going about this, you have another quote. Anarchists did not try to carry out genocide against the Armenians in Turkey. They did not deliberately starve millions of Ukrainians. They did not create a system of death camps to kill Jews, Gypsies, and Slavs in Europe. They did not firebomb scores of large German and Japanese cities and drop nuclear bombs on 2 of them. They did not carry out a great leap forward that killed scores of millions of Chinese. They did not attempt to kill everybody with an appreciable education in Cambodia. They did not launch one aggressive war after another. They did not implement trade sanctions that killed perhaps 500,000 Iraqi children. In debates between anarchists and statists, the burden of proof clearly should rest on those who place their trust in the state. Anarchy's mayhem is wholly conjectural. The state's mayhem is undeniably factually horrendous. A quote by Robert Higgs. Okay, this is really important to understand. This quote is perhaps, really good to recap just some of the dangers that the state can do by itself in its very own existence. But now I'm telling you that there's even more of its score it's doing on people in their heads, in their daily lives. People are actually influenced by this. And it's because they have to live under this fear. They have to live under certain standards, and it actually undermines their human potential to simply using their own consciousness. Just that alone can do a number, because people don't realize what they can actually do and who they actually are. They don't realize in their destiny. They may have more of a depressed mindset. They have multiple problems that may come from that. There is a lot of different ways to look upon this. Okay, but this quote is very telling again. For all that has happened in the past, and if we want to learn for the future, it is understanding this past. And if we definitely want to learn for the future, it is understanding the present, what is always here all the time, and changing the present for the future by changing ourselves and talking to one another. That's what's going to help this whole situation. We don't want more war. We don't want any of that. Anarchists did not carry out any of this. They just want to live in peace. They just want to live their lives. And I think most people do want the same. They just don't call themselves anarchists. And that's fine. People just need to understand what that means, though. They need to understand what deism means, or what the Tao means, why it's symbolic, because it speaks on behalf of nature. This is another famous quote about statism. Ideas so good they are mandatory. And you see a bunch of police like, this is not a good idea, but somehow people think it is, which is why it's a belief system that we call statism. It's not even possible for a police state to rise up, or techno-tyranny to happen, or any tyranny to happen for that matter, if statism is simply not existent within the population. Okay, so you have here quotes, there is really nothing that can't be done except by an individual. Only individuals can learn. Only individuals can think creatively. Only individuals can cooperate. Only individuals can combat statism. This is a quote by Leonard Reed. And again, I'm bringing these quotes together specifically because, and it's not even that it's like all that specific, but this, I mean, everywhere you look, this is the truth, ultimately, is the power of you as an individual. And I'm sure they may throw other quotes this way and all that, right? But the point is, nobody's going to reverse the truth that you have control over yourself, or that the truth is the truth. Right? Nobody can reverse that. Nobody can change that. Okay? Even in the past, nobody can change what has happened. Right? So we learn to accept it. We learn to embrace it. We learn how to move on, though, with our current mentality. It's not all about the past. It's not all about the future. It's not all about the present. But the present really is all that matters, frankly. So only individuals can learn. Only individuals can think creatively. So then, what society are we building? Are we building a society based on collectivism, or a society built on individualism? Because if it's a society based on individualism, where people can learn, they can think, they can be creative, they can cooperate, and they can do pretty much anything in the world, especially for good and greater potential, and allowing more good to happen, actually, then, what society is that of collectivism? It's basically that where you can't learn, which, as we've seen, the education system is not all that great. We see you can't be creative, where people feel like they just take ideas from others or celebrities. So the select few who are creative put upon the many, and many who don't know how to be creative by themselves, or think it's impossible, that think it's already been done. Okay, and then they can't cooperate, because they just have to cooperate with them, those specific individuals, their ideas. They don't cooperate with one another as individuals. They cooperate as sheeple, as people who are being controlled by another entity, instead of being individual and choosing to opt in voluntarily. Okay, so only individuals can combat statism. If people want to change the world, it starts with individuals. It starts with eliminating statism. It starts with having conversations about statism. It starts with having conversations about nature, and how that ties into everything that we've been talking about, and how we can tie in all these different quotes to each other, how we can tie in almost anything of the natural world simply by observation together. I hope there still is poets out there. I hope there still is, many people like that out there. I encourage that people who watch this, anybody who you may be, if you're a video creator, recreate this in a way that can appeal to more people. I encourage you to, because if it really means so much, which it does to me, because I see how much worth it has, I hope you see the same thing, because it really can mean a lot. And it does mean a lot when we put it into practice, and when we see how much change it actually creates within the world. Objectively, for sure, and guaranteed, if we meet certain conditions, if we meet certain requirements, such as eliminating statism. And again, for anybody saying that freedom is this bad force that we shouldn't have and we should limit our freedoms, listen here. True freedom includes infinite possibility, which by definition includes the possibility of chaos. This possibility must be embraced without fear if we are to be truly free. This is a slide, obviously, by Mark Passio, and it's perfectly describing how if we realize and open up and simply embrace to what we have now, the answers that are already present, as we know, the infinite possibility, which now we know is also present, that comes with freedom, and we embrace that without fear, which we know fear comes typically from the negative expression of the government, from forces that clearly don't have any moral compass, then we are to be free. We're not to be in a mass state of deception. We could be deceived through some small different ways. There, of course, will always be some small different crimes, but there won't be any mass horrendous, killings and wars and all this crazy stuff that doesn't have to exist. You look back on that stuff, I hope you look at it and you're like, why did the humans do this? Why did they do this? There's no point to this. And they just did it because out of greed, out of just too much power, out of being denatured to a point where they want that much power. They want more war, and they feel like that is the solution. When in reality it is not. Right? But as a powerful individual like that, how do you change your mindset like that when the whole system is built upon that mindset? Okay, it's going to start with us, the people, the base of the pyramid. That's what starts all of this. We are the roots to this system, and we are the ones who will fix it. So understand that, and you don't have to create a violent action to do it. That is not the way to do it, as we've described. The way to do it is simply understanding. Simply understanding who you are, your nature, what is meant to be, what is right in nature, what is freedom, how do you hold yourself accountable, how do you work with others, what is best for your health in life if that determines your happiness. Isn't happiness the end goal in life? Okay, ask these questions. It doesn't just entail to your life, but it entails to what must be done for all of humanity if they want to become free and live in truth. You hear all of these songs talking about how people, if they just love one another, they can get together. Yes, that's the truth, but there are certain requirements, there are certain conditions for that to happen, especially to transition to such society, and that's what I'm offering to people. It's not big of a deal, which is why I care so much about it, which is why I would devote my whole life to it. So I hope you see what I mean. And many of those songs also, funny thing, talk about how, there's people that take us down and that there's stuff that is always on us and affecting us and limiting us. You have to realize then the biggest limiter is that of government. Because if you eliminate the biggest limiter, at least you're making it easier so people can open up to this infinite possibility. Okay, and they realize that they have this possibility, and they're obligated to use the possibilities to their best interest so they can best make the best decisions within their life, for their best life. Okay, we're going to go through more quotes here. This one says, quote, "No man has received from nature the right to command his fellow human beings," a quote by Diderot. Okay, so no man has received from nature the right to rule over or command his fellow beings. Simply said, nature does not give us that right. Okay? We presume it upon ourselves, and we create a system based upon it, which is what we have now. And that system will tumble down on itself. And it will just be a matter of time, and people will receive mass casualties for it. It's sad to see it. It's sad to think about it. But you know what? I look at the bright side of things, and I say, well, people with mindsets that they have, with consciousness that they have, can change it. But they have to use it, and they have to be willing to unify, and they have to be willing to agree, they have to be willing to accept the truth that is existent, to accept the natural law, because there isn't an opposition to it. There isn't, unless it's rooted in your faulty or imbalanced belief system. See, even this quote says it. It says, quote, "Anarchy is the true nature of all things. Monarchy, democracy, communism all uses useless forms to control the human mind. But a mind cannot be controlled. It cannot be restrained. It has no boundaries. It has its will. Anarchy is the true nature of all things. A quote by Alex Batig. Okay, we have multiple perspectives through multiple different people, through multiple different sources. And again, observe your world, observe the natural world, and you'd see this, okay? It's just that simple. And of course, maybe this, photo's a little like rad, dude, but it doesn't have to be that way. And it could be rather simple, just understanding the premises at hand. It's rather peaceful, it's rather coexistent. People have made it look like it's violent, made it look like it's something that it's clearly not in its principle. So understand that and realize that anarchy is a true nature. And you may also consider, NITA, nature is the anarchy, not just the answer, in a different regard, right then, also with a similar A-like structure in NITA. But, regardless of that, I'd say nature is the answer is perhaps the best way to put this. If anarchy is simply the true nature, then the root cause to anarchy is nature. And so if we're just going right to the root cause, it's nature itself, especially since it's more unifying and more able to be known and utilized within our lives as opposed to the word anarchy. Words do make a difference, especially if you're going to transition humanity in the initial stages. But clearly this goes to heart, this goes to gut, this goes to much human emotion. You have here, quote, anarchy is all around us. Without it, our world would fall apart. All progress is due to it. All order extends from it. All blessed things that rise above the state of nature are owed to it. The human race thrives only because of the lack of control, not because of it. I'm saying that we need ever more absence of control to make the world a more beautiful place. It is a paradox that we must forever explain. A quote by Jeffrey Tucker. So on point. This quote is so unbelievably on point, and it could be so hard for people to understand this paradox because of how people have been programmed in their minds. Okay? So anarchy is all around us. It's like saying nature is all around us. Freedom is all around us. It's all here right now. And that without it, the world will fall apart because guess what? Again, looking at how our creativity is formed, looking at how our education is formed, it's from nature, it's from freedom, it's from observing all this stuff, it's from using our creative abilities, not being fearful of them, and actually using wonder, using challenge, innovation, which is impossible if you have limitations in fear and negative expression. So anarchy is the very definition of innovation, of productivity, of nature. And to understand that is something that we must forever explain, he says. So that's why this movement is also generational, because it's something that we do have to forever uphold, generation to generation, even once we achieve a world that doesn't believe in statism. Okay, there could be maybe one or two governments existent, but guess what? Those governments will never see control over the masses because the masses understand then how bad statism is, and they've put it into their heads now because they realize how bad it really is. And that's the world I'm hoping for, is that where people understand right from wrong, or they understand how bad statism naturally is, and that nature is essentially the answer to all conditions, as much as one person wants to throw this drug at you or that. But to understand that, well, we can heal ourselves, and it's still, obviously, you're still taking risks on a daily basis. But there is never a perfect world, and the perfect world that the government wants to create is clearly not going to be one in our favor, in nature's favor. Whereas we can create a world that's pretty darn close to perfect, that's already within nature. It's how we just embrace nature as a whole society. Okay, so anarchy is all around us, folks, and it's just a matter if we choose to accept it and understand it with our mind, so that way we may apply it, just like natural law. So anarchy is already here. In truth, it already is. But you have to embrace it. Meaning, you don't vote. You don't fall to the hands of politicians. You disintegrate from the system if you're somebody inside the system. And nobody participates in the system at all. They don't give it any credence. They don't give it any attention. Because they know that it is not right for the world. They know that in its very nature, it does not help. If everybody stops paying taxes at the same time, what are they going to do? They can't control everybody, right? So just another example. People have their own guns. They can stand up to their own government. That's what they're supposed to do when the government has gotten tyrannical. Okay? okay? But they don't go up to the government with their guns. They don't have to do that. They just have to defend themselves and say no. Just disintegrate and say no if they start coming into their life and saying, well, you have to make sure you do this. No. And we all do that, and then they can't do anything about it. And who's the one doing that in the first place? It's still everyday people. It's still everyday people. So if you convince even those, the cops, the individuals that are breaching upon someone's property to do that, well, there's nobody to breach upon the property. There's nobody to even back the government's demands or grasp of control. Okay, so that's how much of a societal difference we'll want to make in time, if we really want change in this world. Again, family, friends, everybody speaking to one another, creating that conversation so that those individuals can understand that very fact. You have here, quote, "Who are you to judge the life I live? I am not perfect and I don't have to be. Before you start pointing fingers, make sure your hands are clean." A quote by Bob Marley. Okay, very symbolic. Again, okay, before you start pointing fingers, make sure your hands are clean. Are you someone with good intentions? Are you someone that actually cares about other human beings? Before you start pointing fingers and say, this is the problem, that's the problem, because I'm pointing a finger at government, right? But I'm also pointing a finger saying it's all about us. We have to be the ones to change. I'm not pointing the fingers at status necessarily, but the idea, the belief system that takes control of people. See, I don't let that belief system innately title that individual. Like, I don't call them a status necessarily, but I can say that they're under the belief of statism. And that's a better way to put it, because you're not calling someone something. It makes it sound more derogative. It makes it sound more severe. It's like saying someone's a diabetic when innately they just have diabetes. If you say they're diabetic, it feels like, okay, they can never reverse their diabetes, when it is actually completely possible with like a high carbohydrate, just clean, nice, good carbohydrate diet with some fat, some healthy fats, just a clean diet with high nutrition and nothing high glycemic. Like, that's just that simple, right? So understand that, not necessarily the diabetes part, but understanding that you can't blame others, especially if your own hands aren't clean. It shows you more representation of changing yourself before wanting to change the world, observing before going out and doing. So you know exactly what you stand for and what you're doing before you know the implications of it, and you should know the implications of it, so that way something bad doesn't happen to you that you don't want to happen. Right? Some people will go out on social media or online saying this and that. They didn't think about what would happen before they posted it, and all of a sudden they get all this controversy. So, it's often at their own demise, and they learn through time. It's trial and error, so that's okay. They don't have to let that take them down, even if they did. So that's fine. They can always recover, but just realize through awareness, it doesn't always have to be through experience to learn. So learn yourself, experience yourself before you experience the world. And by learning yourself, you're also much learning of the world, especially if it's a world created mostly by humans, which it has been, as we've wanted to denature and change the world around us. So, who are you to judge the life I live? I am not perfect, and I don't have to be. So this applies to everybody. This applies to everybody. Everybody should understand this, given common sense, given consciousness. Okay, and this is the perfect picture to describe the dichotomy, perhaps is the best word to say, or just the illusion of what most people think anarchy is, compared to what it actually is. So you have here the left photo, the top left photo says what you thought it was, which is like a bunch of like dudes and like, like war stuff, I guess, whatever you want to call that. And it says savage citizens in a free-for-all devoid of the government's loving guidance. Whereas anarchy actually is this picture in the bottom right. People just literally shopping with one another, creating their own tents, selling their own products, being their own creative, choosing with their own creativity what they want to buy, what they don't want to. It's just that simple. But if you take that to a mass scale and a mass belief system, that's the society we have, is the most ultimate free trade, the most ultimate freedom to just go wherever we want, buy whatever we want, and so forth. Right? And so, if one person, let's say one person out of this entire crowd, again, this very small minority of people want to do harm, decides to steal something, guess what? There's billions of people who are willing to respond to that and not depend on the police to do it for them. Yeah, because there's billions of people who can watch it, there's billions of people who could see it, There's many people, you even have cell phones at your disposal to work. Come on, people can solve their own problems. They can use other people to do it. That way people don't become lazy. That way people actually use their consciousness. And people all learn because they don't have somebody else do it for them and just have the whole system dependent on those people doing it for them. Therefore, they're also not learning for themselves what it is to take down such a person and why it is happening. Like, seriously. And by take down a person, it's like you're not going to put them in jail, but you're going to teach them that you probably shouldn't have done that. And it comes with a consequence. If you're going to steal from somebody, well, somebody's going to say, okay, well, you shouldn't have done that. And maybe they're going to take it back and it's going to say, okay, well, don't do that again. And they'll threaten them, right? And maybe they'll have fear then from doing that because they know it's just innately wrong. And maybe somebody can explain to them, why is that innately wrong? And perhaps somebody can present to be somebody within their life who can help them as a friend mentally so they can recover from that, instead of putting them in a jail where they just mentally rot and their life is just torn apart if they had kids and they felt like they had to steal for something. So I'm just letting you know. And of course, theft is the most ultimate sin. So if you study natural law, that's something you would know. Now, in that society where people are peacefully trading with one another and going about spending their money as they wish, it's peaceful citizens coexisting through voluntary interaction, devoid of government coercion. That's essentially what it is. Now you have this quote. I'm not sure where exactly it comes from, but it says here, most of us were not violent by nature. We all had problems with authority, but none of us were sociopaths. We came to realize that when you move your life off the social grid, you give up the safety that society provides. On the fringe, blood and bullets are the rule of law, and if you're a man with convictions, violence is inevitable. Okay, so meaning if you're somebody with convictions, somebody with, crimes, violence, harm, force is inevitable to be upon you. And, you don't have this chance to come back and become a greater person, or they have to use violence against you. And it's just a very sad system because it's all built around this irony, but this I guess you can say inverse of the truth, the exact inverse of the positive expression. It's just built around evil, and then you wonder why people refer to it as satanic or so forth when many of the qualities are alike, as we've seen. So he said we all had problems with authority, but none of us were sociopaths. We came to realize that when you move your life off the social grid, you give up the safety that society provides. And so you may disintegrate from the system naturally, and all of a sudden you're a criminal. Like, this is bizarre, just because you choose not to cooperate with certain masters. Okay, so I have sympathy for those who simply wanted to live their lives free from influence and free from taxes, and maybe got in trouble from it when in reality they were just being free to decide what they wanted to do with their own life and their own money. You have here this quote, anarchism is naturally innate in men. Communism is the logical extrapolation from it. The bourgeois finds it natural to speak of the toilers as slaves fated to remain such. There is no such thing as harmless power. A quote by Nestor Makhno. And again, I provide these for different perspective. It's good to have a different perspective and to see things in different ways. So I think they're referring to certain groups here. And what this quote is essentially saying is similar to the last quotes, where anarchism is simply natural. And communism is taking this to an extreme that is much worse and is actually not of it, essentially. And so he's saying there's no such thing as harmless power. The power is innately harmful. And so understand, just again, the nature of power, the nature of government, because all these people came to the same conclusion. You have to question, why is that? Were they just mind controlled by the same people that I was mind controlled by? I need you to explain, though, the actual brain processes behind it, because I have, and I've done so for hours. You have here another quote, anarchy doesn't mean out of control, it means out of their control. A quote by Jim Dodge. Another good way to look at this fact, that anarchy just means without rulers instead of without rules. And so we still have rules and guidelines. It's called the natural law. It's the only rules that really do exist. It is the law to abide to, because it is what's right, what's wrong, tells us, literally. And objectively, it's something we can all observe and find out for ourselves within our personal lives, which is why we focus on our personal lives. So, not out of control just means out of their control. Because why should they control over us, is the question. Okay, you have this quote, I'm an anarchist, not because I believe anarchism is the final goal, but because there is no such thing as a final goal. A quote by Rudolf Rocker. And this is, again, exactly what I'm saying. Is there is no final goal. People want to say this is the world that's got to be built, this is the world that's got to be built through government, and this is the better world, and they just want this perfect world that can never exist. People are looking for it, and they look for this perfect world. They think that they even have the blueprint for it, like the Constitution, for example, but because it still exists in the form of government, which innately is of evil, which is of every negative expression, it cannot manifest as something that helps us toward the goal of simply human freedom and human truth. Don't you want freedom? Don't you want truth? Right? Because freedom and truth are also one and the same, as is nature. So to be working against any one such positive expression, you're working against all of them, essentially. Okay, so, maybe refine your intentions, perhaps, but understand what the objective right and the objective wrong, perhaps, then is. Okay, anarchism is the final goal because it's already here. It's just embracing what's already here. And, let's just hear it from George Washington himself. Let's get it from the man himself. Quote, government is not reason, it is not eloquence, it is force. Okay, first off, it is not of the positive expression. It doesn't seek reason, it doesn't seek understanding, so therefore it doesn't seek knowledge, frankly. And it is not eloquence, so it is not good, and it is force, so it's innately of the negative expression. Okay, so then he says, like a fire. Makes sense. Like fire, he says, a troublesome servant and a fearful master. So he even says that as a master, it causes fear. And a troublesome servant it is. Okay, so never for a moment should it be left to irresponsible action. Never for a moment. So never for a moment. How could you ensure never for a moment should it be left to irresponsible action? You can't ensure never for each moment that it is left to irresponsible action. Like this is crazy, right? So this is George Washington, and I obviously agree with this quote 100%. But when he says never for a moment should it be left to irresponsible action, how do we make sure that happens? We can't, because basically you have actions obviously within the world that are either good or either bad. And the people in power, typically already denatured, are not going to choose the ones that are typically good. And if those are individuals and they're not individuals of the whole collective itself, which the people are supposed to be the government, then how are the people supposed to make sure that they're not left to irresponsible action? Well, the people would then have to be very close and have very super duper close accountability to the government itself. Like literally, like always there, knocking on the door saying this is exactly what must be done. But what about foreign countries? What about the fact that we never even get to visit the president, see him in person, talk to him? There's millions of people that are being ruled over. There's so many factors to consider that every single one of those that I just mentioned are violated by this quote here, because you can't ensure that it can't be left to irresponsible action. It will oftentimes simply by its nature be left to irresponsible action. I mean, as it is in its very creation. It is to create division. It is to promote a negative expression, because if it is to promote the positive expression, well, they wouldn't have to do anything, right? Because they would just be present. They would just embrace the truth, because the truth is all around us. And so if they wanted to write down the truth, it doesn't really do them any good, but they can promote it. But then shouldn't society just promote it themselves? Because they're the ones that actually have to do the change. And, if government is mind control in its very nature, and it's fire, why do we want that in our lives if it's just going to burn us all the time? And so, I mean, every context to this quote, you start to realize that you can't secure a system of freedom under a system called the state. The only system that you can secure freedom is through a state of mind for every individual of the world, of nature. That's the only system that can be fully, comprehended and fully understood and fully abided to and fully in abidance to the world that we live in. So even this picture about anarchy says we have chosen freedom over fear. Well, quite simple, right? But that's exactly what we've been talking about. How fear is this most evil force. And that is exactly what government promotes, as it is the negative expression, whereas freedom is the positive expression. Okay, and so if love is also considered the opposite of fear, where are you going to find more love in the world? People want love in the world, they're going to find it in freedom. They're going to find it away from government. See, and we need to take care of the environment as well. We see how reflective the environment is, but simply ourselves, frankly, because we're the ones contributing to such environment. Here it says in this picture, explain to future generations it was good for the economy when they can't farm the land, breathe the air, and drink the water. Exactly. So we make excuses for this or for that, claiming that it's good, even though it has no basis in objective morality, even though it has no basis in natural law, no basis in truth, because that would simply all just be embracing what is here and being present. But instead we want to go on to make these massive things, which, individuals can still choose to do so, organizations can still choose to do so, but people must understand the limits of technology, like we've talked about, and the limits of secondary governments, essentially, organizations, if they gain control of individuals, but statism, of course, will rip that apart easily. The point is that if you want to secure future generations, you have to realize what you're going to do for future generations. And if you are going to promote NITA because you believe it is a just cause, you're doing the future generations a service to live their lives, to live free from pain, to live free from fear, to live free from worry, to live free from taxation, worry about social security, and all this other belief systems of dependence and servitude. We're freeing ourselves to the truth. And the truth is something that we want to uphold to our future generations, right? Because wouldn't you want your children to know the truth, especially if you found it for yourself? People want to know the truth of the world, or the secrets to the universe, perhaps. But this is one secret that's out in the open. And that is good for everything, not just for the economy. Okay? Like the real economy, the fruits of your labor. Okay, so for future generations, teach them what is real and what is right. And then they can farm the land because they're supposed to. They can breathe the air because they're supposed to, and they should drink the water because they're supposed to. But those very things that I consider natural to human behavior, such as farming, breathing, and drinking, are being breached upon in today's society. Because people can't drink certain water, they can't breathe certain air, viruses, pollutants, whatever, you have to wear masks. Drinking water, you have to worry about lead and all this other chemical pollutants, drugs they even put in the water, fluoride they put in the water, people putting it down the drain, goes in the water supply. Okay, bleach even then, right, as well. And then farm the land, which, as we know, governments have taken control of that. They work with the pharmaceutical companies. They destroy the soil. They actually take the nutrients out of the soil because it's been eroding over time, and with modern agriculture science that has actually destroyed the soil and made it harder for farmers to keep the bacteria intact in the soil, which we know bacteria makes up most of your immune system within your body. So if you want a strong immune system, therefore lessening cancer, lessening sickness, you keep that bacteria on the land. The only way to ensure that is to have more control over that land, to have more control of that farm. The people themselves farming, the people themselves taking control and saying, hey, this is our air, and saying, hey, this is our water, and what are you doing over there, trying to take the water, the air, the land? Well, that's because government's trying to do it. And if you realize the government is the big force that is doing it, simply controlling farmland is enough. Everybody in the health field should agree then that that is the problem that we need to look at, is government. because they're the ones taking control of the farmland. Just another perspective to look at, aside from all the health reasons I've already listed and reasoned about in the past. Okay, so future generations, we have to worry about them, right? There's a lot of the world, especially if we are to transition, so we want to do what's right for them. We want to do what's right for the universe, because that will be what's right for them. Now, for more perspective upon this idea of anarchy, which is why I like to consider it nature, you see here, quote, neither the life of anarchy nor the life enslaved by tyrants. No, worship neither. Strike the balance all in all, and God will give you power. A quote by a Greek god, supposedly. I think he might have been in the theater business. It says Aeschylus. I'm not sure if I said that right. Okay, now understand that he's using the context of anarchy here correctly. First of all, many people, many quotes may not use the context of anarchy correctly, even if they are trying to disprove it. Especially if they're trying to disprove it, actually. And so neither the life of anarchy, he's saying, or the life enslaved by tyrants. No, worship neither. Strike a balance all in all. So we know everything should be of a balance. So that makes sense, and God will give you power. But how can God give you power if you're denatured, or if your nature is limited by those tyrants? You'd have to be in anarchy. And if anarchy is already here, then of course we're not worshipping anything. We're just embracing what is here. So I agree with this quote. We shouldn't worship anarchy, nor tyrants, nor government, nor nature. We should just embrace our lives. We should just live our lives. We shouldn't even embrace NITA. NITA is just a reminder, just a flicker of light in a cavern that says, "Hey, look that way. That's the way to go." It's that flicker of light that shows you, like, "Hey, look, there's something in the cave that you missed." Right? It's a flicker of light, that idea that sparks in your head. That's what NITA is, essentially. Okay, so it says strike the balance all in all, and God will give you power. So essentially, work with the natural laws, work with nature, and you will gain power because, well, you're using the innate knowledge of the universe, and knowledge is power. You're striking a balance all in all, as you ought to do, as your human consciousness is to do, and you're giving yourself willpower, because that's how you come of your consciousness there and use it. So, beautiful as it is, but this is the system that it may be. You don't worship anything. You don't worship the sun. There's people that worship different aspects of nature because they love this so much. They realize how healing it is. The sun is this form of life, so of course people worship the sun. And people may still choose to do so, as long as they're not forcing others to do the same. I mean, people can do what they want, frankly. But I just want people to work in alignment with nature, that's it. And they could just choose what they want to do after that, and karma will decide their fate, frankly. I don't have to for them. I don't have to tell them everything to do. I just want them to do this one thing because I know it'll unify humanity. That's it. So that one thing is essentially just representing this greater cause for truth, this greater cause for freedom, this greater cause to do more good, this greater cause to end statism. It's just that simple. We have here, quote, man is free at the moment he wishes to be. Simple. Quote by Voltaire. So man is free at the moment he wishes to be. Just exactly what Buddha said, just exactly what everyone else said. Simply be the change you want to be. You literally just have to live it. You have to make your own personal life into this reality for yourself, and that's the real change that will happen. Okay? So it's just that simple. It's such beautiful it is. So beautiful it is to live in a free world and just be free of all these thoughts and all these worries that rid us of our ability to just love life and love living it. Okay, just actually embrace and actually do something worthwhile, and then putting that extra work into it, you build up something for yourself that you love, and something that you can embrace to love even more and move about in life knowing that you've made great accomplishments. All people should want to do that because it's just simply human nature to want to do that. And the fact that that simple ability has been suppressed in people, no wonder why people have resorted to depression. But it's a pity. It really is a pity that the world has become that. But it's because they do not see nature in such a degree as what I'm presenting here. See, and this is a quote that puts it all together as well, very well, perfectly. Quote, anarchy is no guarantee that some people won't kill, injure, kidnap, defraud, or steal from others. Government is a guarantee that some will. A quote by Gustavi D. Molinari. So you don't have to always be living on edge, okay? You can believe that there's good people because there is good people. That's the point. There is good people. And if you believe in that and you want people to understand this more in a holistic point of view, then go ahead, send them this video, because this is connecting all the dots, essentially. Okay, but simply understanding, simply embracing, which essentially is one and the same often. Simply embracing this reality, this freedom, this love that we have here. There's no need for government. There's no need for it. And there's no any situation to which government is necessary unless people are just all in the wrong mindset, right? And they just need one person to just tell them everything what to do, in which case everybody's denatured by them. And that still is no excuse for it, because it's a guarantee that people will commit acts of violence. It's a guarantee that you're against the natural law, and therefore you are making this an even worse of a situation than it is. You're not helping the cause, you're not healing the cause by promoting government. If anything, what this is saying, in other words, if anything, you're part of the problem by promoting it or letting it go on. Unconscious attention. You know, you're putting your attention in government, letting it, you're feeding the system. You're unconscious of what it's actually doing to people, what it's actually doing in its very nature, of existence. As we've seen how powerful existence and simple presence is, whether you have a health coach or somebody to just listen to you, whether you have a family member or just a friend next to you, or whether you just have a plant with you on your desk, we see how powerful this existence is. Presence. The presence of simply having trees and all this fresh air next to you, the presence of just breathing in fresh air, the presence of drinking fresh water. That's all presence. So you want to bring Buddha's ideology to the next level? It's understanding that all those things should be present around you if you want good health, good well-being, high happiness. And that government is not one thing that is with you. It's an illusion that you've set upon yourself. And it's one that guarantees evil. So if you want a better world, I'm telling you that you probably shouldn't have a force that guarantees such evil. See, these quotes are simply to help understand a bigger idea and a greater understanding of all this. You have here, quote, "What continues to baffle me is why any sane person would want a gang of politicians, arguably the most corrupt group of people among us, to act as his or her quote-unquote leaders or quote-unquote government. Are people really so morally crippled that they need some jokers in a faraway capital city to tell them how to best live their lives, and while they're at that, to confiscate half of the hard-won fruits of their labor too?" And this is a quote by Robert Eschwasser. And there's a broken wine glass right there. Maybe that's symbolic of something, I'm not sure. But it's saying here, again, it's the same points we've been making, very, very on point, talking about the nature of government and how people should not need these people, other people, these small group of individuals to rule over their life in such a way that is innately unnatural. And another quote, "Anarchy is order. Government is civil war." I think that's a really good way to describe how government is innately causing a division. I mean, hence it is already expressing this evil, natural expression. So we see here, that's a quote by Pierre Joseph Proudhon, okay, saying that anarchy is order. As we know, there's natural laws to keep it in order, and simply following those laws is simple. You know, you just learn from your life. You're just using your human consciousness. And you're obligated to, especially in such a world. So you create your own order out of necessity, out of obligation, out of just living life. And government is civil war. It's forcing you to do certain things, even if you don't want to. Okay, and it is causing civil wars because it's telling people to believe this, believe that, believe in this person, believe in that person. And it wants to divide people simply by such ways because it is affecting the mentality of those many people. So the mentality is going to change their actions, and it's going to lead to a civil war where people are fighting each other ultimately because they don't have a unifying basis. They don't have the roots in the ground. Okay, they're not grounded. Okay, whereas anarchy is of nature. We see that it is basically nature. It is about the natural law, which is of truth and is of nature itself. So it's not something that just came about of it, it's something that is, simply is, and what is the truth. See, and this quote also puts together this obligation to want to use your willpower, to use your consciousness. It says, quote, in anarchy there is no automatic harmony. Exactly. A quote by Kenneth Waltz. I'm not saying that all of a sudden when we eliminate government there's going to be this automatic harmony. I'm not saying that. There's still people involved, but it prompts us to want to create more harmony and use our human nature as we ought to do, which is why it's effective and why it works, why people believe in it, because they've escaped the other belief system, which isn't based in nature and isn't based in truth. It's just that simple. And being that nature itself and truth itself is of a harmony of the greatest world all known to ever, being this great universe, anarchy is representative for that harmony, whereas government is essentially against it. It works to intercept it, is the interrupter, as we've previously discussed. And that only makes sense because that's what they do to our mindsets too. They limit our mindsets, so of course they would limit the greater nature. They would limit all things truth and related. So you have here, quote, the biggest fight you'll ever have is between who you are now and who you are capable of becoming. So again, this self-transformation process, this self-enlightenment process, it's one that is life-changing, one that could be destructive, one that might have to be, especially if you want to see the truth. But it's ultimately one that will open you up to discovery, to open you up to potential, and allow you to live in harmony with the truth, right? So the biggest fight you'll ever have is between who you are now and who you are capable of becoming. So see who you are now, right? That is being present. And who you are capable of becoming is the future. But that starts with the present. What you choose to do now is what's going to be happening in the future, as we know by the law of attraction. So who are you capable of becoming? It depends on who you be now. And if you choose to be peaceful now, if you choose to be of freedom now, and you choose not to participate in the government now, and encourage others to do the same, that is the biggest fight you'll ever have. But it will be one worth winning, as we've seen from the previous quotes. It is one that you will devote, if you devote your life to, it's truly to the best cause. It truly is to nature. It's truly to the truth. Now there's even, forms of anarchy called anarcho-capitalism, another one, but I like what it has to say here on this photo. And again, just getting the premises. There's people who will believe in this, and it's because they see past the statism. That's the point. And so you see here, unprecedented prosperity, unprecedented peace, unprecedented happiness. Now, unprecedented means, by the way, it means like never seen before, something that people can never even imagine, because there's infinite possibilities. So of course it's unprecedented. That's why I say we're going to save millions of lives, because it's unprecedented. It's a high possibility. Okay, so unprecedented harmony, unprecedented motivation, rules without rulers, boundless potential. The people will thrive. Exactly. And if people in the health field are wondering, okay, well, you're saying this is benefiting health. Could you tell me that prosperity, peace, happiness, harmony, motivation, and having, principles behind your actions, could you tell me that that isn't health? Because that basically is health. Living happy, living in peace, living in prosperity. So before anyone wants to call me crazy, they should consider their own morals first, and realizing that anarchy, in the right definition, in this case it's anarcho-capitalism, which is the same thing, just free trade, essentially, and anarchy, which we all have with voluntarism, which is why they use the V, this time backwards, for the A. It's just a cool photo, though, in general. Not that we should, be all fancy with colors and just, just embrace, certain, oh, I'm so cool, I'm so rad, that doesn't really matter, frankly. But looking at the ideas themselves, happiness, harmony, we see all these themes we talked about in the previous quotes, and when you see it all come together so perfectly well, then you see the real truth of the world, folks. And again, this natural understanding of the natural chaos, and how we make order out of that chaos ourselves in our daily lives and nature, simply by living, You have here, quote, chaos was the law of nature, order was the dream of man, a quote by Henry Adams. But the problem is that man sought that order over other human beings. They thought that in order to get that order, we must rule over other human beings to do it and tell them they must act this way to do that. In reality, we could just have a set of principles to live our lives. We could just use education. We could just have morals that help us decide what's a right action and what's wrong, so people don't commit action like violence against one another. It's just that simple. And if we all are able to protect ourselves in such a way, then great, then we can uphold our own order, we can uphold our own defense, as we are the law of, freedom, law of morality, and all this other stuff you might want to consider natural laws. But because it is natural to use such things to our decision, being that in nature it's innately infinite possibilities, folks. So chaos was the law of nature, order was the dream of man. Henry Adams. And that's why they wanted to keep creating order out of chaos by divide and conquer. They purposely set up events sometimes to want to create more unity around them, though. Not unity around humanity, but around them, in the mask of it being in humanity. They want it to be around them, in the government, okay? Now, if you say, okay, well, it's around me just because I'm presenting this information, no. First of all, it's about you, and I put a large emphasis that it's not about me. But innately, I'm not asking you to think that I'm the government or that I should be in any position of rule. I'm just a guide, just a fellow guide. I believe there's many other people. I mean, you see how many people are ready with a similar mindset. This is what gives me great faith in humanity. And again, I believe the majority of people are good people. Okay, so you have here, quote, if you have unity without variety, you have uniformity, and that's boring. If you have variety without unity, you have anarchy. A quote by Skip Heitzig. Now, if he's saying anarchy in a bad context here, let's apply anarchy in its real meaning to this context. And if you have variety without unity, you can still have coexistence. What do you mean, unity? What do you mean, unity? If you mean like worldwide unity, everybody coming together, then okay, yeah, that's not anarchy, clearly, because everybody's is living among themselves and as individuals who are more coexistent within their communities, not like a worldwide basis, if that's what you're referring to as unity. But yeah, of course you have variety, because in nature, everybody's innately unique. So he says, if you have unity without variety, you have uniformity, and that's boring. So yeah, essentially, it's boring to live in a state. It's boring to live in a government. And it's fun and very creative, because that's what fun essentially also helps give us, in anarchy. It gives us fun. It gives us happiness. It gives us love. It gives us freedom. All the things that are positive expressions, because the truth is truth. The good is good. The bad is bad. The bad, the immoral is the immoral. Like, there's nothing that's going to reverse that, change that in any which way, as much as you want to say. Okay? So that is what it is. And this quote is very representative for fun, frankly. Right? We don't want to live in a boring world where everybody's one and the same, has the same job, and so forth. If you want infinite possibility, infinite freedom, and the ability to just have fun and not have these worries that aren't even among your personal life, that we have to bring into your personal life, then you promote nature, you promote anarchy. Better yet, obviously, I say promote nature. Promote nature is the answer, because it's just simply more universal and more understood. Okay, so you have here, quote, it is not wisdom, but authority that makes a law. Okay, a quote by Thomas Hobbes. And you have to understand that. They're not using wisdom here. Authority is making the law based on their own opinions, based on their own belief systems, and they're projecting that to the mass public. Now, a lot of people are doing a lot of projecting nowadays, because that's what creates the shadow, as we've seen perhaps in the first documentary. But looking at here, you see wisdom. Wisdom comes from knowledge. It comes from understanding, right, and reasoning, which we know is part of problem solving, and we know is essentially, yes, rooting down to natural law, because that is the innate knowledge, the innate intelligence. That's what helps give us our wisdom, because we are wise. We are able to make better decisions. We saw the word wisdom in previous quotes described in that context. And so, authority makes the laws essentially not out of wisdom. That's what this quote is saying. The authority is acting out of illogical or unnatural decisions. You have here, quote, the deeper the roots, the greater the fruits. Trees teach us what the critical components of success in life are: roots, integrity, and growth. So the critical components of success in life are roots, integrity, and growth. If you understand that, right, and the deeper the roots, the greater the fruits, understand that we really need to get to the source. Understand that that's what's going to give us the best freedom, is by hitting the roots, because that's what's going to give us the most fruits, the most love, the most best things in response, because that's where the greater the fruits are, is the deeper the roots. So the more truth there is, the more happiness we'll get. Essentially, that's what it's saying. Now, this last part saying the success is in roots, integrity, and growth. Now, if we take that into consideration, the roots to this life is natural law. The roots to this life is you. The roots to this life is love, because basically without love, nothing is possible. I mean, you need to create babies, right? Just saying. The roots to this life is survival and reproduction, which requires fertility, which in today's modern world of government and pharmaceuticals, that becomes very hard. Integrity is honesty and authenticity, right? Perhaps you may want to say. And are people being honest? Well, if they're not honest, if they aren't speaking the full and complete objective truth that is of natural law. Okay, so roots and integrity, same thing so far. Growth, well, we can only grow with potential. We can only grow with innovation, with challenge, with having those challenges. Natural, by the way, in anarchy, because we have some forms of chaos and some forms to learn from, which we wouldn't be faced with if we had other people face it for us. Okay, and that teaches us more. We become a greater person more. And essentially, you can only have that under natural law, being that that is of anarchy of the highest potential for growth. So, roots, integrity, and growth are all of natural law. And the deeper the roots, the greater the fruits. So the deeper that we understand the truth, the natural law, nature, the greater the fruits, the greater the benefits, the greater societal impact we have here for truth. Okay, so the deeper we talk with more people, the deeper we go throughout civilization. If we're able to reach to all people, the greater the benefits. You have here, quote, your body is the church, where nature asks to be reverenced. A quote by Marcus D. Sade. Again, don't know who these individuals are, but again, I agree with the quotes. Your body is the church. Your body is the church. Okay? Your body is the healing mechanism. It's also the church. So where nature asks to be reverenced. Let's understand that. What it means to be revered means to be admired. Okay? To have high esteem of, respect, appreciation, cherishment, whatever you want to call it. So if you recognize nature and you appreciate this natural beauty that is of the freedom that it is, then that is helping your church, your body, your belief systems, essentially, because that's often what religion is, right? Of churches. So your body is the church where nature has to be reverenced. Okay? So respect nature, respect your body of nature, and you're respecting the church, which is the belief system. You are making the right decisions in life because you understand those decisions. You understand where those decisions come from and what they ought to be. Now, I talked about how there's many different forms of anarchy and how people want to twist it toward this or that. So let's understand that there's so many different forms that all literally distort the cause and the actual cause for anarchy. And you see there's communism, collectivism, syndicalism, mutualism, anarchism, pacifism, green, primitivism, feminism, LGBT. Okay, so you have a billion different types, essentially. And you have one that says, I want more bitcoins, I want to smash the state and free stuff, I want to smash the patriarchy, I just want to be hugged, I want to destroy cis scum, which is like white people, I think. And it says, I want to be individually productive. I want humans to advance technologically. I want to destroy technology. I just want to be left alone. So you have different forms of anarchy, and they all just basically mean that, essentially. So this is a very interesting depiction, but it's true. This is just representing how many different forms of anarchy people make it to be, when clearly it is not. It has nothing to do with the real anarchy, which is simply no rulers. That's it. It doesn't have to be anything more. People make it much more. So I expect people to make this NITA movement more than it is. But guess what? The share sheet speaks for itself. That's why I'm saying, and I'm saying it now, before anything, and that's why I've made my projections, is because that's all that needs to be said, folks. That's it. Just the share sheet. That's it. Has everything on there, pretty much. That's it. And maybe I go into depth here for people to understand more about what I'm talking about. Great. But the share sheet literally exists as a unifying factor, and the one thing that must be agreed upon by most of all individuals, essentially. Not that it must be, but that it's to reach out to individuals so that we can all agree upon the same thing. You see, and these are actually slides also from Mark Passio, and it says most quote-unquote anarchists subscribe to atheism and scientific materialism, the very same ideologies which drive Marxism, socialism, and communism. So just something to understand. You see similarities, and although these people call themselves anarchists, they're not truly anarchists, especially since they twist the meaning of anarchism itself. So again, looking at the very nature as to what these people think, the very nature as to what these ideologies actually stand for. Here you have another depiction of the left brain versus right brain dichotomy, or what he says is schism, which is probably better to say psychological schism. Okay, you have the left brain and you have the right brain. Left brain is rigid skepticism, scientism, atheism, solipsism, moral relativism, social Darwinism, eugenics, and authoritarianism. Okay, and then right brain is naivete, blind belief, religious extremism, solipsism, unworthiness, self-loathing, order follower, a willing slave. Okay, so we know we've talked about this a little bit. So you have the left brain, right brain. Essentially, both are mind control, especially when they're both used upon the public. And you see solipsisms the same in both sides as well. Okay, so just understand that this is used for mind control. They understand the brain. They understand how it works. They understand the imbalance, which is why they create the imbalance if they want control over those who are imbalanced. Because it's hard to find yourself if you are imbalanced, right? You are more out of alignment with nature, so it's harder to find yourself, which is why it can be a destructive process. And sometimes, you have to really look deep. You have to really do that soul searching there. Okay, so it says here, find the cause instead of treating the symptoms. And this is something I've been talking about a lot, where people need to focus on the cause and not the symptom. Here on the top you have the plane of effects, manifested realities which form because of their causes. There's no power to effect change that lies here, but this is where our consciousness is trapped. Okay, so the plane of effects, where we're just focusing on symptoms, like doctors are if they're just giving out pills to the ill and not actually looking at what caused the condition. Okay, so there's no power to effect change. There's no change there. It's not effective. Our consciousness is trapped. We're limited. Okay, the plane of causality is the why that underlies and precedes manifestation. All power to effect change lies here. Thus, this is where our consciousness must go. Now, I encourage that if you want more information on this, again, look out to Mark Passio. He might be a very good guide during our movement and what we seek to do, simply on a human level. I don't even want to say movement, looking at all these other movements and what they've done, and they try to make themselves look like this movement and that. Like, I don't want a social identity here. I just want to live our lives and promote nature. That's it, because it's the truth, right? You just want to promote the truth. That's it. So nothing more to it. But you have here just, again, different ways of looking at psychology and how people make their decisions based on their mindset. Cause and effect, symptoms, and the roots to which that comes from. It's understanding all these aspects. The bigger picture is the effects and the cause, because that is natural law, cause and effect. In case people are wondering, like, okay, well, what's the power system that be? Anyways, look, frankly, this stuff doesn't matter. I just have this on the screen. If you want to look at it for yourself, you may. I don't want to mention these names because I could actually, get this video kicked off. But it's something that, could be very touchy for certain people, I'm sure, in certain levels. But you have to understand that 99% of humanity says as a slave labor force. It's because we're in a slave-like thinking mentality. We're in that right brain extremism. Also left brain extremism and different ways of looking at this. We're generally just imbalanced. We're not in the centrist, deist, or natural point of view. We're not seeking nature. If you are among all these different levels of none of which have any relationship to nature, they're manifestations of an evil nature. That's what it is. Okay, so manifestation of evil nature is essentially what this government is and what all governments are. So let's understand that as humanity, who can really, really uphold this structure and break it all down then if we choose to do so. Some books for further education, in case you're wondering. I haven't read this one. It says The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose. I heard it's a good book about statism, so there's people who wrote about it, okay? There's people who wrote about it. There's this one, Obedience to Authority, an experimental view. It's by a doctor, Stanley Milgram, who did tests on people, saw how they actually would just obey authority no matter what, even if they were punished, they still, like literally, their whole life was just dedicated to authority, how much they actually believed in it so much. And so that's why it's called the experiment that challenged human nature. So just something to keep in mind, how powerful your mindsets can be, that people have done everything that they've done in the past, and realize that people will do much for their belief systems, whether it's for right or for wrong. But hopefully, if you see how good this mindset may actually be, nature is the answer, how objectively good it is, that you're not actually deceived by following it. And maybe that will get you to even push more toward truth. I hope so, because it really depends on you. It really does. So I hope you get something from this and have learned something from all this. And again, you see it within communities. You see it in people. They understand this, okay? You can find these individuals who understand the nature of the world. They exist out there, and my heart goes out to them because they did this thinking for themselves, I hope, in understanding this, like I have. And there's people who comment really, really interesting things about this, and they all hold very much true, and they all teach us much about our world. People have great perspectives on this matter that all hold true in just a different perspective, but all about the same cause, all about the same premises. And that's the point here. You got to unite people, right? Without the government, who would build the concentration camps? Without government, who will I pay to tell me to do what I want them to tell me to do? If not for government, who would give cars and weapons to ISIS? Like, this is crazy, right? Even this quote, a man is no less a slave because he is allowed to choose a new master once in a term of years. Goodness gracious. And this is just, it can go on and on. These quotes can go on and on. And people have even agreed with me on some terms. I hear is a comment section on YouTube. I was one of the top comments on one video talking about philosophy. And I said it isn't about pointing elsewhere, it's about pointing at ourselves, as I made that point in this video. And you see all these people like started to agree with me. I had people who were like messaging me, just very open-minded, very, just cool people just to talk to. It's just amazing that you see there's actually people who are just wanting to be human, who just want to live their lives. And it doesn't matter even what they believe about this or that. Like, they just have an open mind. They're actually human, and they care for other human beings. And by such, they don't want controversy. They don't want to argue. They just want to live their lives. And it's easy also to see how people are simply by the way they react. We know that Buddha says, you receive things through your mind, and you take in this world, and it's about being present and understanding that. And it's really all just goes through you. You're the ultimate decider. So you have here, I did not dislike this bottom comment here, but you can see that's why the dislike window popped up there, because I did not dislike it. My mouse cursor happened to be over it while I made the screenshot. Seriously, I just realized that now. And it says, though, that comment says, quote, the wise man speaks because he has something to say. Then there's, quote, the fool speaks because he has to say something. So essentially, you want to speak when you have it right, when you actually know what you're talking about, essentially. Okay, and I've spoken out only when I really knew I was promoting a just cause. I mean, I try my best. I'm a human being. Maybe I'll make mistakes sometime in wording. I'm sure my wording can sometimes get me in trouble, especially since I'm a poet and I use some very specific or sometimes say words wrong. You probably heard me say some things wrong. But it says here, I like this part too, it says some people say things more for the attention they receive than the desire to inform. That's the absolute worst way to conduct science. Ego is the enemy of critical thinking. So just another representation of left brain thinking. And again, people can agree upon this philosophy. We have here the idea that the law of freedom and morality are directly proportional. As morality increases, freedom increases. As morality declines, freedom declines. Another way of stating this law would be to say that the presence of truth, morality, in the lives of the people of any given society is inversely proportional to the presence of tyranny and slavery in that society, okay? So that just tells us more about morality and freedom, and for people wanting to make a war about this or that, stuff that doesn't necessarily need to go on, like a topic or a super big debate. Equality under natural law, everyone has the same rights. No one else has more or less rights than anyone else. Also, since rights are not created by humanity, and since they are the birthright of humanity gifted to us by the creator of the universe, no human being or group of human beings is actually capable of granting rights to anyone else, nor is any human being capable of revoking rights from anyone else. So just a deeper understanding of natural law, the fact that government does not exist in your life, and it's basically just an illusion, because nobody has the actual right to grant you rights and revoke rights, because simply the laws of nature is there to do it itself, not man. And going among the left brain dominance, you see the four main tenets of modern Satanism. So you got to be careful here with left brain dominance. People, again, I'm assuming, will be the ones most opposed to what we're doing, because they're not accepting, they're not present, they're not of peace, they don't want peace, they want to rule by science, they want to rule by atheism. And so you have here, number one is egotism, service to self is life's highest goal. Number two is moral relativism, right and wrong are whatever human beings say they are, so there's no such thing as objective truth. Number three is social Darwinism, the most dominant and cruel humans should become the masters and rule humanity. Okay, and then number four, eugenics and epi-eugenics, which is that the masters will determine who is allowed to live and who must die. And so this was, also aside from Mark Passio, because he was involved in Satanism before he started to wake up, actually, and so he exposed these four main tenets of modern Satanism essentially to what it is. And nobody can deny, though, that this is of the left brain dominance. So even if you could deny this is of Satanism, even though it often is also by the nature of the different representations, perhaps, I don't know. Look, I don't know. I honestly don't know, and I'm willing to admit that. But let's just understand what those things are, and I think it's just worth noting. Here you have the depiction of right and wrong. Right is correct, based in truth, moral, in harmony with natural law. Actions based in it do not result in harm to other sentient beings, whereas wrong is incorrect, not based in truth, it's immoral, in opposition to natural law, and the actions based in it result in harm to other sentient beings. So actually, that's about it, folks. Thank you if you stuck through all this time, or you watched in separate intervals, which you perhaps likely did, and I thank you for, listening and watching. I really hope that you believe in what I'm doing and that nature is the answer, given all this evidence that we've talked about, all this assuring the objective right, the objective wrong, and the direction humanity must go, and how we must hold ourselves accountable, and how we must talk to one another out of bravery, and how we must address the evil that is present within the world, and how we should basically unite and use our nature as we are intended. Does it have to be any more complex than simply wanting to do better in the world and live in harmony with harmony. So that's where I stand here, and I'm glad to present this information to you. I hope you learned a lot from the past, from philosophy, from looking at the greater scheme of things and how that relates to NITA.ONE, which is the website. That's NITA.ONE, NITA.ONE. And hey, look, it was a cheap website domain, and I am fine with it. It's very simple, very easy. And I hope to see you out there, doing your part. If you are, I will give shout-outs. I will journey my progress as it is, and this is a life mission for me, and I want it to be a life mission for you if you truly believe in it, which I think you should, but who am I to tell? You are to tell yourself, right? But I think that it's something that humanity needs after this time. They need a long break. They need to sleep. They need to rest. They need to listen to some music. They need to relax, because the world is otherwise just going to go to chaos because people can't learn to live present. They can't learn to live in alignment with nature, which is why they always seek to change it, which is why they always seek false security. They always seek different illusions, and it is not seeking themselves in the truth of nature itself. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening. This is Cory, Endrulat. Nature's the answer. Thank you. Looking at the ideas themselves, happiness, harmony, we see all these themes we talked about in the previous quotes, and when you see it all come together so perfectly well, then you see the real truth of the world, folks.